Chapter 785. The strongest move of the 5 elements sword skill, Chaos Extermination. The 5-colored sword aura soared into the sky, and the powerful sword aura tore through the sky. It was like the sun shining down, giving people a dazzling feeling like the rising sun. It was also like the heaven and earth were separated and the 8 suns had a majestic aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. Any one of the sword aura could split mountains and rivers, and it was as if it could destroy heaven and earth. It made people feel like the sea was trembling and insignificant. This was at least a saint-tier mystic skill, or it might even be a top-notch divine skill. On the other hand, Ling Zhao's furious dragon roar was also the most powerful move of the tyrant dragon spear art. The spear shadow was like a pillar that supported the heavens, and a furious and tyrannical dragon broke through the sky. The golden dragon's roar was like a river that ran for thousands of miles. Everywhere the dragon's huge body went, everything was shaken into dust. It was like the ruler of all things, shaking the earth, and its aura rushed through the mountains and rivers, destroying everything. The 2 powerful moves clashed together, and the frightening power continuously spread out. The sky was about to be destroyed, the lakes were overturned, and the earth was shaking. The martial artists that had already retreated far away retreated thousands of miles again. They could only see the attribute light screen from afar, and they couldn't see the battle clearly. What kind of mystic skill is this? Could it be a rare saint-tier mystic skill? Otherwise, how can it display such frightening destructive power? They are both people with powerful backgrounds, and it is impossible that they don't have any real killing moves. I just didn't expect them to be so powerful. After this battle, the 2 of them will become the center of attention in the central region. In the future, they will chase after the legendary heavenly prodigies. That's right. No matter in which aspect, they are too abnormal. It is hard to find a match below the mystic the arch. Who will win and who will lose will finally be revealed. I am really looking forward to it. Many martial artists' eyes were filled with even more blind worship. This was a world where the strong were respected. It was a world of power. Everyone would only worship the abnormal strong people who were beyond ordinary people. No matter who won or lost, they would become the leading figures of the central region's new generation. The golden dragon's momentum was like a rainbow, sweeping away many of the 5-colored astral swords. However, the 5-colored astral swords cut the golden dragon to pieces. It was like a sword slaying a dragon. In the end, the 5-colored astral sword suppressed the golden dragon's spear shadows. Brother Ling, lose for me. Wu Bufan revealed a frenzied expression as he brandished his white sword. His aura was like the heavens as he dispersed Ling Zhao's powerful attack. He then charged towards Ling Xiao with an incomparably tyrannical might. Ling Xiao retreated rapidly. He didn't dare to take Wu Bufan's attack head-on with his body. The white sword in Wu Bufan's hand was a high-grade saint artifact, and his body was unable to withstand it. However, Wu Bufan was too close to him, and the sword astral had already enveloped him, making it difficult for him to unleash his speed tenbin. Before he could escape from the range of the attack, Wu Bufan had already swept towards him with an incomparably sharp sword astral. Oh no! Ling Zhao's expression changed as he raised his golden dragon spear to block the attack. However, the sword barrier seemed to be all-pervasive, and it continuously tore at his glazed dragon-scale battle armor. Streams of golden blood gushed out continuously, and Ling Zhao's entire body was engulfed by the sword barrier. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The remnant energy of the 5-colored sword barrier finally gained the upper hand, and it was obvious that Ling Xiao had lost this battle. Ah, bastard, now you know how powerful my junior brother is, right? I already said that this lake of absolute heavens will definitely be your burial ground. Kong Lan, who was standing in another direction, revealed an extremely fanatical expression as he laughed. When he was in Wind Cloud City, he was so shocked by Ling Zhao's aura that he vomited blood. Moreover, he did it in front of the woman he was pursuing. That was the greatest humiliation in his life, and it also left a great shadow in his heart. Now that he saw Ling Xiao being killed by his junior brother, he felt extremely good. On the other side, Yuan Zhantian revealed an expression of disbelief. He never thought that Ling Xiao would be defeated just like that. This person, whom he once regarded as his only rival, had always been in his heart, and he had always thought that he would one day defeat him. This belief had been in his heart for a few years, but now, it felt like it had been shattered. No. How could you be defeated? Yuan Zhantian roared towards the sky, and a terrifying aura shook the surrounding area. In fact, in his heart, he also saw Ling Xiao as a friend that he could befriend. Seeing him defeated and killed, there was an indescribable sadness in his heart. In the sky, Wu Bufan's entire body was covered in injuries, and fresh blood flowed violently without end. He opened his mouth and gasped for air with large mouthfuls of air, and his countenance was extremely pale while his entire body was covered in sweat. Moreover, his meridians and muscles were trembling slightly. Obviously, he'd exhausted all his strength, and it was impossible for him to raise even the slightest bit of strength. He has already won. Wu Bufan muttered to himself as he looked at the water level of the lake. However, just as he was about to drag his exhausted and heavily injured body away, he suddenly sensed that the thin spiritual qi in the surroundings was flowing slowly, and the direction of the flow was actually flowing towards the bottom of the lake. Suddenly, he saw ripples on the bottom of the lake, as if something strange had appeared at the bottom of the lake. Wu Bufan frowned slightly as he stared at the surface of the lake. Using his Xian Qi to speed up the recovery of his injuries, he had a bad premonition in his heart. He thought to himself, could it be that Ling Xiao is not dead yet? Sure enough, a shadow appeared at the bottom of the lake. Of course, it was Ling Xiao who had fallen into the lake. At this time, his surroundings seemed to be isolated by something. The surrounding lake water couldn't touch him at all, as if it was consciously avoiding him. He wasn't dead yet, but his appearance was extremely miserable. His naked body was covered in hideous scars, and every single one of them revealed his bones and even his internal organs. There weren't many pieces of flesh left on his body, and he was like a bloody man dyed in golden blood. It was incomparably terrifying. Damn it! You've beaten this young master so badly, but you're not qualified to defeat this young master. Ling Xiao roared as he lay powerlessly at the bottom of the lake. The scars on his handsome face made him look particularly fierce. He raised his hand with difficulty, and one of his fingers stood upright like a pillar supporting the heavens. The surrounding spiritual qi quickly flew towards him like a swallow returning to its nest. On the tip of his finger, a little bit of five-colored light began to condense, and a powerful aura instantly filled the air. Many cultivators also noticed the abnormality and quickly flew up to look at the bottom of the lake. Everyone was shocked. It can't be. He's not dead yet. Is this the legendary immortal cockroach's fate? Even his bones and internal organs can be seen. His blood is so strange, and it's actually golden in color. Moreover, the lake water around him didn't drown him. What's going on? Could it be that he still has the ability to reverse the situation? That's impossible, isn't it? I've been driven mad by their abnormal behavior. How the hell do they cultivate? They're still not done yet. Wu Bufan, you're going to be defeated. Ling Xiao raised his hand, and his vertical finger began to emit a five-colored light. Then, the glaze-like spiritual energy converged on his finger, and shot towards Wu Bufan in the sky. Three separated divine finger, first finger, jade splitting gold. The terrifying finger radiance seemed as if it would pierce through the world. It was incomparably fast and terrifying. This was Ling Xiao's trump card that he had yet to use. He didn't know what he should do if he couldn't defeat Wu Bufan with this move. However, Wu Bufan was already at his limit. He had used up almost all of his energy when he knocked Ling Xiao down. Now that Ling Xiao could suddenly use such a powerful finger technique, it was truly unexpected. One should know that he was holding a sacred weapon in his hand. Coupled with the power of his killing move, even a 7th-grade spiritual beast would be slashed into pieces. However, Ling Xiao was only seriously injured and not killed. It was truly unbelievable. Oh no! Wu Bufan came to his senses. His pupils contracted as he cried out in alarm. Just as he was about to move his body to dodge the attack, he realized that his injuries were extremely serious. He had used up too much of his energy, and his movements were extremely slow. "Watch out, young pavilion master." The elder of the Lingwu pavilion, who had been watching the battle, couldn't help but cry out when he saw that Wu Bufan was in danger. He quickly flew over like a goshawk in an attempt to save Wu Bufan. However, just as he was about to reach the sky, a beam of energy blasted towards him and blocked his path. At this moment, the finger radiance instantly appeared in front of Wu Bufan. He gritted his teeth and raised his sacred sword to slash at the finger radiance. Unfortunately, before his long sword could land, the finger radiance had already landed solidly on his chest. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded through the sky, and a mushroom-like ray of light instantly blossomed. Young Pavilion Master. The Lingwu Pavilion's Xian Emperor, who had been blocked, couldn't care less about who had blocked him. He once again flew towards Wu Bufan's direction. Everyone was so shocked by this sudden scene that they were speechless. They never thought that the person who was supposed to be defeated wouldn't be defeated. Instead, the person who wasn't defeated would be defeated in the blink of an eye. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. Kong Lan was also scared out of his wits by this scene. He felt as if he had fallen from heaven to hell in an instant. With a pale face, he murmured, "This? How is this possible? How did Junior Brother lose? How did he lose? I definitely can't let that bastard leave this place alive." Kong Lan came back to his senses and muttered in his heart. He then turned his face to the elder beside him and said, "Elder Xing, hurry up and kill that bastard. He actually killed Junior Brother." The quasi-martial emperor by his side nodded lightly, and then he flashed swiftly towards the lake. As he moved, a figure also flew towards Ling Xiao at an even faster speed. Before the half-martial emperor could reach Ling Xiao, the figure had already locked onto him and shouted, "I'll kill whoever dares to touch him." The figure's aura suddenly rose, and the dense aura made the half-martial emperor not dare to take even half a step forward. Chapter 786. Ling Xiao's condition was unprecedentedly bad. His body was almost cut to pieces by Wu Bufan's sword energy, and it was as if he had suffered the cruel punishment of being hacked into pieces. When he was blasted to the bottom of the lake, he almost lost consciousness, and a lot of lake water poured over him. If he was completely immersed in the lake water, it would accelerate the loss of blood, and Ling Xiao would soon die. Fortunately, he had Lu Wang in his sea of consciousness, and its pure wood attribute energy could keep him alive. In addition, he had absorbed a lot of blood crystals in the chaotic abyss of war, so his blood energy was several times denser than an ordinary person's. Moreover, the ancient sovereign divine art's protection wasn't without flaws, so he was able to maintain his consciousness and didn't die. Of course, the reason he could make the lake water overflow was because he had the water isolation pearl. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to do this. In his current state, if he didn't recover soon, he was afraid that any king-rank expert would be able to take his life. However, he had consumed all his energy just now, and now he didn't even have the strength to raise his hand. He could only rely on the powerful recovery power of the ancient sovereign divine art and the unique origin restoring divine art to support him. Lu Wang wasn't so stingy anymore. It had harvested the essence of the blood essence magic tree, and its condition was almost recovered. Moreover, as Ling Xiao's mental strength grew more and more terrifying, it also benefited a lot. Now that Ling Xiao was in trouble, if it didn't help him, it would only be waiting for Ling Xiao to expel it. While Ling Xiao was recovering, the enemies that wanted to kill him began to appear. The endless potential Ling Xiao had displayed had put a lot of pressure on them, and if he was allowed to grow any further, they wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Kong Lan was the first to act, and he ordered the elder who came with him to attack Ling Xiao. However, before the elder could reach Ling Xiao, someone else stood in front of him, blocking his path. "I'll kill whoever dares to touch him." An imposing figure holding a golden rod stared coldly at the half-step sovereign elder, and his biting cold aura was suffocating. This figure was Yuan Zhangtian. He had been watching the battle between Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan for the past few days, and the battle intent in his heart was surging. He saw Ling Xiao as a true opponent, and he also felt a little more like a friend to Ling Xiao. Naturally, he didn't want others to kick him when he was down. "Get out of my way, or I'll kill you as well," the Quasi-Emperor said faintly, and a peak 6th-rank spirit beast appeared beside him. Yuan Zhantian didn't waste any more time. He immediately used his world energy to deduce the situation. Countless sacred battle apes wielded their golden rods and charged at the half-step emperor and the rank 6 spirit beast. The cries of the apes resounded through the sky. The martial artists not far away all came back to their senses and were all surprised. It seems like someone is going to hit Ling Xiao when he's down. How despicable! There's no such thing as humility between enemies. However, it's really unexpected that Yuan Zhantian would protect Ling Xiao. Speaking of which, is Wu Bufan dead? If he's really dead, I'm afraid the spiritual martial pavilion will go crazy. Although he lost this battle, his future growth is still limitless. I really didn't expect that he would lose like this. That Ling Xiao is the #1 person in his generation. While Yuan Zhantian was obstructing the half-step emperor and the rank 6 spirit beast, the elder from the spiritual martial pavilion had already found Wu Bufan, who was thousands of meters away. At this moment, Wu Bufan's chest was blasted through, and his internal organs were exposed. The blood stains all over his body made him look hideous and frightening. An ordinary person would have died 8 or 10 times in such a state. However, Wu Bufan still had a breath left in him. He was not really dead. The elder's expression changed. Without hesitation, he immediately bent down and took out a top-notch 8th-grade healing elixir and stuffed it into Wu Bufan's mouth. At the same time, he took out a bottle of holy spring water and poured it on Wu Bufan's chest wound. As the elixir and the holy spring water took effect, the wound on Wu Bufan's chest actually healed at an extremely fast speed. The elder wiped the sweat off his forehead and murmured, "Fortunately, the old pavilion master knew that this trip wouldn't be smooth. He gave me an 8th-grade elixir and a few drops of holy spring water. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. I didn't expect the demonic emperor's disciple to be so powerful. He even defeated the young pavilion master." The elder didn't have time to care about anything else. After Wu Bufan's wounds healed, he carried the unconscious Wu Bufan and immediately left. At a corner, a ferocious expert at the Emperor realm spoke to his 2 quasi-emperor companions, "Attack! Otherwise, something unexpected might happen." As soon as he finished speaking, his imposing aura erupted, and his figure flashed swiftly towards Ling Xiao like a shooting star. Moreover, his 2 companions followed right behind him. It wasn't just his position, many cultivators in the surroundings had flashed up at the same time, and they were charging towards Ling Xiao as well. A total of over 10 groups of experts that weren't inferior to the Emperor realm had appeared here, and there were many quasi-emperors and heavenly exalts following behind them. Such a terrifying force caused all the cultivators in the surroundings to be astounded. All of them had Ling Xiao as their target. Some were here for the sake of the Gu clan's generous reward, and they hoped to be able to take the lead and take Ling Xiao's head in order to obtain the reward. There were also some who were here for the treasures in Ling Xiao's possession. The various miraculous techniques Ling Xiao had revealed earlier had aroused their interest. Moreover, he even had heavenly jewels and saint artifacts in his possession. All of these were extremely tempting to them. Birds die in pursuit of food, and men die in pursuit of wealth. This was a law that had never changed since ancient times. Even if Ling Xiao was the disciple of the demonic emperor had already left for the heaven domain, and there was no way he would return. Hence, they had nothing to worry about. They were taking advantage of Ling Xiao's illness to take his life. Yuan Zhantian had also noticed the abnormality, and he immediately went berserk. Countless sacred battle apes smashed the quasi-emperor elder and the 6th-grade spirit beast into minced meat. Although Yuan Zhantian had the strength of a high-level heavenly exalted, his battle prowess wasn't inferior to that of Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan. Dealing with a mere quasi-emperor was a piece of cake for him. After getting rid of the quasi-emperor elder, the golden rod in Yuan Zhantian's hand instantly expanded to become as large as a pillar that supported the heavens, causing everyone to feel incomparably horrified. "All of you go to hell!" Yuan Zhantian roared, and he swung the golden rod with boundless might towards the people flying towards him. This move was a move that used strength to break through 10,000 caddies, and it was simple and effective. 3 low-level Xian emperors and several heavenly venerables were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Several heavenly venerables were immediately smashed into smithereens, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Those Xian emperors were not ordinary people. They dodged the attack and did not bother with Yuan Zhantian. Instead, they charged towards Ling Xiao, who was at the bottom of the lake. "Bastard!" Yuan Zhantian exclaimed. His figure flashed, and he chased after those Xian emperors like a bolt of lightning. Unfortunately, there were too many people attacking him at the same time. It was impossible for him to stop so many people with his strength alone. 2 emperors were already above Ling Xiao, and their eyes were filled with intense killing intent. The weapons in their hands were about to slash at Ling Xiao. At this critical moment, a figure mixed in among the many martial artists suddenly attacked from an unexpected direction. PFFF. This figure was like a venomous snake lurking in the grass, and also like a ghost in the dark. The long sword in his hand was like a scythe reaping human life. In an instant, the heads of those 2 low-level Xian emperors were chopped off. The 2 headless corpses fell heavily to the ground. This sudden scene caused many martial artists who came to attack to stop in their tracks. Killing 2 low-level Xian emperors in the blink of an eye made them fearful. The person who came was Fang Chen, who came with Ling Xiao. He had not appeared earlier because he was hiding among the many martial artists, hiding his presence and aura. Previously, when the spiritual martial court's Xian emperor wanted to save Wu Bufan, he was the one who stopped him. Otherwise, Wu Bufan would not have been seriously injured by Ling Xiao. His current strength was no longer that of a low-level Xian emperor. With Ling Xiao's supreme-grade Xian emperor elixir, he directly advanced to the mid-level Xian emperor cultivation. Coupled with his assassin's assassination techniques, it was a piece of cake for him to instantly kill 2 Xian emperors that were weaker than him. "Whoever wants young master's life, ask the sword in my hand first." Fang Chen held the sword that was still dripping with blood and said coldly. At the same time, his protective spiritual beast, the 7th-tier rat beast, appeared beside him and protected Ling Xiao. Fang Chen's mid-level Xian emperor cultivation also rose at this moment. Most of the martial artists who wanted to take advantage of the situation to get Ping Yi became timid. A mid-level Xian emperor was not someone that anyone could offend. Without some ability, who would dare to take half a step forward? With the appearance of Fang Chen, those weaker martial artists turned around and left. They were afraid that they would die a violent death if they were late by even half a beat. In an instant, the hundreds of martial artists that suddenly rushed up were mostly gone. Only 10 or so martial artists who were above the arch rank remained. However, these 10 or so Xian emperors were not together. They did not immediately join hands to attack Fang Chen and Yuan Zhantian. Among these 10 Xian emperors, 3 of them were already mid-level Xian emperors. One of them said, "Let's join hands to kill them first. Then we will decide who will kill Ling Xiao." What does everyone think? This mid-level Xian emperor was undoubtedly very calm. He knew to unite against the enemy first before splitting the benefits. That's good too. Then, let's take him down first. The rest of you can go deal with that heavenly venerate. Another mid-level Xian emperor responded and summoned his protective spiritual beast. Together with the other 2 mid-level Xian emperors, they started to deal with Fang Chen. The other low-level Xian emperors started to surround Yuan Zhantian and attack. "You guys have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. How dare you have designs on my boss?" At this moment, an angry voice came from the bottom of the lake. Chapter 787. A young man with a gun in his hand appeared beside Ling Xiao without anyone noticing. This young man was especially handsome, and his body was extremely tall and muscular. He gave off a tall and mighty aura, and his aura was dignified. That intense fire attribute constantly revolved around him, evaporating quite a bit of the lake water nearby. Accompanying his appearance was a mighty wolf king with golden white fur. This wolf king had a huge body size, and those cold and bloodthirsty fangs made people shudder in fear. The third eye on its forehead was emitting a dense and sinister intent. It howled towards the sky, as though venting the dissatisfaction in its heart. Who else could this young man be but the prodigal? He had devoured the golden serene pearl with the demon fire pearl in the medicine sect, and he had been in a state of digesting the fire attribute essence. The golden serene pearl was a rare pearl of heaven and earth, and it had gathered tens of thousands of years of fire attribute essence. Although the prodigal had only devoured 1/3 of its energy, it was enough for him to advance. Now, he had already reached the peak of the 7th level low tier, and he could step into the 7th level high tier at any time. If it was any other spirit beast that had absorbed so much energy from the heaven fire, they would have jumped 2 or 3 levels. However, the prodigal was a divine beast, and every level he advanced required a huge amount of energy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have eaten the beast core like it was candy and didn't advance quickly. Hence, it was already not easy for him to advance a level by relying on the heaven fire. Furthermore, he had an unexpected gain. The prodigal and Xiao Jin flew into the sky together, and their combination immediately attracted the attention of others. They couldn't understand why a young man and a 7th level spirit beast appeared out of nowhere. From the looks of it, they seemed to be here to help Ling Xiao. The prodigal yelled out loudly, and he flew towards the sky with his gun. He shot out a red flame at one of the middle-tier mystic thearchs. The deep purple flames that he had unleashed gave people a very fearful feeling. Wherever they passed, even the air would be burned cleanly. The Qilin divine fire was originally a type of fire that was on par with the heavenly fire. Now that the prodigal had absorbed the golden rending flame, his divine fire had also evolved, and its power was much greater than before. This was the true benefit it gained from devouring the dark golden splitting pearl. Where did this bastard come from? How dare he challenge this Thearch? He really doesn't know his place. Buddy, attack him. Beat him up. That mid-tier mystic Thearch did not seem to think much of this wastrel. With his current strength, wouldn't it be easy for him to deal with this young man? He didn't make a move himself. Instead, he let his 7th level spirit beast deal with the prodigal. However, the protective spiritual beast that had always obeyed his orders did not attack at this moment. Instead, it took a few steps back. Its eyes revealed a deep sense of fear, as if it had seen through the wastrel's true form, causing it to not dare to challenge the Beast Emperor's dignity. Buddy, what are you doing? That mid-tier mystic Thearch exclaimed in confusion. At this moment, the prodigal's powerful flame light had already arrived. That powerful pressure made that middle-stage mystic Thearch feel that this young man in front of him was extraordinary. He didn't have the time to bother about his own spirit beast. His hand blasted out a powerful elemental attack towards the flames. Unfortunately, the power of this flame was much more terrifying than he had imagined. It could actually burn his attack into ashes. There were still some remnants of the flame that were attacking him. So powerful! That middle-stage mystic Thearch was astonished. He immediately moved and displayed his own celestial power. However, before his celestial power could expand to its maximum, a sea of flames was also released. That deep purple flame light pounced towards his celestial power. This wasn't an illusory power. It was an actual divine fire. In an instant, it burned that middle-stage mystic Thearch's celestial power until it shrunk. Furthermore, the sea of flames surrounded that middle-stage mystic Thearch and started burning him. That middle-stage mystic Thearch used his elemental energy to resist with all his might. However, he realized that his elemental energy was of no use. It was getting thinner and thinner. What kind of fire is this? It's so terrifying! He exclaimed as he flew upwards in an attempt to escape from this sea of flames. It was a pity that the wastrel smashed his spear down on his head. That middle-stage mystic Thearch had no choice but to raise his weapon to defend himself. When the two attacks clashed, that middle-stage mystic Thearch fell into the sea of flames again. ZZ. Streaks of divine fire with incomparable heat were like spiritual snakes. They continuously coiled around that middle-stage mystic Thearch. That middle-stage mystic Thearch's dark protection force was instantly incinerated. The divine fire immediately entered his body and started burning him. The middle stage mystic the Arch didn't expect this deep purple fire to be so terrifying. His defense was like an empty shell. In an instant he was injured. What's more, the feeling of being burned was so painful that he wanted to die. The burning speed was very fast. He couldn't rely on his own energy to get rid of it. As he screamed, he plunged towards the lake below. He wanted to use water to extinguish the fire. However, a shocking scene happened. When he plunged downwards, before he even reached the bottom of the lake, his entire body had been incinerated into ashes by the deep purple fire. Not a single piece of him was left. When he screamed, many people looked towards him. When they saw this, their hearts jumped in fright. A middle-stage mystic the Arch expert was burned alive. What's more, there wasn't even a single piece of him left. Everyone looked at the wastrel in a different way. Some of the factions that hadn't made a move had a different feeling again. In one direction, there was a group of martial artists who were hiding their auras. They looked ordinary and wore ordinary clothes. They were no different from ordinary martial artists. These people looked at each other and seemed to be transmitting some kind of message. It was obvious that they were targeting Ling Xiao. Following that, this group of people split up and quietly approached Ling Xiao. The wastrel killed a middle-stage mystic the Arch. With a domineering aura, he charged towards the other two middle-stage mystic thearchs who were surrounding Fong Qin. His roar and the powerful divine beast's heavenly prowess shocked those Tier 7 spirit beasts so much that they didn't dare to move recklessly. They all felt an oppressive feeling that came from the source. It caused them to feel their hands and feet tied. This oppressive force was only targeted at the enemy spirit beasts. Fong Chen's Tier 7 rat beast and Xiao Jin weren't affected. They had the confidence to kill everyone. The wastrel was already at the peak of Tier 7 middle stage. His true strength wasn't any weaker than a high-stage mystic the Arch. After all, he was a divine beast's incarnation. Between humans and spirit beasts, of the same tier, spirit beasts were relatively stronger. The wastrel was a divine beast. His battle strength was definitely much stronger than ordinary spirit beasts. He even had the help of the divine fire. One could only imagine how terrifying his battle strength was. "I'll kill them. You go and support that monkey." The wastrel was full of confidence. In a short while he charged into the three middle-stage mystic thearchs. The gun in his hands spun circles of deep purple flames towards the two middle-stage mystic thearchs. The pressure on Fong Chen was greatly reduced. He didn't hesitate and left the battle circle. He went to support Yuan Zhantian. The wastrel was fighting 1 against 2. He still had the upper hand. The two middle-stage mystic thearchs were forced into a sorry state by the divine fire. Basically, they didn't dare to come into contact with the wastrel's divine fire. They were afraid that they would end up like that middle-stage mystic the Arch. The two of them had thoughts of escaping. However, the wastrel wouldn't allow them to do so. "Anyone who dares to offend me shall die." The wastrel's strength had increased tremendously. His battle strength was also insane. He used a set of powerful spear arts and stabbed the two middle-stage mystic thearchs who were trying to escape. On the other side, with Fong Chen's help, Yuan Zhantian's situation was turning for the better. However, when the two middle-stage mystic thearchs were defeated by the wastrel, those low-stage mystic thearchs were all terrified. Without thinking, they turned and ran. That was the fastest speed they had ever run in their lives. Boom boom boom. Not all of them were so lucky. 7 or 8 of the 10-odd low-stage mystic thearchs were killed. Only 2 or 3 of them managed to escape. The wastrel wanted to give chase. However, he heard Fong Chen exclaim, "Gold Killer is attacking." Following that, Fong Chen didn't hesitate. He flew towards one direction of the lake. The long sword in his hand surged with countless terrifying sword auras. Bang! The sword barrier exploded on the surface of a lake, creating countless splashes. Fong Chen had already sunk to the bottom of the lake. Following that, waves of water shot up into the sky. Among the waves, there were blobs of blood. No one knew if it was Fong Chen's or someone else's. Someone actually launched a sneak attack. Courting death. The wastrel saw the situation and exclaimed. He also dived into the lake. His dark purple fire was like the sun. In an instant, it evaporated a lot of the lake water. Following that, a series of explosions could be heard. The waves on the surface of the lake were getting higher and higher. It was like the wind and the waves were strong. It was extremely hair-raising. This was an underwater battle that couldn't be seen. However, it was imaginable how exciting it was. There were still some skilled and daring martial artists who didn't leave. They stared at the intense battle and couldn't help but exclaim, "This Ling Zhao's helper is really strong. He actually managed to stop so many experts. It seems like he was prepared." Nonsense. He knew that this trip was dangerous. If he didn't bring some men, would he be at the mercy of others? The people from the Gu clan haven't made a move yet. I'm afraid Ling Zhao won't have it easy this time. Although he has helpers, they won't be able to stop the people that are coming. Could it be that a prodigy of a generation is going to fall here? The wastrel, Xiao Jin, Fang Chen, and Yuan Zhantian were all entangled by many opponents. There was no one around Ling Zhao to protect him. A figure with a weak aura appeared not far from Ling Zhao. That person revealed a sinister expression and muttered, "Bastard, I said that I won't let you leave the Sky Despair Lake alive. This day next year will be your death anniversary." As he spoke, he attacked Ling Zhao, who was in the midst of recuperating with his sword. Chapter 788. The one who tried to assassinate Ling Zhao was not one of Sha Tian's men, but Kong Lan from the martial spirit court. The seed of hatred in his heart towards Ling Zhao was growing deeper and deeper. Now that Ling Zhao was not dead and had even defeated his junior brother, Wu Bufan, he would not be able to rest easy. Ling Zhao's strength had been deeply imprinted in his heart. As long as Ling Zhao was not dead, he would not be able to rest easy. Kong Lan did not know that Ling Zhao did not care about such a despicable person like him. It was his wishful thinking that Ling Zhao would treat him as an opponent and pose a threat to him. Kong Lan's long sword was like a venomous snake as it pierced towards Ling Zhao, who was healing himself. His target was still Ling Zhao's heart. It was obvious that he wanted to end Ling Zhao's life in one move. Die! Kong Lan looked at the tip of the sword that was getting closer and closer to Ling Zhao. His face was filled with excitement and malevolence, as if he could already see Ling Zhao dying in front of his eyes. At this critical moment, Ling Zhao, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened his dragon eyes. An oppressive aura was released and his hand moved as fast as lightning. He grabbed Kong Lan's long sword with his bare hands. "You! Go to hell!" Kong Lan was shocked at first. He then spun the long sword in his hand and concentrated all his spiritual energy into the long sword in an attempt to cripple Ling Zhao's hand. Unfortunately, he found that the long sword in his hand could not move at all. No matter how much strength he exerted, it was of no use. Kong Lan's eyes were filled with extreme shock. He never thought that Ling Zhao would be able to resist after such a short period of time. "Do you want my life? You're not qualified," Ling Zhao said faintly as he exerted strength in his wrist. The high-grade spiritual weapon was actually broken by Ling Zhao. Kong Lan did not hesitate and immediately retreated. He realized that even if Ling Zhao was seriously injured, he would still be able to deal with him. Unfortunately, before he could retreat more than a meter, he felt a chill on his neck and his mind immediately went blank. He subconsciously grabbed his neck with both hands and his eyes widened. It was obvious that he could not accept the truth. In the end, his body fell backward and was swept away by the rippling waves of the lake to who knows where. Ling Zhao held the sword tip that was still stained with blood and casually threw it away. His dragon eyes were filled with disdain. At this time, Ling Zhao's body had already recovered from most of his injuries. With the help of Lu Wang and the ancient Emperor Divine Art, his injured skin and flesh quickly healed. His sinister appearance from before had already recovered by 70 to 80%, and his battle strength had also recovered by 10 to 20%. Although it was only 10% to 20% of his strength, it was enough to instantly kill a mid-level heavenly venerate like Kong Lan. After this battle, Ling Zhao had also gained a lot. He did not have time to savor the feeling for the time being. 2 elixirs appeared in his palm and he immediately threw them into his mouth. Then, several top-grade blood crystals appeared. They were instantly shattered and entered Ling Zhao's mouth to replenish the essence blood he had lost. With the elixirs and top-grade blood crystals as a supplement, Ling Zhao's aura soared instantly. At the same time, his flesh and blood began to heal at a rapid rate. Layers of golden light enveloped him, and tiny golden dragons constantly wandered around him, looking extremely mighty and extraordinary. This was the phenomenon of the ancient emperor's divine technique healing at full speed. The divine technique was rapidly devouring the medicinal properties of the elixirs and the essence blood of the top-grade blood crystals. At this time, in a direction not far away, a group of people noticed the abnormality on Ling Zhao's side. An old man leading the group exclaimed, It's the Vajra 5 transformation technique. Not good, he's recovering from his injuries. We can't wait any longer. We have to kill him immediately. There were a total of 10 people in this group, and the old man who spoke was a high-level mystic emperor. Behind him were 2 mid-level mystic emperors, 4 low-level mystic emperors, and 3 half-step emperors. This force was almost the Gu family's supreme elites. This time, they not only wanted to kill Ling Xiao here, but they also wanted to destroy all the forces that Ling Xiao had established to vent their hatred. 10 powerful auras moved together. They could no longer care about bullying the young. As long as Ling Xiao was not eliminated, he would eventually become a hidden danger to the Gu family. Therefore, they were determined to make Ling Xiao stay here forever. Bang bang. At this time, the people who were fighting at the bottom of the lake rushed out. The first to come out were a few ordinary-looking martial artists. They were obviously Sha Tian's gold killer assassins. There were 2 mid-level mystic emperors and 3 low-level mystic emperors. They had just arrived in midair when they summoned their spirit beasts. They had more or less some injuries on their bodies. It was obvious that the fight at the bottom of the lake did not end well. Following that, the prodigal Little Gold, Fang Chen, and Yuan Zhantian also rushed out. The prodigal's flames were still as strong as before, but his battle strength had not decreased at all. Little Gold, on the other hand, had many wounds on its body. Each one was shocking to look at, but its killing intent was still as strong as ever. Fang Chen also had many wounds on his body, and his aura had been greatly depleted. However, his eyes were still fixed on Sha Tian's men. Yuan Zhantian's injuries were no less than Little Gold's. One of his arms was bleeding profusely, and it was obvious that this arm was the most heavily injured. Following their appearance, many broken limbs appeared on the surface of the lake. It was obvious that some people had been killed at the bottom of the lake, and these people were obviously Sha Tian's men. You bastards, don't run if you have the guts. I will kill all of you. The prodigal's warlike personality did not lose to Ling Zhao's. After he came out from the bottom of the lake, he shouted and charged towards Sha Tian's men with his gun. Second young master, don't be rash. There are experts coming. Fang Chen stopped the prodigal. His gaze was fixed on the 10 emperor-level experts from the Gu clan. The prodigal also stopped in his tracks and looked in the direction Fang Chen was looking at. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. I will kill as many as they come. What is there to be afraid of? Sha Tian's men did not dare to act rashly for the time being. They all knew how powerful the prodigal was. If they fought him head-on, they would not be able to win. The Gu clan's high-level mystic the Arch was called Gu Ai. The 2 mid-level mystic thearchs were Gu Sai and Gu Ma. The 3 of them were the Gu clan's grand supreme elders. They were even older than Gu Xing, who was killed by Ling Xiao previously. The other emperor-level experts were also the Gu clan's almighty experts. Gu Xing's death and Ling Zhao's rapid rise had forced the Gu clan to take this matter seriously. I will deal with this heaven fire brat. You guys go and kill the others. Gu Dong, I will leave the brat's head to you. Gu Ai calmly instructed his men. Then, a powerful energy burst forth from him, and a large world instantly enveloped the area. Countless purple snakes and pythons shot out like lightning. Rumble. Thunder roared and lightning flashed. The powerful aura caused the entire area to shake. The area within a few thousand meters was filled with his snakes. This Gu Ai was a thunder attribute martial artist. His world power was the Thunder Snake world. It had already reached the mid-grade spirit level world power. Its power was not to be underestimated. Sha Tian's men immediately retreated far away. The prodigal held his gun, and his aura also exploded. A Chilan mythical beast shadow appeared behind him. This was the shadow of his own body. It was so solid and frightening. He waved the gun in his hand. Countless deep purple flames burned like waves of fire. His gun shadow attacked Gu Ai, who was in the Thunder Snake world. However, Gu Sha's thunder snakes were not ordinary creatures. They opened their bloody mouths and pounced towards the prodigal. Countless lightning bolts surrounded the prodigal, preventing him from getting close to Gu Ai. Gu Ai raised both his hands slightly and shouted, 10,000 lightning strike. Suddenly, the color of the sky changed. Dark clouds instantly covered the sky. Following that, streaks of lightning as thick as water buckets came crashing down. Rumble! The terrifying power of the heavens made people tremble in fear. At this time, the martial artists not far away had all escaped. A battle between emperor-level martial artists was not something they could simply watch. A celestial venerable could die with just a little bit of energy. Who would not be afraid of being implicated? Xiao Jin, Fang Chen, and Yuan Zhantian were entangled by the people from the Gu family. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. The low-level mystic the Arch from the Gu family, Gu Dong, was already rushing towards Ling Zhao's position. If Ling Xiao had the cultivation of an emperor-level martial artist previously, he was now seriously injured. Gu Dong was not afraid of him at all. Damn bastard, how dare you kill my fifth brother? Give me your life. Gu Dong was Gu Xing's elder brother. Ling Xiao had killed Gu Xing, so it was a great enmity. Gu Dong was filled with murderous intent towards Ling Xiao. Gu Dong was serious. He knew how powerful the Vajra 5 transformation art was and was afraid that Ling Xiao could recover quickly. Rays of golden sword qi formed the shape of a dragon and roared towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao turned his head and frowned slightly. His mental strength surged out like a tide. An invisible golden dragon spear danced with the powerful tyrant dragon spear art and smashed into Gu Dong's mental realm. Suddenly, Gu Dong felt his mental realm was in chaos. It was as if his mind was about to explode. Ah! He let out a blood-curdling screech, and his powerful move immediately dissipated. He held his head and rolled around in the lake. Ling Zhao's consciousness moved. The ice and fire sword flew out of the spatial ring as if it had a mind of its own. Gu Dong's head was immediately cut off, and a pool of blood gushed out like a fountain. After a while, Ling Xiao finally finished absorbing the energy of the elixir and top-grade blood crystal. Although his combat strength had not returned to its peak, he could still fight. The glazed dragon scale armor around his body slowly appeared again. A mighty golden dragon began to roar. He waved his hand and Gu Dong's head appeared in his hand. Then he shot up into the sky. Whoever wants my life, Ling Xiao, get over here. Ling Zhao's voice was like a dragon's roar, spreading thousands of miles away. Chapter 789. Whoever wants my, Ling Zhao's life, get your ass over here. Ling Xiao was like a real dragon coming into being. His roar was filled with a domineering and fierce killing intent. His voice shook thousands of miles, and all the experts who remained on the lake felt their eardrums go numb. For a moment, everyone stopped fighting. They did not expect Ling Xiao to recover from his half-dead state in just 2 hours. His speed was simply too amazing. The prodigal retreated to Ling Zhao's side and asked, "Boss, are you all right?" Ling Xiao patted the prodigal's shoulder and said, "Boss, it's not that easy to die. Even if someone were to die, they would be the ones to die first." "That's right, especially this old guy. His lightning is too domineering. If not for my thick skin, I would have been injured by him." The prodigal pointed at Gu Ai and said. At this time, Xiao Jin and Fang Chen retreated to Ling Zhao's side. The injured Yuan Zhantian did not get too close to Ling Xiao, but he had undoubtedly chosen to stand on Ling Zhao's side. Ling Xiao saw Yuan Zhantian's injured arm and frowned slightly. He threw a small bottle at him. This small bottle contained the spring of life. Every drop had a strong healing ability and could even strengthen one's physique. Ling Xiao could not bear to use it because he was seriously injured just now. Now that he gave Yuan Zhantian a drop, it was clear that he was very grateful for Yuan Zhantian's help. Ling Xiao had always been clear about gratitude and grudges. If others were good to him, Ling Xiao would definitely repay them handsomely. If others were not good to him, he would return the favor several times over. Yuan Zhantian did not know what Ling Xiao had given him, but he knew that Ling Xiao would not harm him. He didn't even think about it and immediately drank the spring of life. All of a sudden, he felt that his body had undergone an astonishing change. The injuries on his body were recovering at an extremely fast speed, and the hidden injuries left behind from his previous battles seemed to have been cleansed once again. All of his muscles recovered a vigorous vitality, and the energy of his body seemed to have increased by a lot. Gu Ai and the others did not pay attention to the recovering Yuan Zhantian. The 9 of them surrounded Ling Zhao's group, while the 5 Sha Tian's emperor-level experts watched them covetously. On the surface, the difference in strength between Ling Zhao's group and their opponents was too great. In the eyes of others, they could only be defeated. In the eyes of Gu Ai and the others, Ling Zhao's group was like fish in a barrel. Gu Ai stared at the head in Ling Zhao's hand, her eyes flashing with anger. You actually killed Gu Dong, you little bastard, you really are ruthless. Ling Xiao tiptoed and looked at the head in Gu Ai's hand. He sneered, if a piece of trash dies, then so be it. Why are you so angry? With that, he exerted force in his palm, and Gu Dong's head instantly turned into a puddle of blood. Damn it, go! Chop them all into minced meat. Gu Ai shouted with his eyes wide open. Then he once again unleashed the power of the world of thunder serpents and enveloped Ling Zhao's group. Boss, leave him to me. I'll leave the rest to you. The prodigal took the lead and entered Gu Ai's world of thunder serpents with his spear. At this time, the Gu family members also summoned their spirit beasts. Every spirit beast had the strength of a level 7, and 2 of them were flood dragons. Their combat strength was also quite strong. For a moment, the sky above the lake was shaken by waves of tyrannical aura, causing the sky and earth to shake. The power of Gu Ai's world of thunder serpents was even more shocking. Ling Xiao held the ice and fire sword in his hand, and his aura continued to rise. Xiao Jin, on the other hand, stuck close to him. Today, let me slaughter to my heart's content. Ling Zhao's expression was still a little pale, but his aura had recovered by 70%, and his mental strength was still full. Since the start of the battle with Wu Bufan, Ling Xiao had not used his mental strength. He only used it once when he attacked Gu Dong just now. It could be said that his mental strength had become the greatest reliance for him to injure his enemies. He did not need to summon the Earth Flame Tiger and the Dragon Lady. Now, his mental strength was divided into 2 and attacked 2 low-level mystic thearchs at the same time. The ice and fire sword in his hand also left his hand and flew out. The 2 emperor-ranked experts who were hit by the mental energy immediately lost their ability to fight and screamed miserably. The ice and fire swords were divine weapons that could reap lives, so their heads were immediately chopped off. The people of the Gu clan didn't know what had happened, but it had already turned out like this, causing them to become sluggish. Fang Chen was originally an assassin. The moment the people from the Gu clan were stunned, he pounced forward like a leopard hunting its prey, and the long sword in his hand quickly reaped the heads of the 2 half-thearchs. The remaining people from the Gu clan all cried out in anger. Damn it, quickly kill them all. Gu Sai was the first to cry out, and a large amount of the world's energy enveloped towards Ling Xiao. Facing a mid-level mystic thearch, Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless, and he concentrated all his mental strength towards Gu Sai. The formless golden dragon spear shadow attacked, and it was definitely a great killing weapon that could not be defended against. Gu Sai's mental strength was also instantly attacked, and the intense turbulence in his sea of consciousness caused his consciousness to become chaotic. The moment his body stopped was also the moment his head was chopped off. Haha, your people from the Gu clan are only SOSO. All of you are trash, and yet you dare to come and take this young master's life. Ling Zhao's killing intent intensified, and after he chopped off Gu Sai's head, he couldn't help but laugh maniacally. He had not taken any action against the forces of the Gu clan because he felt that the time was not right. Now that his wings were fully fledged, the Gu clan and the Sha Tian clan had already entered his list of forces that he had to kill as soon as possible. Following the death of Gu Sai, the rest of the people from the Gu clan were rather shocked. They could not understand how two dignified low-level mystic thearchs and a mid-level mystic the Arch were killed in a blink of an eye. If Ling Xiao really had such formidable combat strength, why didn't he instantly kill Wu Bufan when he was fighting with him? Instead, he fought bitterly until the end? One of the mid-level mystic thearchs from the Sha Tian clan seemed to have realized something as he exclaimed to his people, "This person cannot be killed anymore, retreat immediately. Since you are here, don't even think of escaping." Ling Xiao had already sensed that Sha Tian clan was about to retreat. He did not want to watch them escape just like that. He temporarily gave up on killing the members of the Gu clan. After all, Fang Qin, Xiao Jin, and Yuan Zhantian were more than enough to deal with the remaining members of the Gu clan. Ling Zhao's speed was raised to the extreme as he continuously used his mental energy to attack the two mid-level mystic thearchs. Since his mental energy was weak, it would definitely not be able to deal much damage to them. However, it would be able to slow down their speed. Ling Zhao's purple heavenly fire instantly enveloped the two of them. The heavenly fire could burn anything. Even if the two mid-level mystic thearchs were to be touched by the heavenly fire, they would not be able to extinguish it. Ultimately, they were still incinerated into ashes. The other three low-level mystic thearchs could not escape from Ling Zhao's unparalleled speed as well as his formless and traceless mental energy attack. The five thearchs did not even have the strength to resist and had already perished in his hands. This kind of pleasurable killing that was akin to waiting for death made Ling Xiao feel extremely satisfied. After this massacre, Ling Zhao's mental energy had been greatly depleted. When he rushed back to the lake, the few of them were still fighting. Fang Chen was obviously at a disadvantage and was being forced into a sorry state by the other party. His 7th-grade rat spirit beast was being bitten by Gu Ma's 7th-grade flood dragon and was covered in injuries. Xiao Jin relied on the power of its third eye and its strong physique to withstand the attacks of a low-level mystic the Arch and a 7th-grade spirit beast without being defeated. However, the injuries on its body had increased by quite a bit. As for Yuan Zhantian, he relied on his own strength to withstand the attacks of a low-level mystic the Arch, a half the Arch, and two 7th-grade spirit beasts without being defeated. In fact, he even had the upper hand. His injuries had already recovered with the help of Ling Zhao's spring liquid. His condition had reached an unprecedented state. His world of countless sacred battle apes split into 4 groups and attacked the 2 humans and 2 beasts. The might of the fighting heaven staff art was as strong as ever. On the other side, the battle between the prodigal and Gu AI was the most intense. The prodigal had the help of the divine fire and was a divine beast. His battle strength was close to that of a high-level mystic the Arch. Gu AI was a genuine high-level mystic the Arch. He had lived for countless years and fought countless battles in his life. With the help of the Thunder Force, he had always had the upper hand. However, he realized that the young man in front of him was extremely abnormal. After being struck by his thunder snake many times, the young man was only crying out in pain and did not seem to be injured at all. This caused a huge wave to rise in his heart. Even a mid-level mystic the Arch would be severely injured if they were struck by his thunder snake. Even a normal high-level mystic the Arch would not be able to withstand it so easily. However, this young man in front of him, whose strength he could not see through, was fine after being struck by his thunder snake. How could he not feel frustrated? "Old man, come on. Aren't you very powerful? You want to kill me with just a mere thunder snake? Dream on." The more the prodigal spoke, the angrier he became. The flintlock in his hand stabbed towards Gu AI. In his world of generosity, Gu AI dodged calmly and did not dare to get involved in the prodigal's fire. The thunder snake continued to dance and attack wildly. After fighting for a long time, Gu AI diverted his attention to sense if the battle on the other side had ended. However, this distraction caused his mind to be in a mess. The auras of the people he brought along had all disappeared. No, impossible. How could they be killed so quickly? Gu AI exclaimed. He abandoned the prodigal and flew in the direction he came from. How could the prodigal allow him to run away like this? He chased after him hurriedly. Once again he returned to the sky above the lake. There was no longer anyone from the Gu clan waiting for Gu Ai. In front of him were Ling Xiao, Fong Chen, and Yuan Zhantin. As for Little Gold, it had already been kept by Ling Xiao. Gu Sai, Gu Ma, where did all of you go? Gu Ai looked around and realized that there was really no one else's aura. He could not accept this reality and shouted loudly. His heart was filled with sorrow. Go on and shout. Even if you shout until your throat breaks, no one will care about you. They are all waiting for you in the netherworld. Ling Xiao said coldly. Chapter 790. The Gu family's 10 emperors were practically all the Gu family's supreme grade elites. They'd set out together to kill Ling Xiao, then head to Wine Cloud City and annihilate all of Ling Xiao's forces so that they could display the Gu family's might and let everyone in the central region know that the Gu family wasn't to be trifled with. They'd already taken Ling Xiao's strength quite seriously this time. However, they didn't know how strange and frightening Ling Xiao's method of killing was. He didn't even need to use much spiritual energy to kill people one by one. This was almost like a demon's killing, which made people feel extremely terrified. Gu Ai couldn't understand it no matter how hard he tried. Their strength was enough to sweep through any of the 18 great powers, but they'd clearly gained the upper hand, yet they'd still been completely annihilated by a few people. He simply couldn't accept this fact. Damn it, I'm going to kill all of you here. Gu Ai was like an enraged lion. After letting out a shout, he finally summoned his spirit beast. He'd thought that he could deal with them easily with their strength, but he hadn't expected that he'd still be forced to use his trump card. Rumble. Powerful lightning energy blasted out incessantly, and a purple figure instantly filled the air. The surroundings seemed to be affected by the lightning. An extremely powerful and oppressive aura caused the expressions of Ling Xiao and the others to turn grim. The aura was so oppressive that they felt like they couldn't move. There was no need to guess. This was definitely Gu Ai's protective spiritual beast. This spiritual beast didn't take the form of a beast, but a human. His expression was cold and gloomy, and his body was tall and mighty. Lightning energy constantly revolved around him, and his purple hair curled up like a snake, making him seem extremely arrogant and domineering. A spirit beast that could transform into a human form was a high-rank spirit beast that was at least a Class 8 spirit beast. This is a Grade 8 transformed spiritual beast. Ling Xiao couldn't help but cry out in surprise. He really didn't expect Gu Ai to have such a powerful protective spiritual beast, and it was truly a surprise to him. Thinking back to the time when he fought his way out of the medicine sect, he hadn't seen Hua Qianzhong and the others summon their protective spirit beasts. It seemed that they really didn't want to fight to the death with him and gave him a way out. Don't you know that I haven't slept enough? Why did you call me out? The purple shadow looked at Gu Ai and said coldly. It didn't seem like a conversation between a master and a servant. Instead, it felt like he was suppressing Gu Ai. Gu Ai bowed slightly and said to Ziying, Uncle Snake, I had no choice. I don't know why my Gu family's elites were killed by these bastards. I hope Uncle Snake can help me kill them all. Gu Ai actually called Ziying Uncle Snake. This form of address was indeed thought-provoking. In fact, this purple shadow was the transformation of the strange beast, Lei Shi. The Lei Shi was an ancient strange beast that possessed the thunder attribute. Its attack power was quite terrifying among those of the same rank, and it was comparable to a flood dragon and other high-rank spiritual beasts. It wasn't Gu Ai's protective spiritual beast under the master-servant contract. Instead, it was Gu Ai's ancestor's protective spiritual beast. Before his ancestor passed away, he terminated the contract with Lei Shi and asked Lei Shi to serve Gu Ai as his master. However, Gu Ai's strength was far inferior to his. Naturally, Lei Shi wouldn't be willing to submit. He only agreed to stay by Gu Ai's side as an equal and wouldn't sign a master-servant contract with Gu Ai. Gu Ai also knew that he wasn't strong enough. He couldn't force Lei Shi, so he could only agree to be an equal. Lei Shi was already a peak low-rank 8th-rank spiritual beast. He had already successfully transformed and was one of the Gu family's guardian beasts. The fact that Gu AI had summoned him meant that she was enraged. She swore that she would not be satisfied until Ling Xiao and the others were annihilated. Lei Shi glanced at Ling Xiao and the others. At first, his eyes showed extreme disdain. However, when his gaze fell on the prodigal, his body trembled slightly. No, impossible. Why is there a member of the royal family here? Hee, so it's a big snake. Your strength isn't bad. The prodigal stared at Lei Shi with a relaxed expression and laughed. He was a divine beast. Even though his rank was lower than the Thunder Serpents, he possessed the supreme divine beast bloodline of the Beast Clan. In front of low-ranked spirit beasts, he was born with a sense of superiority and arrogance. Moreover, the pressure from his bloodline could make low-ranked spirit beasts like him feel a sense of fear. Uncle Snake, is there a problem? This kid is strong and has heavenly fire. Uncle Snake, please get rid of them quickly. Gu AI said from the side. Lei Shi hesitated for a while and narrowed his eyes. He extended his senses and only relaxed when he realized that there were no more powerful auras around. He said to the prodigal, "This must be His Highness Qilin. You can leave. I don't want to make things difficult for you." Although Lei Shi was strong, he didn't want to obtain the royal family of the Qilin bloodline. Otherwise, even if he hid at the ends of the earth, he would still die. Of course, he didn't want his 10,000 years of cultivation to go up in smoke. That was why he asked the prodigal to leave. His Highness Qilin? Uncle Snake. Who exactly is he? Gu AI asked with a surprised expression. Gu AI couldn't help but worry and pay attention to an existence that could make a rank 8 spiritual beast afraid of him. Lei Shi didn't answer him. He just stared at the prodigal, waiting for his answer. The prodigal smiled coldly. A big snake like you doesn't have the right to order me. Any descendant of a divine beast, no matter how low its rank was, would never yield to any low-rank, high-rank spiritual beast. This was a noble and arrogant inheritance that came from the bloodline. Lei Shi narrowed his eyes and said fiercely, "Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite." As he finished speaking, he waved his hand and several huge thunderbolts blasted towards Ling Xiao, Fang Chen, and Yuan Zhantian. Every thunderbolt was as big as a giant tree that required several people to wrap their arms around. The terrifying destructive power was enough to kill any high-level mystic emperor. This was just a casual attack from Lei Shi, but it already had such power. This was something that Gu AI couldn't achieve even if he used all his strength. The difference between the ranks was really a huge chasm. Gu AI seemed to have seen the tragic scene of Ling Xiao and the others being annihilated. She couldn't help but feel proud in her heart. It's a great honor for me to ask Uncle Snake to come out and annihilate you. However, at this critical moment, the thunderbolts that were about to hit Ling Xiao seemed to have met with some kind of obstruction. They were forcefully blasted back in the direction of Lei Shi and Gu AI. Lei Shi was shocked. He pulled Gu AI and instantly leaped upwards to avoid being counterattacked. Lei Shi narrowed his eyes and looked in a direction in front of him. Then, without saying anything, he pulled Gu AI and turned around to escape. His speed was really as fast as lightning, making it hard for the naked eye to catch him. If you let that big snake escape, you don't have to live anymore. The prodigal suddenly said. Yes, Your Highness. A loud and clear voice responded. In an instant, a strong fiery light blew and chased in the direction of Lei Shi. Ling Xiao wiped his sweat and said, "Damn it, I almost failed miserably. I didn't expect this old fellow to have such an existence by his side." Fortunately, when the other party was talking to the prodigal, Ling Xiao had already made full preparations. As soon as Lei Shi made his move, he immediately summoned the earthly flaming tiger. Otherwise, those terrifying bolts of lightning would have already turned them into ashes. Lei Shi ran very fast with Gu AI. In the blink of an eye, they were already thousands of miles away. Unfortunately, the earthly flaming tiger was no longer what it used to be. It had already broken through a small rank and reached the intermediate level of the 8th rank. Naturally, its speed had also greatly improved. In just a few moments, it intercepted Lei Shi and Gu AI. How dare you offend His Highness? You're courting death. He roared and swung a huge tiger fist toward Lei Shi's head. The powerful tiger fist was like a mountain. The strong flames smashed toward Lei Shi with the momentum of burning the sky. Lei Shi was shocked. He quickly retreated and at the same time, threw Gu Ai far away. Several powerful thunderbolts blocked in front of the tiger fist. Boom boom boom. Thunder and lightning intersected with each other in the tiger fist, producing a deafening roar. The earthly flaming tiger's aura surged. It sent several punches toward Lei Shi again. The thunderbolts did not seem to pose much of a threat to him. Lei Shi could not escape. He could only bite the bullet and continue to resist. However, the difference in strength made it difficult for him to resist. His body was smashed far away, and fresh blood flowed out violently. Without hesitation, Ray Serpent immediately transformed into his true form. A purple snake that was more than 100 meters long appeared. Bolts of lightning continuously bombarded down from the sky. Lei Shi's body flipped a few times and pounced toward the earthly flaming tiger. Those bloodthirsty fangs and huge bloody mouth made people feel terrified. The earthly flaming tiger was still fearless. Its tiger fists carried the power to destroy heaven and earth as they smashed down continuously. After Lei Shi transformed, his aura also caught up to that of the earthly flaming tiger. He could already withstand the earthly flaming tiger's tiger fists. He kept spitting out thunderbolts and smashing them toward the earthly flaming tiger. The snake's mouth kept biting. The battle between the two was abnormally ferocious. After all, the earthly flaming tiger had just advanced to the mid-8th level not long ago. It was not his true form, so he was unable to take down Lei Shi immediately. He angrily roared, "I'm going to eat you alive." The earthly flaming tiger was also the king of tigers. He instantly transformed into his true form. The huge tiger body appeared majestic and extraordinary. The snake and tiger started fighting again. This time, Razor was no longer in a good position. Chunks of bloody flesh were bitten off by the scorching tiger, causing it to let out a blood-curdling screech. Gu Ai saw that the situation was not good and had already fled as far as he could. He thought to himself in horror, "What's going on? Why does Ling Xiao have so many capable people around him? Could it be that the evil emperor left them for him to protect his life? It's over this time. If even Uncle Shi can't win, then our Gu family will not be able to escape this calamity. We must hurry back and prepare early." Chapter 791. Although Razor was a powerful existence among those of the same level, there was not much suspense in this battle against the Earth Flaming Tiger, which was a level higher than him. Razor was covered in wounds from the Earth Flaming Tiger's incessant pounce and bite, while the Earth Flaming Tiger was also slightly injured by Razor's dying counterattack, but it was not fatal. "Lord Tiger, spare me, I don't want to be enemies with you." Razor knew that he could not withstand the might of the Earth Flaming Tiger, so he could not help but beg for mercy. It's too late to beg for mercy now." The Earth Flaming Tiger snorted coldly, and its giant claws ruthlessly smashed onto Razor's head. The huge snake's body smashed into the ground, and a pit that was hundreds of meters deep appeared. The Earth Flaming Tiger pounced down again, biting onto Razor's neck and smashing it repeatedly. Razor kept hissing, and its body kept turning and curling up. Its eyes revealed a strong, pleading look. However, the Earth Flaming Tiger had already accepted its death, so how could it let it go? Moreover, the bloodlust and killing intent between spirit beasts was much stronger than that of humans. The Earth Flaming Tiger directly bit Razor to death, and a large pool of blood spread out like a small stream, making people feel extremely disgusted. The Earth Flaming Tiger pulled Razor's body and quickly returned to the lake. Now, Ling Xiao and the others were already meditating and recovering on the shore of the lake. The consecutive fierce battles were really tragic. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had brought many powerful people with him, or else it would have been a disaster. The Earth Flaming Tiger flung Razor's 100-meter-long corpse in front of the crowd. Bang! The corpse smashed into the air, and a cloud of dust flew up. The Earth Flaming Tiger transformed into its human form, landed in front of the prodigal, and knelt down on one knee. "Your Highness, fortunately, I did not disappoint you." The prodigal frowned and asked, "Where's the other human?" "He escaped." The earth-flaming tiger revealed an awkward expression as it scratched the back of its head. "You piece of trash." The prodigal shouted angrily and directly kicked the earth-flaming tiger's strong chest. "Sorry, Your Highness. I'll go capture him and bring him back to Your Highness." The earth-flaming tiger fell to the side and apologized in panic. "Capture my A**. I don't have time to waste with you here. I really don't know why third grandpa let a piece of trash like you come with me." The prodigal raised his fist and continuously smashed it at the earth-flaming tiger. His strength was not weak at all, causing the earth-scorching flame tiger to be continuously smashed away. However, the earth-scorching flame tiger did not dare to circulate its energy to retaliate at all. It was like a little masochist, looking pitiful. It did not even have a bit of the demeanor of a powerful 8th-rank spirit beast. "Forget it, Zizai. Let's roast some snake meat first. That old bastard can't escape anyway." Ling Xiao stopped him. Following that, Ling Xiao took out his sword and prepared to dissect the thunder snake's body. Suddenly, something flashed through his mind. He put away his sword and said, "Forget it. There are so many dead spirit beasts here. Let's keep this snake and eat something else first." This was a rank 8 spirit beast with a rare thunder attribute. If he could bring it back to Wind Cloud City to be auctioned, it could be used as the finale. He could still earn a large sum of money. There were many high-grade spirit beasts here. Ling Xiao collected their useful materials one by one. There were also many emperor-grade spatial rings. These were all treasures, so Ling Xiao would definitely not let them go. After eating the spirit beast meat, Ling Xiao and the others were not in a hurry to leave. Instead, they stayed where they were to recuperate. Yuan Zhantian was eccentric and did not want to be associated with Ling Xiao and the others. He said to Ling Xiao, "I'm not your match now, but one day, I'll challenge you again. When that time comes, I hope you can use all your strength." After saying that, he did not stay and left alone. Ling Xiao wanted to ask him to stay, but he knew that people like Yuan Zhantian were born to walk the path of loneliness. They would not be moved so easily, become friends, or stay behind to lend a helping hand. However, Ling Xiao admired people like Yuan Zhantian from the bottom of his heart. Yuan Zhantian was not scheming, straightforward, and more sincere than many people. Once they became friends, he was the kind of person that Ling Xiao could trust his back to. Yuan Zhantian and Wu Bufan. With 2 opponents like them in this life, I won't be lonely anymore. Ling Xiao sighed. Yuan Zhantian was the inheritor of the sacred battle ape, who was known for his fighting prowess. He would also advance at an extremely fast speed. Wu Bufan, on the other hand, had the strongest chaotic body in the world. His future was also incomparably bright. The growth of these two was definitely fast. Moreover, Ling Xiao also had the help of the abnormal object and his mental strength. He was also confident that his advancement speed would not be slower than theirs. However, he still had to take care of his profession of alchemy. At the same time, he also had to completely build up his own force. All of these things required time. If Ling Xiao had only been cultivating, his life would not have been so exciting, and he would not have encountered so many good opportunities. He had always believed that danger and opportunity coexisted. Ling Xiao stayed in the windswept plains for 3 days. In these 3 days, he had recovered from all his injuries and was in an unprecedented good state. He digested the insights he gained after the battle with Wu Bufan. The harvest was not small, and his experience was getting richer. Now, his every movement had a kind of power charm. It was as if wherever he went, people would have this kind of feeling. It was as if he was a natural leader, making people feel a natural sense of submission and fear. Ling Xiao had always been overbearing and arrogant. The kind of affinity he gave people was different from Wu Bufan. Ling Xiao walked the path of an overlord and was destined to walk the path of conquest. People would only fear and be afraid of him. Very few people would be inexplicably close to him. "Let's go." It's time to let Sha Tian and the Gu family know the consequences of attacking me, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao said indifferently as he walked away. His dragon eyes flashed with strong killing intent. Sha Tian and the Gu family had come to find trouble with him. If he did not teach them a lesson, they would think that he was a pushover. When Ling Xiao was preparing to return from the windswept plains, his name had once again set off a shocking wave in the central region. Have you heard? The battle between Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan was decided at the Lake of Heavenly Despair. They fought for 5 days and 5 nights, and in the end, Ling Xiao defeated Wu Bufan by a single move. Have you heard? Wu Bufan has a chaotic battle body that's rarely seen in 100,000 years. His combat strength can be said to be unparalleled, but he still lost to Ling Xiao in the end. Ling Xiao is too abnormal. Have you heard? Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan both have heavenly jewels. In the end, Ling Xiao's fire attribute heavenly jewels were superior, and he became the new emperor that suppressed all his peers. Have you heard? Ling Xiao defeated Wu Bufan, and then he was attacked by many emperors. The odds are against him. News of the battle between Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan started to spread like a plague throughout the central region. There were all sorts of different rumors and theories, and it was truly a deluge of extravagant exaggerations. However, all the news also confirmed that Ling Xiao had defeated the new generation of martial spirit court's Heaven's Chosen and become the new emperor, an existence that truly suppressed all his peers. All the factions started to take Ling Xiao seriously. It seemed that this legendary demonic emperor's only disciple was truly talented. Many factions started to develop a strong interest in Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's combat strength was so terrifying, and he was also a grade 7 alchemist. These two identities were enough to shock any faction. They had no way of roping Ling Xiao into their side, but they could use other methods to form an alliance with Ling Xiao, and the most effective method was undoubtedly through marriage. Moreover, they'd asked around and found out that there were many beauties hidden in Ling Xiao's city governor's estate. They were very sure that Ling Xiao was a lecherous person, and they'd set out from this point. There was once a time when many large and small powers of the central region had brought their beauties to Wind Cloud City to pay a visit to Ling Xiao, and they hoped to form an alliance with Ling Xiao. There were also many people who'd rushed to Wind Cloud City from various places just to catch a glimpse of Ling Xiao, and they hoped to try their luck and meet Ling Xiao. There were even many hot-blooded youths who'd taken Ling Xiao as their idol, and they hoped to take Ling Xiao as their master. They'd used extreme methods to show their sincerity, such as kneeling in front of the city governor's estate, refusing to eat or drink, and so on and so forth. It was truly unbearable to watch. For a time, Wind Cloud City had become one of the most bustling cities, and the number of people coming and going had increased. Ling Xiao didn't know anything about this, and he'd first started to look for trouble with the Sha Tian organization. The Sha Tian organization was an organization that wasn't inferior to the 18 great powers, and they'd existed for a very long time. No one knew exactly how powerful their forces were, because their people were practically everywhere in the central region. As long as there was an assassination mission, they'd be the first to accept it, and they'd complete it very effectively. They had a 90% chance of completing the mission, and the 10% chance of failure was mostly because they couldn't find the target. After all, the central region was vast and boundless, and if that person went into a certain mountain range, it wouldn't be easy to find him. There were very few people like Ling Xiao who'd been targeted by the Sha Tian organization and hadn't been killed, and could still walk around unscathed. The largest city closest to the windswept plains was the territory of the 5th grade sect, the Green Bamboo sect. According to Fang Chen, most cities directly under a 5th grade force or above would have a stronghold of the Sha Tian organization. This stronghold was responsible for accepting assassination missions in the vicinity, and then they'd send people to the nearest branch to take care of the mission. Fang Chen wasn't a member of this branch, and even he didn't know where this branch was located, so he could only start searching from the stronghold. However, Fang Chen said that no assassin would easily reveal the organization's secrets. They were all professionally trained people, and they weren't afraid of death. Ling Xiao wasn't worried about this at all. He had a way to control his mental strength, and as long as he found Sha Tian's people, he would naturally have a way to find the nearby branch's address. The calamity of the Sha Tian organization and the Gu family had also begun. Chapter 792. Green Bamboo City was the territory of the 5th grade sect, the Green Bamboo Sect. Green bamboos could be seen everywhere, making the city look different from other cities. It looked more natural and aesthetic. Ling Xiao, the prodigal, and Fong Qin swaggered into Green Bamboo City. Although Ling Xiao was famous in the central region, there were only a few people who had seen him in person. Ling Xiao and the prodigal were both top-notch in terms of appearance. Their extraordinary aura attracted the gazes of the young women walking on the main road, hoping to capture the hearts of these two handsome men, or to have a taste of the two handsome men's strong bodies. However, Ling Xiao had no interest in ordinary women, and the prodigal had no feelings for humans. Those young women were destined to be disappointed. Old Fong, Zizai, and I will go to the front to drink. Go and find them, then come and find me. Ling Xiao didn't want to do it himself, so he ordered Fong Qin to do it. Fong Qin was a golden killer in Sha Tian's organization, and he knew the communication methods of Sha Tian's organization. Moreover, no one in Sha Tian's organization knew that Fong Qin was already under his control. Even if they knew, not every stronghold would be on guard. Ling Xiao and the prodigal entered the restaurant and found a place to sit down. Ling Xiao wasn't the type of person who loved alcohol as much as his life, but he loved to drink in a restaurant. The customers here often talked about the world as much as they wanted to, and there weren't too many taboos for them to talk about. Not long after the two of them sat down to drink, they heard people talking about Ling Xiao defeating Wu Bufan. Everyone talked about it with great enthusiasm, as if they were there themselves. Hearing this, Ling Xiao chuckled proudly. I didn't expect this young master to be so famous now. It had been 6 or 7 years since he came to the central region from the northwest. At that time, he thought that it would be good if he could become a Su Mingtang in the central region. But now he was famous in the central region, and there were all kinds of dangerous opportunities. He thought of Yun Mingqi. He hadn't heard from her until now, and this made his fiery heart a little irritated. He was the one who asked Yun Mingqi to become Yin He's disciple, but he didn't know that Yin He was a branch of the Black Demon sect. He wanted to use Yun Mingqi's physique as a furnace for her to consume in the future. Ling Xiao was worried that Yun Mingqi had met with misfortune. If that was the case, he would feel uneasy for the rest of his life. Could it be that the Yin He is hiding in the Black Demon sect? Maybe I'll have to visit the Black Demon sect in the future. Anyway, it belongs to the Cruel Leopard and Mad Tooth. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Not long after Ling Xiao and the prodigal sat in the restaurant, Fong Qin arrived. Young master, I've contacted them. Fong Qin bowed to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was in a bad mood, so he immediately stood up and said, Let's go, we'll destroy a few branches first, then we'll go to your original organization's lair. With Fong Qin leading the way, Ling Xiao and the prodigal followed behind. The Sha Tian organization was a force that made people tremble with fear, but the place they lived in was inconspicuous. They were good at hiding their tracks and living among the civilians, making it difficult for people to identify them. The stronghold in Green Bamboo City was also located in a simple civilian courtyard. This kind of courtyard could be seen everywhere in the city. At first glance, one would never feel that there was anything special about it. Right here? Ling Xiao asked. Even with his senses, he could not detect any powerful existence in this courtyard. He could not help but sigh at the Sha Tian organization's people who were very good at hiding and restraining their breath. I can't be wrong. After I issued the task, I began to pay attention. The person who accepted the task is not very smart. He is at most at the level of Iron Killer. With my means, it is not difficult to chase him here. Fong Qin said confidently. He could be ranked as the second golden killer of the Sha Tian organization, so he was very good at tracking and stealth killing. Ling Xiao did not say anything more, and directly kicked open the courtyard's door. Bang! As the wooden door was kicked open, the people inside the house instantly ran out. There were not many people, only 2 men and a woman. Looking at their untidy clothes, it seemed that they were looking for something good. Who are you? The 3 people pretended to be in a panic, and one of them asked. Ling Xiao looked at one of them, frowned, and slightly raised his eyebrows. An advanced spirit charm suppressed that person. This iron killer was only a middle-stage Earth Emperor, an ordinary assassin who accepted the task. In the face of Ling Xiao's advanced spirit charm, there was almost no room for resistance. The man was stunned for a moment, but in the blink of an eye, he recovered. Ling Xiao said to him faintly, "Kill the two of them." The man nodded and said, "Yes, master." After saying that, a sickle appeared in his hand. He quickly waved it, and the man and woman beside him were killed by their companions before they knew what happened. "Take me to your branch," Ling Xiao said, then turned and walked away, as if the two dead people had nothing to do with him. That person responded and obediently led the way in front of them. The Sha Tian branch was not in Green Bamboo City, but in a civilian village not far from the city. Who would have thought that the Sha Tian assassins, who received high commissions for killing people, would live in such a place? As soon as he stepped into the village, Ling Xiao immediately noticed something strange. Although the people walking around looked like commoners, their sharp gazes couldn't fool him. "I think they are all here. Fang Chen, make your move," Ling Xiao said coldly with his arms crossed in front of his chest. Fang Chen nodded lightly, and a powerful aura began to fill the air. The long sword in his hand surged with countless sword qi, and he attacked these people who looked like civilians. Those people were caught off guard and were immediately killed by Fang Chen's powerful sword qi. With Fang Chen's attack, the assassins in the small village were all alarmed. Sword qis that were stealthily shooting out. Who dares to be so bold? A high-level heavenly venerable rushed out of nowhere. Looking at his menacing appearance, it was obvious that he was the leader here. Ling Xiao and the prodigal just watched the show, and did not make a move. Fang Chen's generous world energy was enough to kill hundreds of people here. Dozens of heavenly venerables, hundreds of earthly emperors, and king stage experts could not resist at all, and were all slaughtered by Fang Chen. A small strategic location of the Sha Tian branch was easily destroyed by Ling Xiao just like that. Finally, Ling Xiao asked the prodigal to set the whole village on fire, and not even a strand of hair was left. His purpose was to let the people of Sha Tian know that he, Ling Xiao, was here for revenge, and let them know how powerful he was. Didn't they want to kill people? Then try the fear of being killed instead. Next, Ling Xiao and the other two continued to the next stronghold of the Sha Tian organization. After 2 months, Ling Xiao and the other two used the same method to eliminate a total of 6 branches of the Sha Tian organization. One of the branches had the arch in command, and Ling Xiao took her in as a servant. This servant was called Luo Yu, and she was a low-level mystic, the arch of the water attribute. Now, if Ling Xiao wanted to take in servants, they had to be above the arch level. His foundation was still weak, and if he took in such loyal servants, he could build a strong force in the future, and he might even be able to surpass the spiritual martial pavilion and become the #1 force in the central region. As Ling Xiao went around killing the branches of the Sha Tian organization started to call for a high-level meeting. In a barren mountain somewhere in the central region, there was a secret passage that led to the belly of the mountain. There were lights on both sides of the secret passage, allowing people to see the direction. As they walked, there were stone doors on both sides, and it seemed like there were people living in them. At the end of the secret passage, there was a spacious and empty space. It was a few hundred meters wide and could accommodate many people. This was the headquarters of the Sha Tian organization. Who would have thought that the headquarters of such a huge organization would be built under a mountain like this? Perhaps, assassins were a profession that couldn't see the light of day, and these people were also a group of people that couldn't see the light of day. A man wearing a sinister mask and a cloak sat boldly on the seat of honor. He revealed a pair of cold eyes as he looked at the 10 people below him. These 10 people were also wearing masks. There were cow heads, horse faces, demons, ghosts, all kinds of different appearances, and they looked especially gloomy and fearful. People who accidentally entered this place would think that they had entered the netherworld. There was a small sword embroidered on the chest of these people's clothes. 3 or 4 of them had warm jade swords embroidered on them, while the rest had golden swords embroidered on them. These were the Jade Assassins and Gold Assassins who represented the Sha Tian organization, the strongest elites of the Sha Tian organization. Needless to say, the person sitting on the seat of honor was the highest representative of the Sha Tian organization. His title was the same as the organization's name, Sha Tian. This was the only title that every generation of Sha Tian leaders had. Sha Tian spoke in a cold and hoarse voice. "What matter is so urgent that I have to deal with it personally?" One of the Jade Assassins stepped forward and bowed, reporting to Palace Master. "We accepted a mission from the Gu family to kill a person called Ling Xiao. We failed at first, so we sent a gold assassin to kill him, but it still failed. Recently, we sent 10 gold assassins, but the mission still failed." A cold glint flashed in Shatian's eyes as he scolded, "A bunch of useless trash. If the opponent is so strong, why did you send them to their deaths?" At first, we received intelligence that he was only a high-level Earth Emperor, but his strength exceeded our expectations. That's why. The Jade Assassin explained. "Don't tell me that. There are no excuses or reasons for failure. Our aim is to complete every mission with the lowest cost, but now we've lost so many gold assassins. You're all trash." Sha Tian waved his hand and scolded loudly. Chapter 793. The Sha Tian organization's goal was to kill people to earn rewards. However, before accepting the first mission, they had to understand the basic information of the person they wanted to kill. Only after confirming the person's strength would they send the corresponding assassin to complete the mission. Now that Lu Lu had sent someone to assassinate Ling Xiao but failed to complete the mission, the Sha Tian Palace Master was very angry. A mere Earth Sovereign Realm cultivator, even Jin Sha had sent out, but returned without success. Moreover, he had even lost a lot of people. How could he not be angry? Although the organization was huge and had many assassins, every single Jin Sha was a rare pillar of the organization. They were the leaders of the various branches. Every death was an immeasurable loss to them. The 10 or so people under the Sha Tian Palace Master were all trembling in fear. Facing their Palace Master, they were afraid from the bottom of their hearts. This was because to become the new generation of Sha Tian Palace Master, they were all people who had gone through countless massacres. Their hands were stained with blood and souls. They were the strongest people in the organization. His prestige was not something that just anyone could challenge. Palace Master, that Ling Xiao is the disciple of the demonic emperor. His cultivation speed is very fast. This is the reason why we failed. In a short 2 to 3 years, he has already reached the strength of a high-level heavenly venerable. However, he has the battle strength to kill the mystic emperor. Recently, he defeated the martial spirit court's chaotic battle physique, Wu Bufan, and became the new generation's genius. That Yu Sha carefully explained. After hearing this, the Sha Tian Palace Master fell silent. Cold Yin energy was constantly emitted from his body. The thick smell of blood made people feel extremely uncomfortable and suffocated. So it's his disciple. Hi, good. I didn't expect that guy to have a successor. Then I will personally kill your successor. Suddenly, the Sha Tian Palace Master laughed and shouted. Although his face was covered by a mask, it was not hard to imagine his crazy look. It was as if he had a monstrous hatred for the demonic emperor. There is one more thing to report to the Palace Master. Another Yu Sha stood up and bowed. The Sha Tian Palace Master calmed himself down and asked, "What else?" That Yu Sha replied, "A few of our branches were killed." What the hell is going on? Sha Tian's expression changed again as he shouted. Every one of Sha Tian's strongholds and branches were hidden and hard to find. It was not easy for ordinary people to find them. In the past, he had occasionally been discovered by others, but he had never lost a branch in one go. Now, several of his branches had been destroyed. How could he not be shocked? This has only happened recently. They are all in the regions near the Lake of Heaven Severance. All the jade tubes of life in the various branches have been destroyed, and almost none of them survived. It's obvious that the culprit is after us. I suspect that the culprit is that Ling Xiao. There are many mysterious helpers around him, and I suspect that they might have been left behind by the evil emperor to protect him, Yu Sha said. It's Ling Xiao again. Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Why are you guys so helpless? Sha Tian said indignantly. For a moment, no one dared to breathe too loudly. At this time, a masked Jin Sha slowly walked out and said, Palace Master, this Ling Xiao can't be underestimated. I once sent tens of thousands of black serpent crows to suppress the Wind Cloud City, but it was all in vain. He does have many emperor-ranked helpers by his side, and his own combat strength is quite extraordinary. I feel that we should send Yu Sha out to prevent any future troubles. This Jin Sha was none other than the person who had once joined forces with Fong Qin to deal with Ling Xiao. He also had the Devil's Eye and could control dark attribute spiritual beasts. His strength was the lowest among everyone present, but his status was not low. The number of people he had killed was no less than everyone else present. Should we use Yu Sha? Sha Tian muttered to himself for a moment, then he said in a clear voice, All right, this time we'll send Yu Sha to deal with this junior. We must capture him and bring him back. This palace master wants to personally take care of the evil emperor's only successor. At the same time, order all the branches to disperse and not accept any missions for now. We'll only lift our guard after we capture and kill Ling Xiao. Sha Tian's organization was simply too large. After Ling Xiao destroyed a few of the branches, he felt that it was no longer interesting. Killing these small fries was just to vent his anger, and it would not affect the foundation of Sha Tian's organization in the first place. Ling Xiao did not want to play around anymore, so he returned to Wind Cloud City to discuss with the others on how to carry out the most thorough operation against Sha Tian's organization and the Gu family. He had become famous, but his organization was not yet famous, so he had to make a name for himself. Otherwise, only he would be famous, but no one would know about his organization. This was not something that Ling Xiao wanted to see. Once he returned to Wind Cloud City, Ling Xiao was no longer intercepted. The city guards immediately recognized Ling Xiao, and with a loud clatter, all of them knelt on one knee in front of Ling Xiao and said in unison, Welcome back to the city, City Lord. The uniform and excited shouts instantly reverberated endlessly in front of the city gate. Following that, the people near the city gates all looked towards Ling Xiao, their eyes filled with incomparable excitement and respect. He's the city lord, Ling Xiao. He's so young and he looks like a handsome youth. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. You don't understand. Don't look at how young he is, but his strength is much more powerful than you can imagine. Even ordinary mystic thearchs are not his match. Not long ago, he defeated the first pavilion's young pavilion master, Wu Bufan, and became the strongest of the new generation in the central region. The city lord is also a 7th-grade alchemist. At his age, it won't be a problem for him to become an alchemist saint in the future. His future can be said to be bright. Yes, and I heard that the city lord cherishes the citizens and did not hesitate to put himself in danger to block the enemies. He did not let us get hurt. From now on, I will settle down here. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, but then he smiled and said, All of you, get up. There's no need to be so formal in the future. After saying that, he walked into the city. However, he found that his path was being watched by the people nearby. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. Just as he was about to say something, his expression froze. These people automatically separated into 2 sides and bowed towards him, calling out, Greetings, City Lord Ling. There were martial artists and commoners among these people. They were all people who worshipped Ling Xiao. They were paying their respects to Ling Xiao, to a new generation's genius, to a future legend. Ling Xiao did not expect these citizens to be so enthusiastic, and his heart suddenly felt warm. This feeling is really good. Ling Xiao smiled and then said to these people, Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. We're all on the same side, so feel free to do as you please. I, Ling Xiao, am not some big shot. City Lord Ling, you are our greatest city lord. We will stay here forever. Someone blurted out in surprise. Yes, that's right. City Lord Ling, we are willing to build Wind Cloud City with you and make it our forever home. Yes, We swear to follow City Lord Ling to the death. Yes, yes, we swear to follow City Lord Ling to the death. These people were all infected by Ling Xiao's astonishing deeds one after another. Their support for Ling Xiao had almost reached a state of blind faith. Adding on the fact that Ling Xiao was so amiable to others, it made them even more convinced. Following the sound, everyone in Wind Cloud City knew that Ling Xiao had returned. Many of the citizens kept on crowding over. At first, Ling Xiao did not resist having good relations with the citizens. However, he found that his body had suffered quite a bit of perverted hands, and even his clothes had been torn apart. Ling Xiao had no choice but to casually call out a few times and fly back to the city lord's mansion at an extremely fast speed. As soon as he returned to the city, Xian Yao, Feng Xianyun, Kai Shiyue, and a group of Ling Xiao's direct subordinates were already waiting. When they saw Ling Xiao's battered and exhausted appearance, they all revealed happy smiles. "Ha, a young master, you also have such a day." Xian Yao joked with a smile. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "You swindler, you're still laughing at this young master. How can that be? This is to prove that young master's charm is extraordinary." Xian Yao waved his hand with a gratified smile. When he first chose to follow Ling Xiao, it was precisely because he was optimistic about Ling Xiao's development prospects. However, he did not expect that Ling Xiao would rise in just a few years, which really surprised him. The stronger the person he followed, the further he would go in the future, and the better he would be able to display what he had learned. "That's true. Looking at my many beautiful wives, you know that this young master's charm is extraordinary," Ling Xiao said to Feng Xianyun and Kai Shiyue with a smile. While he was praising himself, he also tactfully praised his women. The two women flirtatiously rolled their eyes at Ling Xiao, and Feng Xianyun said, "Xiao, let's go into the hall and talk. You still have a lot of things to deal with." "What can't the swindler handle?" Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. He was now completely delegating power to Xian Yao to manage all the affairs of Wind Cloud City, and he had complete trust in him. Now, he said that he needed him to deal with something, so he asked this question. "This is young master's private matter, it's inconvenient for me to deal with it." Xian Yao gently waved his white fan and smiled. "Private matter? Could it be that someone came to challenge me again?" Ling Xiao asked. Everyone smiled without saying anything, which made Ling Xiao depressed for a while. After entering the hall, Ling Xiao looked at a pile of letters placed on the table and felt a headache. Ling Xiao sat on the city lord's seat, opened these letters, and began to read. It turned out that these letters were all about marriage alliances sent by some forces, such as, the leader of the River Dragon Gang, a 6th grade sect, has a woman who is willing to marry City Lord Ling as a concubine, hoping to establish an eternal relationship with City Lord Ling. Another example, the 5th grade aristocratic family, Huang family, has a woman. Seeing these kinds of records, Ling Xiao suddenly became happy. He really didn't expect these forces to flatter him like this, which really surprised him. He touched his nose and said to himself, "They've already sent women to this young master. Why don't they send something more substantial? Do they really think that this young master is a peerless lecher? This young master is very loyal." As soon as his words fell, he was immediately met with countless white lights. Chapter 794. Ling Xiao already had quite a few women now, yet he still had the nerve to say that he was very loyal. This fellow's skin was really thick. Feng Xianyun couldn't help but say, "You are not allowed to accept any of these women." Feng Xianyun had always been very tolerant of Ling Xiao and rarely interfered with Ling Xiao's private affairs. But now, there were at least 80 women who had sent themselves to his door. If he really accepted them, what would happen? Feng Xianyun was a normal woman, and all women would be jealous. Ling Xiao immediately said, "Don't worry, madam. My husband's heart is firm. How can he be moved by a mere temptation?" He then said to Xian Yao, "Fraud, you can reject these things on my behalf. But I think you can have a good talk with them and allow them to build a transmission array with our city and communicate with each other." Xian Yao nodded lightly and said, "Young master's idea coincides with mine. As long as we build a transmission array with them, It will be much more convenient to go anywhere, and we can also have more transactions with each other. Although Ling Xiao didn't care much about things, he had always been smart. Of course, he knew what was at stake. He wanted to make Wind Cloud City the #1 city in the world. Then, Xian Yao told Ling Xiao about the many people who had sent their children to the city lord's mansion to be apprenticed to him and let him decide. I don't have the leisure to accept disciples. I have a lot of things to do. Let them go. Ling Xiao said without thinking. He had accepted disciples on a whim before, but he didn't have time to teach them. Now that he was just starting out, how could he have the mood to care about this? Xian Yao said, "Young master, I have a compromise. Do you think it will work?" "Yes, let's hear it," Ling Xiao replied. "Now that our castellan's mansion has established itself and young master's reputation is already resounding enough, we should now move on to the next step of our plan," Xian Yao said. He paused for a moment before continuing. The castellan's mansion is ultimately just a place to speak and manage the city. It's not conducive to everyone's peaceful cultivation. The real important place of any force will not be in the city, so we should now redivide the area and establish a real force. Only then will we be qualified to be on par with the other major forces, and only then can we recruit more capable people and expand our territory. At this time, Lu Kun, who had been silent, also said, "Yes, young master, the time is ripe. It is the time for young master to establish a force." Yang Xianfeng also said, "I agree. With young master's popularity, you can definitely become the strongest force." For a moment, all the elders in the hall also supported this decision. Although the area of the city lord's mansion was quite large, it was a city with a relatively large flow of people. Moreover, each of them was a first-class supermaster. They needed a large amount of world energy when they cultivated. Once they began to absorb the world energy with all their strength, the world energy in this part of the world would be weakened, and they wouldn't be satisfied. This would also affect the cultivation of many martial artists in the city, which was a very bad thing. This was also the reason why many forces built their true cultivation grounds in the mountains and valleys. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "I came back this time to solve this problem. We're close to the Death Mountain range, so we can only choose a location there. I'll leave this matter to the trickster. He must choose a heavenly abode, otherwise, you'll be the one to blame." Xian Yao nodded slightly and said, "Young master, you can rest assured. But what should our sect be called? It won't be called the Wind and Cloud sect, right?" At this time, everyone's eyes fell on Ling Xiao, waiting for his answer. This young master hasn't thought about it carefully. Let's talk about it after choosing a place. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then he said, "Not long ago, when I fought with Wu Bufan, Sha Tian and the Gu family attacked this young master. They thought that this young master was easy to bully, but in the end, they suffered a double loss. These days, Fang Qin and I have challenged a lot of Sha Tian's organizations. After confirming that our sect has been established, it will be time for us to go against Sha Tian and the Gu family. Does anyone have any objections?" Although Ling Xiao was asking for their opinion, his sonorous voice was filled with murderous intent, and no one was allowed to object. Besides Xian Yao and Ling Xiao's woman, everyone else looked at Ling Xiao in shock. They hadn't expected that Ling Xiao would have such courage and boldness to challenge two great powers at the same time. All of them felt that Ling Xiao was being too aggressive. Both of these powers were renowned in the Central Territory. Not to mention annihilating them, an ordinary person would feel lucky if they didn't set their sights on them. However, Ling Xiao was bold and daring. Not only had he offended them, he'd even wishfully thought of annihilating them. This boldness and ability really made people feel that they were inferior to him. The people of the older generation present all felt extremely ashamed. "Young master, isn't this too rash?" Du Tai, who'd been silent at the side, spoke up. He was well aware of how formidable the 18 powers were. Even though the people in the city governor's estate were rather strong, he didn't think that they had the ability to challenge both of these powers. Ling Xiao glanced at Du Tai and said loudly, "During the battle at the end of the Heavenly Lake, this young master killed more than 10 Emperor-class experts from Sha Tian and the Gu clan. There was no lack of mid-stage mystic emperors among them. Do you think this young master is speaking recklessly? If it wasn't for the sake of making a name for my power, this young master alone is enough to annihilate all of them. As Ling Xiao spoke, a supreme imperial might instantly emanated out. Everyone felt as if they saw a real dragon glistening behind Ling Xiao, and it was extremely domineering. Du Tai's aura instantly weakened. He was so shocked by Ling Xiao that he didn't dare to speak anymore. When everyone present heard Ling Xiao speak of his own accomplishments, all of them were shocked speechless. They could all feel that Ling Xiao's aura was much stronger than before. Seeing that the atmosphere was heavy, Xian Yao immediately changed the topic. Young master, since we want to establish a sect, then we must nurture our own team, so that the sect can take root for a long time. Therefore, I think that among the youths who came to find you as their master, we can select some of the best in Tenbin to join our camp. We will then select some of the elders to guide and train them, and in the future, they can serve as the cornerstone of our sect. Ling Xiao replied without even thinking, "All right, let's do as you say." Pausing for a moment, he then asked, "What about Savage Leopard and Yun Feng?" Xian Yao replied, "Savage Leopard hasn't returned from closed-door training. Yun Feng has already brought his men back to Yi Family City and plans to move all of the Yi family members to Wind Cloud City." Ling Xiao frowned slightly and sighed, "There's no need for him to do this." Yun Feng's actions had undoubtedly placed the fate of the entire family on Ling Xiao. If anything happened to Ling Xiao, their Yi family would definitely be implicated. If the Yi family did not move over, they would not be affected at all. Because of this, Ling Xiao let out a long sigh. After that, everyone dispersed, and Ling Xiao returned to the backyard of his residence. He had thought that he would be able to see all the girls together, but he discovered that other than Feng Xianyun and Kai Shiyue, only Ji Beixin was playing the zither in the pavilion. Bai Yushi, Bing Ruoxue, Yao Qingmin Yu Lian, and Wu Meinyang were all absent. "Were you guys?" Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. Feng Xianyun replied succinctly, "They've all gone into seclusion." Kai Shiyue smiled from the side and said, "All of you feel that the distance between you and us is getting further and further apart, so all of the sisters are ferociously cultivating. They don't want to be pulled away by you." Now that Ling Xiao's strength was becoming stronger and stronger, the women by his side felt a sense of danger. In the future, once Ling Xiao became even stronger, and if they were still at the same place, they would be eliminated sooner or later. As for Feng Xianyun, she originally had the Heaven Gu body. Even if she did not need to cultivate hard, she would still advance steadily. Tian Bin was the most outstanding one among the women. Kai Shiyue had just advanced to the celestial venerable realm not long ago and had taken the reincarnation pill. She had reached the strength of a middle-level celestial venerable and did not need to cultivate in seclusion for the time being. Ji Beixin had the energy left by the Feng clan's ancestor in her body. She also did not need to work hard. She only needed to wait for the energy to be unsealed and digested bit by bit. After listening to Kai Shiyue's words, Ling Xiao chuckled and let them be. After all, this was a powerful world, and it would only be good for them to be strong. Ling Xiao rarely had a break, so he walked to the pavilion and let Ji Beixin play for him, while Feng Xianyun and Kai Shiyue served him from the side, giving him a feeling of being more comfortable than an immortal. "Oh right, what do you think the name of the sect should be?" Ling Xiao took a sip of the wine that Kai Shiyue had brought to his mouth and asked the three girls indifferently. Feng Xianyun said, "You should think about this." "That's right, we're stupid and not as smart as our husband. You can just say it and let us think about it." Kai Shiyue echoed. Ling Xiao lightly patted his forehead and said, "All right, I'll think about it myself." After pondering for a moment, he said, "Wind and Cloud Sect, I feel that it's a bit vulgar and not good. You must think of something that suits this young master's taste, then call it Laughing at the Proud Sect, Laughing at the Proud Sect, or Laughing at the Proud Palace." Kai Shiyue clasped her hands together and said with a smile, "This name is good, it's very suitable for my husband's character." Feng Xianyun also lightly nodded and said, "Laughing at the Proud Palace, this sounds more comfortable." Ji Beixin also stopped playing the zither and said, "I support Sister Yun, let's call it the Proud Palace. It sounds much better than those sects or schools." "The Proud Palace?" My Ling Zhao's harem, hee, not bad, not bad. Ling Xiao laughed wretchedly in his heart, and then he said in a clear voice, "All right, let's call it the Proud Palace. This young master will be the palace master of the Proud Palace in the future, and you are all my beloved wives." Along with Ling Zhao's sudden whimsy, the Proud Palace would become a force that was as famous as the Spirit Martial Pavilion in the Central Region in the future. These 3 words represented an extremely dignified and respected existence in the Central Territory. Just as Ling Xiao returned, the savage leopard in the Death Mountain Range made an astonishing discovery. Chapter 795. About half a year ago, Savage Leopard entered the Death Mountain Range with the intention of breaking through to the mid-tier Mystic the Arch. Thousands of years ago, he was already a peak-stage Mystic the Arch and was just a step away from breaking through to the Saint tier. However, the traitors in the sect caused chaos. Not only did they cause him to fail in his breakthrough, but they also destroyed his physical body, leaving a wisp of remnant soul in the blood-devouring Devil Saber. This body also had a dark attribute physique. His soul and this body were extremely compatible, which made him decide to occupy this body and recultivate to the peak strength. After following Ling Xiao for so long, Savage Leopard's strength had been growing steadily. He had all the previous memories and comprehensions. As long as he accumulated strength, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to advance. Previously, his strength was already at the peak stage of the low-tier Mystic the Arch. If he was willing to consume Ling Zhao's supreme-grade Mystic the Arch elixir, he would already be a mid-tier Mystic the Arch. However, he didn't do so. After all, consuming elixir to advance would cause his foundation to be unstable, which would make it harder for him to advance in the future. He would rather advance slowly and break through on his own. Before his seclusion, Madtooth had already found plenty of dark attribute high-grade spirit herbs for him. These were all for him to absorb when he was breaking through. He didn't have to worry about not having enough energy. He had been in seclusion for a few months. Bit by bit, he sorted out his previous life's memories and comprehensions. He wanted to constantly upgrade his comprehension and restore the bloodlust that he had in his previous life. His world power was the Blood Devil Prison Realm, a superior-grade spirit-class world power. Every time his strength increased by a level, his world power would be expanded, and the power it displayed would be even more terrifying. When he was breaking through, the mountain range he was in was filled with the cries of countless vengeful spirits. It scared the surrounding spirit beasts to run far away, as though they were afraid of being devoured by these ferocious creatures. Rumble. Suddenly, a sky-piercing rumble came from the belly of a mountain. That mountain kept on shaking as though it was going to collapse at any moment. A black shadow rushed into the sky. Countless vengeful spirits and vengeful spirits kept on revolving around him. It was as though he was a living devil king. If someone was nearby, they would definitely feel a sense of fear spreading to the bottom of their heart. The black shadow let out a roar towards the sky, as if it wanted to roar out all the anger and unhappiness it had suppressed for many years. Its voice was so shrill and frightening. The sound lasted for a long time before it disappeared into the horizon. This black figure was none other than Savage Leopard, who had broken through to the middle stage Mystic Emperor realm. The body that the Savage Leopard had taken over was very young, and along with his successive breakthroughs, his appearance had practically not changed at all. He seemed to be a young man around 30 years of age. Although he couldn't be considered handsome, his face was extremely firm and robust, and the imposing aura of an Emperor rank expert emanated a great aura with every single move he made, causing others to not dare look him directly in the eye. Cruel Leopard clenched his fists in satisfaction and murmured, "It won't be long before I can return to my peak again. Traitor, just you wait. I will settle that account with you soon." Thinking of the betrayal back then, Cruel Leopard's heart was bleeding. That kind of pain was something that others could not understand. The Savage Leopard successfully broke through and did not stay here any longer, preparing to return to Wind Cloud City. His figure was like the wind and lightning, so fast that people could not see him clearly. It was just like a gust of wind blowing past. The savage leopard had already gone deep into the Death Mountain range. There were many spirit beasts above the 6th and 7th rank here. If he accidentally provoked those terrifying existences, he would not have an easy time. Therefore, the route that the savage leopard flew was based on his many years of experience, bypassing the places where those powerful spirit beasts existed. However, he had not flown for long when he discovered that there was something strange between the mountains and forests. He stopped in surprise and hid his aura. His whole body was concealed, and even those stronger than him would not be able to easily discover his traces. More than 1,000 meters in front of him, there were many powerful auras. These auras were actually the same as the aura that he emitted. In other words, the people in front of him were people with the dark attribute. A group of experts who could appear in the Death Mountain range and possessed the dark attribute. The savage leopard's first thought was of the Black Demon sect. This was the force that he had once established with Mad Tooth. Back then, he had led the Black Demon sect to develop into a 4th-rank sect, and its fierce reputation was illustrious. However, the Black Demon sect at that time could not enter the threshold of the 18 great forces. But now, under the leadership of his traitor, the Black Demon sect had actually destroyed one of the original 18 great forces and succeeded in replacing it. It could be seen that the traitor indeed had amazing means and strength. Well, I did not expect to meet you here. Let me see what you are planning. Those who betrayed me back then, I will not let go of any one of them. Now I will collect some interest. The savage leopard thought coldly in his heart. Then, he opened his senses and listened to the conversation of those people in front of him. All of you, keep your spirits up. The supreme elder of the sect will be arriving soon. Seal off this area right now and don't allow anyone to enter. Kill Wu He immediately if you discover anyone. The leading quasi-emperor realm expert shouted at the group of people around him. Under his arrangement, the heavenly venerables and earthly sovereign realm martial artists dispersed in all directions. A group of people quietly walked in the direction of the savage leopard. One of them said in a low voice, "I didn't expect to find a crystal mine in such an inconspicuous place. It's incredible." Another person replied, "Many crystal mines have been discovered in the Death Mountain range, but there are too many powerful spirit beasts here. Not everyone can claim them as their own. Before the Grand Supreme Elder arrives, it would be better for us to be careful. If we were to suddenly provoke a 7th-rank spirit beast, it would be very troublesome. What do they know? They can't absorb these crystals. If you want to guard against them, you should guard against the mercenaries of Wind Cloud City. They have all been taken by Ling Xiao. A small high-level heavenly master dares to occupy a city and call himself a king. Once they develop the city and our elders arrive, they will obediently offer up the city. That's hard to say. Recently, that kid has been in the limelight. Even Sha Tian and the Gu family can't do anything to him. He's a hard bone to chew. Let's cut the crap and focus on guarding this crystal mine. If anything goes wrong and the Supreme Elder arrives, we'll be the ones to die." Crystal mine. When the savage leopard heard these 2 words, he immediately became happy. No matter where it was almost impossible for a warrior to walk on the continent without Xian crystals. Xian crystals were not only the currency, but they were also the foundation of a warrior's cultivation. They were the foundation of any large force. With Xian crystals, one could buy any spirit herb, weapon, pill. Right now, Wind Cloud City had 1,000 things to do and its foundation was thin. It was all supported by Ling Xiao alone. In a short period of time, there might not be any problems, but after a long time, the number of people would increase sharply. Without a large amount of Xian crystals to spend, that would not be a good thing. Let me see what grade of crystal mine it is. It just so happens to be able to solve young master's urgent problem. The savage leopard murmured. His entire body began to move forward as if he was teleporting. In front of them, there was a half-emperor and a dark spirit beast that was already at the peak of the 6th step guarding them. Behind them was a small cave entrance, surrounded by bare rocks. There were no trees or weeds, and there was not a single trace of life. No one would have thought that there would be a crystal at the bottom of such a rocky mountain. Just as the savage leopard approached, the nether tiger immediately became vigilant. It seemed to have sensed something unusual. After all, a spirit beast's perception was different from a human's, and it would have an instinctive vigilance towards approaching danger. What's wrong with the nether tiger? The half-emperor caressed the nether tiger's forehead and asked. The nether tiger transmitted its voice. Master, there seems to be another human approaching us. It's just that I can't be sure of his direction. That human is cunning and has hidden very well. Impossible, I can sense everything within a radius of several thousand meters. No matter who approaches, I can sense it immediately. Could it be? The other party is stronger than me. The half-emperor replied. Just as he was feeling puzzled, a black shadow flashed towards him and the nether tiger like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. This figure was like a ghost. Even if he was a half-emperor, it was still difficult to catch him. However, the nether tiger sensed it immediately. It didn't even think and immediately leaped up to block in front of its master. A smear of blood light suddenly appeared. The incomparably sharp saber energy carried the chill of a sure kill strike. It drew out a beautiful arc and instantly slashed the enormous tiger drive into two. A large amount of blood splattered everywhere. The half-emperor's face was also splashed. The stench caused him to instantly return to his senses. He retreated hastily without thinking. He could already sense the strength of the approaching person. It was absolutely above him. Unfortunately, he hadn't even retreated a meter when the saber light attacked again. The saber light was like a shocking rainbow, and also like a falling meteor. The speed was truly peerlessly fast, making it hard for people to parry. The strength of a half-emperor was already rather good, but compared to the savage leopard who had already broken through to the middle stage of the mystic emperor, the difference was rather huge. If the savage leopard wanted to exterminate him, it would naturally be effortless. The saber light flashed by, and the half-emperor was slashed into two. A pool of blood splattered in all directions, making people feel extremely disgusted. The savage leopard killed countless people and was merciless when he attacked. The savage leopard licked the blood on the blood-devouring devil saber and revealed an excited look. The smell of blood is so fresh. Traitors, wash your necks and wait. Subsequently, he plunged into the cave entrance. A damp feeling immediately pervaded over. After he walked in for several tens of meters, he suddenly discovered a smear of crystal light in front of him. It was so dazzling that he couldn't open his eyes. He squinted his eyes and looked at the sparkling mystic crystals in front of him. He exclaimed excitedly, "It's actually a high-grade crystal mine. We're going to be rich this time." The savage leopard was also considered a person who had seen the world, but facing a high-grade mystic crystal mine, he was still moved. It was also at this moment, several powerful auras approached with extreme speed. Chapter 796. These people did not hide their auras, and their frighteningly strong auras caused many low-level spirit beasts to flee. Only those rank 7 spirit beasts let out angry roars. There were 4 people in this group, 3 men and 1 woman. All of them had reached the mystic the arch level. Judging from the strong aura they exuded, they all carried an evil and bloody smell. Needless to say, these 4 people were the supreme elders of the Black Demon sect. These years, we have found a few mineral veins in the Death Mountain range. Unfortunately, they were all low-grade or mid-grade. I don't know if this crystal mine can reach high-grade. The old woman with disheveled hair said in a hoarse voice. A tall and skinny old man on her left replied, "It's good enough to have a mid-grade crystal mine. It's not easy to want a high-grade one." Another person replied, "It doesn't matter what grade it is, as long as the quantity is enough. It can fill up the financial resources of our demon sect." These years, the sect leader has been in seclusion. Our demon sect's prestige has been declining day by day. Even a small first emperor dares to occupy a city within our sphere of influence. This is really damaging to our prestige. This matter has already been decided in the sect. Since the mystery of Hell City's death has been solved by that kid, we might as well wait for him to consolidate the city before taking over. I don't think he can cause any more trouble. I heard that the kid has some ability. Now that even the kid from the martial spirit court has been suppressed, he is in the limelight. Once the crystal mine is excavated, we can go and take over the city. We can't let him be arrogant anymore. The four of them chatted as they rushed to the crystal mine. However, when they were about to reach their destination, they immediately noticed that one of the auras had disappeared, and there was another hidden aura that flashed by. Not good, that's the crystal mine. Something must have happened. The old woman was the strongest among the four of them. She was also the most perceptive. She immediately sensed that something was wrong. She cried out in surprise and rushed over at an extremely fast speed. The three emperors beside her also chased after her at the same time. After the savage leopard killed the half-emperor and the spiritual beast, he focused his attention on the crystal mine. When he sensed a powerful aura approaching, he immediately charged out of the cave. Savage leopard thought to himself, two of them have an aura similar to mine, and two are slightly weaker. This lineup is truly powerful, and I can't fight them head-on. I need to return to the city and call Mad Tooth over to destroy them before taking them for myself. Savage Leopard's strength increased greatly, but he was not a reckless person. After distinguishing the strength of the other party, he immediately made a decision. He rushed out of the cave and fled in the opposite direction of the person. Where do you think you're going, you scoundrel? A middle-level emperor of the Black Demon sect cried out in alarm. He threw a black fist toward the leopard. This fist was like a mountain, quickly and swiftly smashing towards the back of the savage leopard. The savage leopard had already sensed the terrifying power coming at it. Its body constantly changed and very luckily dodged it. Rumble! That black fist carried a powerful destructive power, causing the forest in the distance to collapse. Because of the obstruction of this fist, the savage leopard was surrounded by the four opponents, and their aura was tightly locked on him. The old woman pointed the bone staff at the savage leopard and shouted, "Who the hell are you? How dare you kill people of my demon sect? You must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Why are you talking nonsense with him, In Huan Huan? He killed people of my demon sect, so he must have discovered the secret of the crystal mine. We must not let him leave here alive," the middle-level emperor said. The savage leopard looked around at the four people and finally, his eyes fixed on the old woman. His face showed a bit of ridicule. "In Huan Huan, you stinking brat, I didn't expect you to live until now. You don't have any of the coquettish energy from back then, and you've actually become an old woman. Even a man can't get hard when he sees you. I don't know how you're going to play the Tao of dual cultivation, huh?" The old woman's expression stiffened, and then her half-squinted old eyes revealed two rays of resentment. Her stooped body slightly trembled and she shouted, "Who the hell are you? Why haven't I seen you before? Quickly tell me your name, and I'll let you die a quick death. Otherwise, I'll definitely torture you to the point where you wish you were dead." The old woman's real name was In Huan Huan. She couldn't remember how many years it had been since someone called her by this name. Even she herself had almost forgotten this name. Others had always called her In Lady, because she had turned into an old woman that was neither a human nor a ghost, and it was really scary. Back then, she was also a beautiful woman who was infatuated with thousands of people. With the protection of heavenly treasures, she wouldn't easily age. However, thousands of years ago, she betrayed the man who had always been indifferent to her. In the end, that cruel man broke her vitality and almost took her life. Later, although she survived, it was difficult for her strength to advance even half a step in her life, and her appearance gradually aged. Not many people in the sect knew about these past events, and her changes over the years had made people forget that she used to be a stunning beauty, a slut who often seduced strong men to cultivate the Tao of Acacia. The young man in front of her knew her identity at a glance. How could this not surprise her? She tried hard to search among the men who had made love with her thousands of years ago, but she found that there was no impression of this man. When the other party understood her, but she knew nothing about the other party, anyone would feel incomparably uncomfortable. "Ha, you stinky girl, there are countless men who have ridden you in this life. Thinking about it makes people sick. Now that you've become a ghost, it's really retribution. Cruel Leopard once again provoked Een Lady and laughed. Back then, Een Lady was also one of his generals. At that time, Een Lady was as beautiful as a flower and had a lot of temptation to him. However, when he knew that Een Lady liked the dual cultivation technique the most and had slept with countless men, it made him feel disgusted, so he never had sex with this woman. He didn't expect this woman to hook up with his traitor in the end and betray him together. It could be said that this woman was also one of Cruel Leopard's biggest enemies. Een Lady was so angry at Cruel Leopard that smoke came out of her 7 orifices. Her body kept trembling, and her aura became a little chaotic. Don't be angry, Een Lady, he's angry at you. Let's work together to kill him first. The middle stage Xian Emperor reminded. However, Cruel Leopard took the initiative to attack first. Devil Blade 3rd Style, Devil Slaughters Emotions. This was the Devil Blade 8 style Xian skill that Ling Xiao had passed down to Cruel Leopard. It was a tyrannical Devil Blade strong move that was very suitable for him. The power of each move could be said to be terrifying. A large amount of black qi and blood qi kept surging, and the terrifying blade aura slaughtered towards Een Lady, who was in a daze. Even before the saber aura reached them, that terrifying and intense killing intent had already caused them to feel boundless fear and cowardice. Following Cruel Leopard's move, the Xian Emperors in 3 directions also made their moves at the same time. A large amount of dark attribute aura instantly covered a range of thousands of meters. It was as if a black curtain had suddenly descended, making people feel strange. Rumble. The terrifying destructive power turned the nearby mountains and forests into flat land. Not good, this is a feint. He's going to run. The middle stage Xian Emperor exclaimed and took the lead to rush in a direction. It turned out that Cruel Leopard's move just now was to make them think that he was going to kill Een Lady. Unexpectedly, after he made his move, he had already turned around and ran. Cruel Leopard was not afraid of death and did not dare to continue fighting, but he needed to go back and ask for help. Occupying this crystal mine for himself was the most important thing at present. Moreover, he was not confident that he could defeat the 4 people in front of him with his own strength. When escaping, Cruel Leopard had already summoned the Devil-Armored Leopard. In terms of speed, he, a middle-stage Xian Emperor, might not be as fast as the Devil-Armored Leopard. Moreover, it was much more patient. Cruel Leopard did not want to expose his identity and did not return in the direction of Wind Cloud City. Instead, he went deeper and planned to make use of the higher-tier spirit beasts here to get rid of the entanglement. Damn it, do you think you can escape like this? I will definitely make you suffer a fate worse than death and become my human pet. Een Lady let out a mournful roar and chased after him like a ghost. At the same time, she also summoned her protective spirit beast. A dark-attributed flying spirit beast with a huge body and a strong evil intent was constantly letting out cries that soared into the sky. This was impressively a black wind eagle that was at the middle stage of the 7th tier. Its speed was like lightning and instantly caught up to Cruel Leopard. It spread its wings and immediately a black tornado swept towards Cruel Leopard and the Black Devil Leopard. Cruel Leopard cursed in his heart, "Damn it, how could I forget that this Mount Z has this spirit beast?" Cruel Leopard had no choice but to turn around and slashed at the black tornado with the blood-devouring devil saber in his hand. The saber aura broke through the wind, but it also made his cheeks hurt. At this time, Lady Een and another middle-stage mystic the Arch had already arrived. The 2 of them opened up a large amount of world power at the same time and blasted towards Savage Leopard. Een Lady's world power was like a bloodthirsty old witch, constantly sucking the strong man's essence energy. It looked extremely disgusting and vicious. The other middle-stage Xian Emperor's world power was like countless black man-eating mist flowers blooming. It carried an endless reproductive power and swallowed towards Cruel Leopard and the Devil-Armored Leopard. One look at these 2's world power and it was obvious that they were not good people. It seems like I have to expose myself. Cruel Leopard was shrouded by the 2 great world power and knew that it was difficult for him to escape. He could only fight with all his strength. Then, his boundless world energy was also deduced. Boundless blood sea, boundless corpses, With a strong sense of death and slaughter, it made people feel as if they were in hell. That feeling of fear instantly filled the hearts and minds of Lady Yin and the middle stage Xian Emperor. This was especially so for Lady Yin. Her old eyes became extremely dull as if she had seen something terrifying. She exclaimed, "No. Impossible. How can this world's power appear again?" For you. Yin Lady's panic gave Cruel Leopard a chance to attack. Chapter 797. The boundless sea of blood, the mournful cries of grievances, and the blood hands seemed to have emerged from the depths of hell, causing people to feel extremely horrified. The blood devil prison world pounced towards Lady Yin, who was in a panic. Her witch's world power that was sucking the yang essence was instantly torn apart by the countless blood hands. Just as the Cruel Leopard was about to use the Devil Saber 8 styles to slash her down, he was attacked by someone behind him. "Lady Yin, what are you doing now? Quickly get rid of this person first." That mid-stage mystic the Arch exclaimed as he controlled his own world power to continuously devour the Cruel Leopard's world power. Huge black man-devouring flowers were constantly opening and closing, and the strange devouring power was also extraordinary. Among them, the largest black man-devouring flower even opened its petals and bit down on the Cruel Leopard's head. The Cruel Leopard had no choice but to turn around and swing the blood-devouring devil saber. He blasted out a saber astral that had the might to slash the heavens, cutting that black man-devouring flower into two halves. At the same time, he also used all his world power to deduce. One by one, resentful souls and malicious spirits flew out continuously, and blood hands tore at those black man-devouring flowers. Lady Yin also regained her senses and screamed, "I don't care who you are, I will definitely kill you." The image of that tyrannical man from thousands of years ago appeared in Lady Yin's mind, and her entire body was shrouded in fear. That man killed without batting an eyelid, and his methods were extremely ruthless. He was one of the men that she admired the most, and also the man that she was most unwilling to think of. His world power was exactly the same as the young man in front of her. If it wasn't for the young man's different appearance, she would have thought that they were the same person. She didn't have the mood to delve into this matter. She could only kill this person to make the fear in her heart disappear. Otherwise, this person in front of her would definitely become her eternal nightmare. Lady Yin seemed to have gone crazy. The witches in her world power carried the bone staff and pounced towards those vengeful spirits. The power between the two kept entangling with each other. The Savage Leopard's world power was definitely a high-grade world power and was much stronger than the two of them. However, the Savage Leopard's individual strength was slightly inferior. He had just broken through to the middle-stage Mystic the Arch realm, while the two of them had already become middle-stage Mystic Thearchs a long time ago. Their strength had already reached a deeper level. In the beginning, Savage Leopard was still in an invincible position. However, the gap in strength gradually became apparent. His world force was gradually suppressed by the two's world force. On the other side, the armored demon leopard was fighting against Lady Yin's black wind eagle and another dark attribute spirit beast. In terms of combat power, the armored devil leopard was also above the two spirit beasts, but it was a rank lower than the two spirit beasts in terms of rank. As such, it was being suppressed and bitten, causing it to shriek miserably. The savage leopard was in a dangerous situation, which aroused his previous life's ferocity. He began to use the Devil Saber 8 forms with all his strength. After all these years, he had been constantly studying and practicing the Devil Saber 8 forms. Its power was finally comprehended by him. Only when he turned into a devil and stimulated his boundless murderous nature would he be able to display the power of a sure kill. One after another, the saber aura with horrifying power kept blasting towards the two of them, forcing them to dodge in a sorry state. The savage leopard seemed to have lost his mind as he kept roaring, "Come on, let me kill to my heart's content." The saber aura carried a terrifying sharpness that tore through the vast sky, slashing the surrounding mountain ridges into pieces. What kind of saber art is this? It's actually so terrifying. The middle stage mystic the Arch exclaimed as he dodged. Lady Een was also shocked in her heart, but her heart calmed down slightly. The man in her memory didn't know such saber art. That world power should be a coincidence. Lung Jing, you and I will kill him with all our strength. Lady Een said to the middle stage mystic the arch. The bone staff in her hand swung in a mysterious trajectory, and the incomparably sharp bone spikes pierced towards the savage leopard. The power of each bone spike was not inferior to the attack of a high-grade spirit artifact. Once pierced, it could immediately break through the Thearka's defensive armor. On the other side, the middle stage mystic the arch called Lung Jing also attacked with all his strength. He used a wolf-tooth mace, and every strike of the mace carried the power to destroy mountains and split the earth, and overturn rivers and seas as it swung towards the savage leopard. The savage leopard let out a roar as if he was possessed. The blood-devouring devil saber in his hand blossomed with a strong smell of blood, and that powerful and sharp edge was revealed. Immediately after, he slashed down towards the two of them at the same time. Countless huge saber aura blasted down with a chilling intent of fear. Devil Saber 7 Forms, Chaotic Dance of the Devils. It was as if countless devils had been reborn, and it carried a terrifying demonic nature that was devoid of humanity and wanted to exterminate all living beings. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The terrifying sound of the collision rang out incessantly, and all the surrounding clouds were blasted into nothingness. The energy that splashed out in all directions smashed the mountains below them into deep pits, and the trees and spirit grasses were also destroyed. The collision of strong moves also meant that the victor was about to be decided. 2 sounds of blood being spat out could be heard, and 2 patches of bright red were as beautiful as summer flowers. This was spat out by Lady Een and Lung Jing. Their clothes were not small damage, and their faces were pale. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. It could be seen that they had fought 2 against 1, but they still did not have an advantage. Damn it, he still escaped. Lady Een looked at the sky and couldn't help but curse. Lung Jing frowned and said, "He already hid his aura and escaped. Even if we chased after him, we wouldn't be able to find him. That person doesn't look old, but he's so strong. He must have consumed some kind of heavenly treasure that allowed him to regain his youth. What's even stranger is that he and we are both dark attribute, so why haven't we heard of such a person?" Lady Een was silent for a moment, and then said fiercely, "I don't care who he is, as long as he hasn't left this place. I must find him and tear him into pieces." "Alright, why were you so panicked when you saw his world power? And I think he seems to know you. What's going on with Lady Een?" Lung Jing asked doubtfully. Through the words of the savage leopard and Lady Een, he suspected that the 2 of them were old acquaintances. Lady Een replied, "His world power is exactly the same as that person from 5,000 years ago." That person from 5,000 years ago? Lung Jing was puzzled for a moment, and then he seemed to have thought of something. His pupils contracted as he exclaimed, "Could it be the old sect leader?" More than 5,000 years ago, he was only an Empyrean-level character, but he still had some understanding of the matters within the sect. More than 5,000 years ago, he suddenly heard that the old sect leader died from his cultivation. However, when he became stronger and squeezed into the circle of the older generation, he once heard a good friend say after drinking that the old sect leader was actually plotted against by the current sect leader. Lady Een glared at him and said coldly, "What old sect leader? His body was already destroyed back then, and his soul was also completely destroyed. It's impossible for him to be resurrected. It's good that you know about this, but don't spread it around. If those old fellows hear about it, you'll suffer." "I know, but what's going on with that person just now?" Lung Jing secretly wiped off the cold sweat. "Maybe it's just a coincidence, could it be? Could it be that he took in another disciple?" Lady Een thought of another possibility, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was right. If it wasn't his disciple, how could he know about her, and how could he deduce the same power of the world? No. I must find him and destroy him. Lady Een was very worried and immediately wanted to chase after him. "Lady Een, don't worry, we're here to protect the crystal mine. There can't be any mistakes in this matter. That person is already seriously injured. I don't think he can escape from this Death Mountain range. Leng Jing stopped her and said, "Damn it, I must tear his body into 10,000 pieces." Lady Yin shouted unwillingly. Her figure flew towards the struggling demon-armored leopard, and the bone staff in her hand pierced out with a sharp light. Puff puff. The demon-armored leopard was already seriously injured by the bite, and now it was attacked by Lady Yin with all her strength. Its strong body was pierced with bloody holes, and a large amount of blood flowed out continuously. Lady Yin didn't stop because of this. She once again raised the bone staff and pointed it at the demon-armored leopard's forehead. The bone staff pierced into the demon-armored leopard's head. "Disappear for me." Lady Yin seemed to want to vent all her resentment on the demon-armored leopard, and the bone staff in her hand fiercely stirred the demon-armored leopard's head. The demon-armored leopard's head was directly stirred into a pool of blood, and in the end, its huge body was also smashed into pieces. Blood splashed down from the sky like rain, dyeing the ground red. It looked so strange and frightening. A wind cloud city. Xian Yao planned to bring people to the Death Mountain range to inspect the terrain and choose the mountain shape as an important place for cultivation. However, when he walked out of the room, he looked in the direction of the Death Mountain range. A few black spots flashed in his heavenly eye, as if it was indicating something. A few traces of worry flashed in his heart. He frowned, pinched his fingers, and then his eyelids twitched. Something happened to the savage leopard. Then he flew towards the city gate. When he arrived at the city gate, all the city guards recognized Xian Yao and immediately bowed to greet him. "Greetings, Lord Military Advisor." Xian Yao didn't say much. Just as he was about to fly out of the city, he saw something suddenly fall from the sky. Bang! A person fell from the sky, a person wearing a black martial suit. The city guards were shocked, and then they were about to step forward to protect Xian Yao. However, Xian Yao recognized the figure. It was the savage leopard. He exclaimed, "Savage leopard, what happened to you?" Then he rushed to the side of the savage leopard. Looking at his shocking wounds, he could guess that he must have encountered a great danger. The savage leopard raised his head with difficulty and murmured, There's a crystal mine. It's occupied by the Black Demon sect." Before he could finish his words, he immediately fainted. Without saying anything, Xian Yao immediately picked up the savage leopard and returned to the city lord's mansion. Chapter 798. After Savage Leopard fought with Yin Pe and Leng Jing, he escaped with serious injuries, but not to the point of being unconscious. The main reason was that he hid in the jungle with injuries, and his body carried a strong smell of blood. This appearance would provoke the bloodthirsty spirit beasts. In addition, there was no shortage of high-level spirit beasts in the Death Mountain range. In the process of escaping, he was attacked by several 7th-rank spirit beasts, and was almost buried in the stomach of the spirit beasts. Luckily, he managed to escape back to Wind Cloud City in the end. However, he had used up the last of his energy and fell from the sky. Xian Yao returned to the city lord's mansion with the seriously injured savage leopard in his arms. He immediately fed him healing elixirs, and at the same time, informed Ling Xiao and Mad Tooth to come over. When the two saw the injuries on Savage Leopard's body, they were shocked. Fortunately, there was no danger to his life, so they were relieved. Mad Claw checked the injuries of Savage Leopard and found that there were many wounds from sharp weapons. Then he showed an angry expression. "Who the hell dared to chase after my brother?" Although the Savage Leopard had many scars on its body that were caused by spirit beasts, it could still be seen that it had been cut by a sharp weapon. Thus, he could conclude that the Savage Leopard had been chased and injured. Don't worry. When Savage Leopard wakes up, everything will naturally be known. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He also wanted to know who hurt Savage Leopard, and he suspected that the other party was coming for him. Savage Leopard should have found something. When he fainted, he seemed to say something about a crystal mine and the Black Demon sect. I didn't hear it very clearly. Xian Yao said, "Crystal mine? Black Demon sect? Could it be that..." He found a mine and was besieged by the people of the Black Demon sect? Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and guessed. When everyone heard Ling Xiao's words, their eyes lit up. The more they thought about it, the more they felt it was possible. About half a day later, Savage Leopard finally woke up. He couldn't wait any longer and said, Young Master, the Black Demon sect has discovered a top-grade crystal mine in the Death Mountain range. We must take it for ourselves. We can't let those bastards get away with it. Cruel Leopard held his breath and said what he wanted to say. Beside him, Ling Xiao, Mad Tooth, and Xian Yao were all taken aback for a moment before revealing excited expressions. Ling Xiao took out a few top-quality blood crystals and a drop of spring liquid and said, Savage Leopard, immediately recover from your injuries. Huckster, immediately gather the troops. We need to discuss this matter immediately. With the strength of the Savage Leopard, it would only take a few days for it to recover with the help of medicinal pills. However, the current situation was urgent, so Ling Xiao could only let the Savage Leopard consume the top-quality blood essence and Spring of Life liquid, allowing it to recover in the shortest amount of time. He wanted it to lead the way to the Death Mountain range to find the crystal mine. A high-grade crystal mine. No matter how many there were, it was worth fighting for. Moreover, the Black Demon sect, the Cruel Leopard sect, and the Mad Tooth sect had an irreconcilable life and death enmity between them. So, they wouldn't be afraid of offending the Cruel Leopard sect by snatching the crystal mine that they had discovered. After all, a war would break out sooner or later. The Cruel Leopard sect stayed alone to quickly recover from his injuries while Ling Xiao and the others summoned all the higher-ups in the hall for a discussion. After a fierce discussion, Ling Xiao finally made a decision to seize the crystal mine. Most of the people were worried. They all knew the strength of the Black Demon sect. They had already decided to attack Sha Tian and the Gu family. Now they had to offend the Black Demon sect. Was it worth it? Just as they were hesitating, Mad Claw finally revealed his ferocious side. His saint-level aura pressed down on everyone in the hall, making it hard for them to breathe. The Black Demon sect is nothing. With me and Elder Han here, unless all the old monsters appear, we don't need to be afraid of them. Mad Tooth said fiercely. For a moment, all the elders in the hall were shocked. The elders who didn't understand the amazing backing of the City Lord's mansion were moved. It turned out that there was such a peerless master in their mansion. What else did they have to worry about? Where are Yang Xianfeng and Wang Teng? Ling Xiao shouted from the seat of honor. Yang Xianfeng and Wang Teng stepped out together and bowed. Your subordinates are here. The two of you gather 5,000 men and horses together. Prepare the digging tools and wait for orders. Ling Xiao ordered. Yes. The two responded and immediately turned around and left the hall. The rest of you, prepare to go with me to kill the Black Demon sect. Don't let any of them escape. Ling Xiao said again. Apart from a few Shen emperors, there were also a lot of experts from mercenary groups that had been subdued and recruited. Those who could enter this hall had gone through repeated tests of loyalty. They were at least heavenly venerables. Although they were somewhat lacking when facing an emperor-level expert, there weren't many emperor-level experts in the world. The strength of these people could at least deal with some of the other emperors of the Black Demon sect. Their existence could not be ignored. After the meeting was over, Cruel Leopard's injury had also recovered. His condition was back to its peak. The damaged skin and flesh had been healed again. What is the situation now? Quickly say it again. I have already gathered people to prepare for battle. Ling Xiao said. Cruel Leopard seemed to be even more anxious than Ling Xiao. He said, Young Master, hurry up and bring the people. We'll talk as we go. Mad Claw, you must go and take command. You must not let those bastards get away. Lady Yin did not want to let Cruel Leopard go. Cruel Leopard also did not want to let Lady Yin have an easy time. The taste of being betrayed was so unforgettable. Now that the enemy was not far away, he also wanted to get rid of it. Ling Xiao and the others followed Cruel Leopard to the Death Mountain range. On the way, Cruel Leopard once again told them how he found the crystal mine. Is that Lady Yin the mother of the Yin ghost of the Blackwater sect? Mad Claw asked. That's right, it's that bitch. It should have been her who seduced the others to rebel. Otherwise, that traitor wouldn't have the ability to kill all of my people in one fell swoop. Savage Leopard revealed a strong killing intent. Good, then let's get rid of this bitch first. In the future, we will kill our way to the demon sect and take back everything that belongs to us. Mad Claw also replied with strong killing intent. There were a total of more than 70 people accompanying Ling Xiao. The strongest was Mad Claw with the strength of a low-level saint, followed by Song Minghua with the strength of a high-level Mystic Emperor. She had also obtained the supreme-grade Mystic Emperor elixir from Ling Xiao to advance, followed by Cruel Leopard, Du Tai, Luo Yu, Lu Kun, Wu Fu. These people were almost all the elites of the City Lord's mansion. Xian Yao led Yang Xianfeng, Wang Teng, and 5,000 people to cover the rear. After the matter was settled, it was time to mine the crystal at the fastest speed. It was absolutely necessary to mine all the crystal mine in the shortest time possible. Originally, Ling Xiao did not agree to let Xian Yao go. Although he was a middle-level celestial master, his combat power was not particularly strong. Once it was a battle of life and death, Ling Xiao was afraid that Xian Yao would make a mistake. Xian Yao had shown his extraordinariness many times. Ling Xiao still had to rely on him in many aspects. This right-hand man, Ling Xiao did not want to lose, no matter what. However, Xian Yao insisted on going because he still had to survey the terrain for the selection of the force. It was a good opportunity to go there. Ling Xiao had no choice but to agree to him. At the same time, he told Yang Xianfeng and Wang Ting to protect him no matter what. Even if they had to die, they could not let anything happen to Xian Yao. In the Death Mountain Range, at the place where the Black Demon sect found the crystal mine. After the arrival of the 4 supreme elders to protect them, a large group of people arrived one after another. This group of people was extremely powerful. Each of the Black Demon sect elites dressed in black martial clothes rode on a flying spirit beast of the dark attribute, the Owl Eagle. The Owl Eagle was a kind of mutated spirit beast. It was a kind of strange spirit beast that was born from the mating of a black owl and a black wolf. They had the body of a wolf, but their faces were like that of an owl. They were born with a vicious temperament and liked to eat human flesh. Their combat power was also extremely abnormal. Each of them had the strength of a rank 5 peak. They were led by the Black Demon sect's 10,000-man Wolf Eagle Secret Guard. Each of them had extraordinary combat power, and in the central region, they were terrifying. On this trip, the Wolf Eagle Secret Guard sent out a total of 3,000 people. It was enough to show that the Black Eagle sect was determined to get this crystal mine, and they would not allow anyone to interfere. The deputy commander of the Wolf Eagle Secret Guard, Eagle King, was a low-level Mystic Emperor. He was riding on a rank 7 Owl Eagle King. He wore a set of black armor and held a black spear in his hand. He looked quite majestic. Eagle King looked like he was only middle-aged, but he had reached the Emperor level. It was obvious that his cultivation of Tenbin was extraordinary. He brought 3,000 people to the crystal mine. Lady Yin, Leng Zheng, and 2 other low-level Emperor-level experts immediately went up to meet them. Eagle King smiled and cupped his hands. "Elders, thank you for your hard work." He was obviously weaker than Lady Yin and Leng Zheng, but his attitude was indescribably arrogant. It was as if he did not put the 4 of them in his eyes. Other than Lady Yin's expression, the other 3 did not show any displeasure. Instead, they spoke to Eagle King politely with a hint of flattery. "And cut the crap. Immediately mine the crystals. When this matter is over, we will immediately go to Wind Cloud City to be guests." Eagle King said very heroically. It was as if he was the leader here, and the 4 elders were his subordinates. The 4 of them did not say much. After all, although they had the same strength as Eagle King's position in the sect was much higher than theirs. After all, Eagle King was one of the proud disciples of the sect master. With this identity, he could command them. The sect is going to make a move on Wind Cloud City? Lady Yin asked curiously. They had already discussed whether or not they should take over Wind Cloud City. They did not expect Eagle King to raise this matter with such certainty. Letting that brat collapse will only show the incompetence of our devil sect. Besides, I have already found out that the death of my disciple in the Imperial tournament a few years ago is related to that brat. I must pull out his tendons and skin him alive. Eagle King revealed a sinister and bloodthirsty expression as he spoke faintly. However, before he could go to Wind Cloud City, Ling Xiao had already brought people to find him. Chapter 799. The Death Mountain Range stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. It was a dangerous and mysterious mountain range in the central region. There were many dark attribute spirit beasts, and the number of high-level spirit beasts was several times that of other mountain ranges. Ordinary emperors did not dare to go deep into the mountains. If they were targeted by the high-level spirit beasts, they would be dead. Many martial artists were more active in the periphery, and few daring people would go deep into the mountains. However, on this day, in the depths of the mountains, it was very lively. 5 emperors, hundreds of celestial masters, and nearly 3,000 Earth emperors of the Black Demon sect sealed off an area of 10,000 miles, and they were mining top-grade crystal mines under a barren mountain. After appraisal, the top-grade crystal mines here were conservatively complete, and the quantity was huge. This made the 5 emperors of the Black Demon sect extremely happy and excited. Although most of the crystal mines here had to be handed over to the sect, they would more or less gain a lot of benefits from managing this matter. Who was the one who discovered this crystal mine? This emperor will have to rely on him to fish it up, the Eagle King said with a wide grin. Leng Zheng was the first to speak. It's Gong Nan, but he has already been killed. The Eagle King furrowed his brows. What exactly is going on? Then, Leng Zheng explained what happened 3 days ago. Eagle King said angrily, "Who is so bold to kill people of the Black Demon sect? He must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. This person also cultivates the dark attribute like us, and his strength is no less than mine and Lady Yin's. I guess he also discovered the crystal mine and wanted to take it for himself. He did not expect us to suddenly come, and that is why he was caught unprepared," Leng Zheng explained. He paused and wanted to say something else, but Lady Yin quietly glared at him and he swallowed his words. There is such a master, but he is not used by the Black Demon sect. What a pity. Even if he knows about the crystal mine, it is not a big deal. With us here, no one can stir up any trouble, Eagle King said confidently. He was the proud disciple of the Black Demon sect, and he was definitely not weak. Even if he faced a mid-level Xian emperor, he was confident that he would not be defeated. Now that he had 4 emperors by his side, he could not think of any force near the Death Mountain that would dare to provoke them. Unfortunately, as soon as he finished speaking, he discovered that there were many powerful auras rapidly approaching from nearby. Could it be that there really is a clown who dares to provoke us? The Eagle King narrowed his eyes and murmured to himself. Needless to say, the newcomers were none other than Ling Xiao and his group. Young master, it seems like the other side has also increased their manpower, Savage Leopard said beside Ling Xiao. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many people there are. The key is how to prevent them from doing something desperate, Ling Xiao replied softly. Young master, don't worry. With me around, none of them will be able to destroy the crystal mine, Mad Tooth said. Yes, we have to end the battle as soon as possible. It's best if we can capture the other party's Emperor stage expert alive. I'm of great use to him. Ling Xiao replied. A crazy idea popped up in Ling Xiao's mind. He wanted to capture the experts of the other side one by one and forge them into his personal army. At that time, no one would dare to challenge his authority. At this time, several celestial masters and dozens of earthly emperors outside the sealed area stopped in front of Ling Xiao and the others on their owls. A peak celestial master shouted, "Who else? This place has been sealed by the Black Demon sect. If you don't want to die." Before he could finish speaking, Mad Tooth waved his hand and a spatial force instantly smashed toward the group of people. That group of people was instantly killed by him in one move. With a gap of several levels, Mad Tooth killed these people as easily as crushing ants. A bunch of trash. Mad Tooth said lightly. The experts who followed Ling Xiao and the others were speechless when they saw this scene. This was the first time they had seen the terror of a peerless saint-level powerhouse. Many changes had quietly taken place in their hearts, and their loyalty had skyrocketed. They believed that with such a peerless powerhouse in charge, even the 18 major forces would not dare to provoke them at will. They were also glad to have chosen to join Ling Xiao's camp. As the people of the Black Demon sect in front of them were instantly killed by Mad Claw, the rest of the Black Demon sect also noticed the movement. At this time, Ling Xiao said, "Let's just wait here for them to come. If we fight over there, it will inevitably affect the crystal mine." "That's right, let's wait for them to come." Savage Leopard smiled sinisterly. Ling Xiao said again, "Elder Lu, Elder Wu, the two of you take the others to surround and kill those small fries." Lu Kun and Wu Fu each led more than 30 celestial masters into 2 teams and headed toward the Black Demon sect's Wolf Eagle secret guards in the sealed area. "Who dares to kill the people of our Black Demon sect? Quickly report your name." This emperor does not kill nameless people. The Eagle King rode the 7th rank Wolf Cat Eagle King, along with Lady Yin, Ling Jing, 2 other emperor stage, and dozens of celestial masters rushed over. Lady Yin rode on the Black Wind Eagle and saw Savage Leopard 100 meters away at a glance. She could not help but exclaim, "It's him. It's the person who killed Gong Nan." Damn it, how dare he bring people to snatch the crystal mine? Does he really not care about the Black Demon sect? The Black Demon sect was already ranked in the top 3 among the 18 major forces. Other than the Martial Spirit Pavilion and the Medicine sect, they did not think that any other force would be so daring to provoke them. When Mad Tooth and Savage Leopard saw the people of the Black Demon sect, a strong killing intent spread out. They could not wait to kill these people one by one. However, Ling Xiao stopped them at the first moment, so that they could not act rashly for the time being. "This is our territory. Shouldn't we be polite before resorting to force?" Ling Xiao's lips curled into an evil smile as he spoke. Those who were familiar with him knew that he was up to something again. Ling Xiao and the others approached 50 meters away from the Eagle King and stopped. Leng Zheng reminded the Eagle King, "Elder Eagle, the other party is very strong. 1 or 2 of their auras are faintly above us. We should not be impulsive." Where did this large number of experts come from? Could it be? The Eagle King's body trembled slightly, as if he had thought of a possibility. At this time, Ling Xiao said, "I am the City Lord of Wind Cloud City, Ling Xiao. May I know why you are blocking our way?" The Eagle King secretly shouted in his heart, "It really is him." Then he revealed a somewhat arrogant expression and said, "So you are Ling Xiao. I did not expect that you would deliver yourself to me before I went looking for you." "Why are you looking for me? Could it be that you want to stay in my Wind Cloud City?" Ling Xiao said with a playful smile. "If you are so angry, do you know that we are elders of the Black Demon sect? You actually dared to kill people of the Black Demon sect. Do you want to start a war with the Black Demon sect? I advise you to obediently surrender, lest the people of Wind Cloud City suffer." The Eagle King said with a very threatening tone. Leng Zheng, who was listening to the side, broke out in a cold sweat. He knew that the other party was strong, and yet he still dared to speak so arrogantly. Wasn't he just looking for death? Suddenly, Ling Xiao laughed out loud. "Ha, that was exactly what I wanted to say. I didn't expect you to say it first. You are really humorous. What do you want?" The Eagle King clenched his fist and said, if it was under normal circumstances, he would have immediately killed without saying a word. However, the other party came prepared. He had no choice but to temporarily hold his breath. He swore in his heart, "When the crystal mining is over, I will definitely flatten Wind Cloud City and cut off this kid's head to use as a urinal. I don't want to do anything. I heard from my elders that some things were found in front of us, but they were taken by your people. Now I want to get them back. I don't know if you have any objections?" Ling Xiao said casually. "Young master, why do you need to talk so much nonsense with them? Kill them and be done with it." Cruel Leopard could not wait to start the battle. How dare you! I am the direct disciple of the Black Demon Sect. I am warning you in the name of the Black Demon Sect. Quickly retreat or else. The Eagle King held his spear and once again used his sect's identity in an attempt to scare Ling Xiao and the others away. It seems that we can't come to an agreement. Kill him for me, Ling Xiao said with a strange smile. Mad Tooth, Cruel Leopard, Song Minghua, Du Tai, Fong Qin, and Luo Yu all wanted to make a move but were stopped by Ling Xiao's hand gesture. They did not understand why Ling Xiao wanted them to make a move. Why did they stop him? In the next moment, they knew what was going on. Among the dozens of celestial venerables behind the Eagle King, Lady Yin, Leng Zheng, and the two low-level Xian emperors, two high-level celestial venerables suddenly approached quietly from behind. Suddenly, the two of them exploded with a powerful aura at the same time. Two weapons stabbed toward the Eagle King at the same time. This scene was too sudden and too strange. It was really impossible to guard against. What are you doing? Leng Zheng was the closest to the Eagle King. He noticed the situation immediately and did not hesitate to attack the two celestial venerables. Bang bang! Just as the two celestial venerables were about to assassinate the Eagle King, Leng Zheng sent them flying one step ahead. Looking at the large amount of blood that the two of them spat out, it seemed that they were already dead. What the hell is going on? The Eagle King was still in a state of confusion and asked loudly. These two were his Wolf Eagle secret guards. Why did they suddenly want to assassinate him? Hee, you have some ability, but let me see how many you can kill. Ling Xiao revealed an incomparably evil smile and said lightly. Then, on the Black Eagle sect's side, another two celestial venerables exploded. However, their target this time was not the Eagle King. Instead, they attacked their fellow sect members beside them. Beside the two of them, a few celestial venerables were caught off guard and were instantly beheaded by the two of them. You're rebelling. Motherf asterisk Kerr, get rid of them. Whoever dares to rebel again will be killed without mercy. The Eagle King shouted angrily. He could not wrap his head around it. How could the loyal Wolf Eagle secret guards of the Black Demon Sect suddenly have a traitor? Lady Yin suddenly noticed the strange smile on Ling Xiao's face and screamed in horror, "It's him, it must be him." Chapter 800. Why didn't Ling Xiao order his men to kill them immediately? His purpose was, of course, to stall for time. When he was negotiating with Eagle King, he quietly placed a spiritual charm on the Black Demon Sect's Wolf Hawk secret guards, controlling their minds and making them turn against him. With Ling Xiao's spiritual power, he could already seriously injure the super experts above the Emperor stage. Anyone below the Emperor stage, as long as they didn't know how to defend against spiritual attacks, Ling Xiao could control them at any time. Such a heaven-defying method was really strange and terrifying. Lady Yin had lived for many years, and her knowledge was not comparable to that of ordinary people. Through her careful observation of Ling Xiao, she felt that this matter must be related to Ling Xiao. An inexplicable thought flashed in her mind. Could it be the soul-controlling technique that has disappeared for many years? The kind of demonic technique that only the Soul Clan can use? What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and kill them all. The Eagle King was furious. He had never encountered such a strange thing since he started his cultivation. Now that he saw Lady Yin pointing at Ling Xiao, he was immediately overwhelmed by anger and wanted to attack Ling Xiao and the others. Ling Xiao waved his hand lightly and said, "You can attack now. Remember, try to keep those above the Emperor's stage alive." After saying that, he also summoned Xiao Jin. He didn't call out the prodigal. After all, the other party didn't need to use too many trump cards. He let Xiao Jin come out only to let him help a dozen celestial masters on his side to kill the celestial master experts on the other side. He himself sat behind the formation and watched quietly, controlling his spiritual power to stop the enemy at any time. In an instant, a series of terrifying attacks and explosions rang out in the sky. Boom boom boom. These terrible sounds of battle shocked all the birds and beasts in the surroundings and made them roar in panic. On Ling Zhao's side, Song Minghua was a high-tiered mystic, the Arch. Du Tai, Cruel Leopard, Fong Qin, and Luo Yu were all middle-tiered mystic thearchs. On the other hand, the opposing side had 2 middle-tiered mystic thearchs and 3 low-tiered mystic thearchs. In terms of cultivation stages, Ling Zhao's side definitely had the upper hand. Moreover, Ling Xiao had sent out a low-level saint like the Mad Claw to hold the line. It was impossible for them to not be able to take down these people. Right now, Song Minghua was cooperating with Fong Qin and Luo Yu's spiritual beasts to resist the 5 opponents' spiritual beasts. After all, Du Tai and Cruel Leopard's spiritual beasts had already been killed and they hadn't had the time to find new spiritual beasts. Du Tai went against Lang Zheng while Savage Leopard went against Lady Yin. Fong Chen went against Eagle King while Luo Yu went against 2 low-tier mystic thearchs. All sorts of colorful world energies were constantly being deduced, completely enveloping the sky. Du Tai was a high-tiered artificer. His world energies were mainly based on various kinds of weapons. It seemed like countless weapons were for him to use, which looked rather mystical. He relied on Ling Zhao's supreme grade, the Arch Elixir, to advance. His strength was slightly inferior to Leng Zheng, but it wasn't a problem for him to withstand Leng Zheng's attacks. On Cruel Leopard's side, he used his high-grade spirit tier world energies to suppress Lady Yin. He also used the Devil Blade 8 styles crazily. It could be seen how deep his hatred for Lady Yin was. "You Tai Zi, no one is helping you now. Watch how this the Arch kills you." Cruel Leopard roared with a crazed expression. Lady Yin hurriedly parried, a look of panic on her face as she said, "Are you his disciple? Otherwise, how could you understand his world power, and how could you know me? Is he the one who was tricked by you from behind?" Cruel Leopard didn't explain but asked a question instead. "You really are related to him?" Lady Yin exclaimed as though she had seen a ghost. Her mind was in a mess and she didn't have the slightest intention to continue fighting. There was only one word in her mind: escape. How could Cruel Leopard not know her intentions? While attacking fiercely, he provoked her again. He, now you know he trusted you so much back then. I didn't expect you to seduce a man behind his back and betray him. Are you worthy of him?" Lady Yin's mind became more and more chaotic. The bloodthirsty face of the man from thousands of years ago kept appearing in her mind. Looking at Cruel Leopard now, it was as if she was looking at the same person. He is a heartless man. I seduced him in all kinds of ways, but he didn't want me. He actually wanted another woman. I can't accept this. Lady Yin shouted absent-mindedly as she retreated. Cruel Leopard seized the opportunity and said again, "You didn't expect it, right? I am actually the Demon Emperor, the heartless man you spoke of." What a good move. This was a plan to attack the heart. Cruel Leopard was worthy of being an old monster who had been reborn. His continuous verbal attacks made Lady Yin completely lose her composure. Now that he was close to Lady Yin, he suddenly attacked her with killing intent. Demonic Saber 8 forms. Demonic Saber severing emotion. With this saber, no matter what grudges there were between Cruel Leopard and Lady Yin, it was completely destroyed by this move. The terrifying demonic saber seemed to want to cut the sky in half. Its momentum seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth. Every move of the demonic saber 8 forms was actually not divided into first and last. The power of each move was different, but each move had great power and cold killing intent. Lady Yin was absent-minded first. Although she faced the move before it arrived, she was not prepared enough. The bone staff in her hand could not withstand a few blows before it was blasted away by Cruel Leopard's strong move. Losing her weapon, Lady Yin was like a tigress whose teeth had been pulled out. She was already at the mercy of others. "No, don't kill me." Lady Yin's old face revealed an incomparably panicked expression. Her old eyes widened as she cried out in alarm. Unfortunately, Cruel Leopard was already filled with killing intent. How could he show mercy? Demonic Saber severing emotion, Saber aura severing body. Lady Yin's body was cut in half by the demonic saber, and her head was separated from her body. The blood splattered on Cruel Leopard's face, but it did not make him feel any discomfort. Instead, it made him laugh even more crazily. Ha! Damn you, this is the result of betraying this emperor. Cruel Leopard had suppressed his hatred for thousands of years. Now that he was able to kill one of them with his own hands, his heart was finally able to relax. On the other side, the low-level Eagle King was actually able to fight evenly with the middle-level Fong Chen. Eagle King's Wolf Eagle world power was able to suppress Fong Chen's ordinary world power. Moreover, his aura seemed to have increased several times, as if he had some secret technique to increase his combat strength. Luo Yu, who had been taken in by Ling Xiao not long ago, was fighting 1 against 2. She was not able to win immediately. She only had the upper hand, and it felt like she could not win for a long time. After all, Luo Yu and Fong Chen were both assassins who were good at sneak attacks. Their methods of frontal attacks were slightly inferior. As for the battles between the Empyrean-level experts, the number of people on Ling Xiao's side was clearly much smaller than the others. However, with Xiao Jin's participation, it could solve the urgent situation. Ling Xiao's omnipresent mental energy could make the Wolf Eagle Shadow Guards kill each other at any time, making the Wolf Eagle Shadow Guards guard the people around them, in case they were suddenly killed by their own people without knowing why. It was also because of this that the Empyreans on Ling Xiao's side had a lot more imposing aura. All of them were eager to perform well in front of Ling Xiao, and they were all going to kill their opponents with all their might. This was because the City Lord's mansion had already stated that every year, everyone in the City Lord's mansion would be evaluated. Whoever contributed the most would be able to obtain the corresponding cultivation pills and other high-level rewards. Now that the enemy was right in front of them, killing the enemy was the time to show their loyalty and make contributions. How could they not contribute? Mad Claw, who had been holding the line, had been observing the movements in all directions. At the same time, he was guarding beside Ling Xiao, ensuring Ling Xiao's safety. All right, let's not waste any more time. Mad Claw, you make your move. Ling Xiao knew that if this carried on, it would be hard to determine the victor in a short period of time. Finally, he let Mad Claw make his move. Mad Claw could not hold it in any longer. He nodded his head slightly and did not move much. 2 10 Millennium Cold Steel chains flew out from his sleeves. The 2 10 Millennium Cold Steel chains seemed to have eyes of their own as they flew towards the 2 low-level Mystic Thearchs that Luo Yu was fighting. The 2 low-level Mystic Thearchs were busy dealing with Luo Yu and did not have the time to pay attention to the 2 chains that were flying towards them. When they were bound by the 10 Millennium Cold Steel chains, they were shocked. Unfortunately, it was too late. A terrifying suction force pulled their bodies down to the ground. Bang! Bang! 2 terrifying crashing sounds rang out. The mountain that was a few hundred meters below them had been smashed into 2 deep pits by their bodies. Their bodies were already embedded in the belly of the mountain. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Saints did not make a move, but when they did, it was earth-shattering. 2 Thearch-ranked super experts could not even withstand a single blow. Luo Yu was still in a daze. She still did not know what had happened. Hurry up and capture the 2 of them. Ling Xiao hurriedly ordered. Only then did Luo Yu return to her senses. She hurriedly flew down. Mad Claw attacked Leng Zheng once again. This time, he did not use the same move. Instead, a huge palm seemed to pass through space, passing through Leng Zheng's Black Man-Eater Flower's world power. In an instant, it appeared in front of Leng Zheng. The palm print slammed towards Leng Zheng's chest. Leng Zheng's body was like a kite with a broken string as he flew far away. A mid-stage mystic the Arch had been defeated without any suspense. When Ling Xiao saw Mad Claw's 2 attacks, he sighed in his heart. A saint truly has the ability to transcend the heavens. I wonder when I will be able to reach that level. Eagle King, who was fighting with Fong Chen, just happened to see Leng Zheng being sent flying. His body and mind were both shocked. Fong Chen took the opportunity to unleash countless astral sword chi towards Eagle King. Clang clang clang. Fong Chen's sword astral landed on Eagle King's body but did not cause much damage. His black armor was obviously not an ordinary item. So it is this Thearcha's Dark Blood Guard armor. I did not expect that traitor to repair it and give it to you. But now, it is going to be returned to its original owner. Savage Leopard stared at the exposed defensive armor on Eagle King's body and muttered. This set of armor was a half-tier sage artifact. It was his personal armor back then. After he was betrayed and his physical body was destroyed, this armor naturally fell into the hands of the traitor. Just as Mad Claw was about to attack the Eagle King again, the Eagle King had already used his life-saving trump card. Chapter 801. As one of the true disciples of the sect master of the Black Demon sect, the Eagle King's strength was extraordinary, and he already had the combat power to fight above his level. However, in front of a peerless master who was several levels higher than him, it was still not enough. Moreover, the few Emperor stage masters around him were also injured one by one and lost their combat power. If he did not use his final trump card, he was afraid that he would face the fate of being captured and killed in the end. A jade tube appeared in his hand, and without thinking, he directly shattered the jade tube. His face revealed an incomparably sincere expression as he murmured, "Master, please help disciple kill the enemy." "Master." Cruel Leopard and Mad Tooth could not help but call out softly. The Eagle King claimed to be the disciple of the sect master of the Black Demon sect. Who else could his disciple be other than the sect master of the Black Demon sect? This sect master of the Black Demon sect was the one who had betrayed Cruel Leopard. As the jade tube shattered, the world began to change color. In an instant, the vast sky was covered by jet-black darkness, as if the curtain of night had arrived at this moment. Violent gales started to blow in the surroundings, causing the air to become chaotic due to the devastation. Everyone's martial clothes started to flutter. All of them felt a terrifying pressure coming at them, causing them to feel a little breathless. "This is?" Ling Xiao frowned and murmured. Like everyone else, he also felt as if there was a huge rock pressing down on his heart. This terrible feeling was similar to the feeling he had when he first met Mad Tooth and when he first met Hua Qianzhong in the medicine sect. The first words that flashed through his mind were the 4 words, "Descent of a Saint." Only a peerless powerhouse above the saint level could cause such a strong sense of oppression. Otherwise, he could not think of anyone else who could cause such a terrible aura. As the darkness densely covered the area, the aura also became more and more terrifying. Every celestial master powerhouse could not help but fall from the sky. In the face of this pressure that even they could not withstand, how could they stand in the air? The spirit beasts also constantly let out unwilling roars, expressing their dissatisfaction. All of a sudden, a majestic shadow gradually formed in the sky. This illusory figure was slender and had a cold expression. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s, but from the outside he looked even younger than the Eagle King. However, the aura of a leader was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Wherever his cold eyes swept across, it gave people the feeling of being stared at by a venomous snake, making people not dare to look at him directly. Beside Ling Xiao, Cruel Leopard's eyes turned red with anger. He clenched his fists tightly, and a raging fire of hatred spread out. His bloodlust was uncontrollable. "Traitor!" The Savage Leopard let out a roar. It really wanted to rush out and smash that figure into pieces, but Mad Tooth pressed down on its shoulder and said, "Don't be impulsive, his strength is unfathomable." That's right, the illusory figure in front of them was the sect leader of the Black Demon sect. No one knew his real name. Everyone called him Black Demon. There were 3 meanings behind the Savage Leopard's sect name. First, it was because their disciples mainly cultivated in the dark attribute. The attribute light was black, so it was named Black. Second, Cruel Leopard was called the Demon Emperor by others, so it was named Demon. The last meaning was only known by a few people, and that was because Cruel Leopard's only disciple was named Black Demon. At that time, Cruel Leopard thought that everything he had would be inherited by his only disciple in the future. The betrayal that Cruel Leopard kept talking about was actually his own disciple, the only disciple that he treated like his own son. A long-forgotten past appeared in Cruel Leopard's mind. In a civilian village, a child who was less than 10 years old was called Lonely Star of Evil. From the moment he was born, ominous things kept happening around him. First, his mother died in childbirth. Less than half a month after he was born, the poultry in his family also began to die one after another. At that time, no one cared too much about it. They thought that it was caused by a plague. But when he was 1 year old, his father died in an accident while hunting in the mountains. As he grew older, the relatives who had been taking care of him began to die one by one. There were 18 people in his family, but almost all of them died when he was less than 10 years old. What was even more bizarre was that after the death of his family, those who had contact with him also died inexplicably. Many things finally caused the villagers to speculate. Finally, the villagers unanimously decided that this child was Lonely Star of Evil. He was destined to be lonely for the rest of his life. Moreover, his destiny would also kill anyone who had any contact with him. Therefore, the villagers thought that he should be strangled in the cradle, lest he grow up and kill everyone in the village. Just when he was caught by the villagers and drowned in the pig cage, Cruel Leopard also happened to pass by the village. He looked down at the child being put into the pig cage. Until the moment when he was about to be thrown into the river, he did not show any strange expression. Even if he cried or made a noise, he did not show any emotion at all. It was as if he had already disregarded life and death, making people feel that the child must have already died of sorrow. At that time, Cruel Leopard was surprised by the child's expression, but he regarded human life as grass all his life, so of course he would not pity a child's life and save him. However, just as he was about to leave, he discovered something surprising. Not many years after the child was thrown into the river, dead fish began to appear in the river, and the river gradually turned pitch black, causing one to feel extremely strange. Cruel Leopard could not help but pay attention to such a strange phenomenon. In the end, he couldn't help but take a closer look. He used his power to forcefully isolate the river water and discovered that the child at the bottom of the river was safe and sound. There seemed to be a black light barrier protecting him, preventing him from drowning in the river water. The black energy emitted a corrosive power and drifted away in the river water. This was also the reason why the river water turned black and the fishes mysteriously died. Seeing this scene, Cruel Leopard's eyes suddenly lit up. He knew the true situation of this child. This child actually had the body of evil, a 100% dark attribute physique. In addition, it also contained the most domineering evil aura. It was an excellent physique for cultivating the dark attribute. Once he embarked on the path of cultivation, his future growth would definitely be limitless. Cruel Leopard himself was an expert who cultivated the dark attribute. At that time, he already had the strength of a peak heavenly venerable, only half a step away from stepping into the mystic emperor. He had long been qualified to accept disciples. Before this, he had never thought of accepting a disciple, but after seeing this child's physique, how could he bear it? He immediately rescued him and asked the child to become his disciple. From then on, that child followed by Cruel Leopard's side and was given the name Black Devil. This was because Cruel Leopard felt that this child was born to be a demon. He was born to kill. After Cruel Leopard saved this child, he released his heart and nurtured him into a talent. Black Devil also did not disappoint Cruel Leopard's expectations. The speed of his advancement was very fast, and his comprehension was extremely high. This made Cruel Leopard increasingly like him and treated Black Devil as his own son. However, Black Devil still betrayed him in the end. It was also because he had too high expectations of Black Devil and had always been too strict with him that he had a sense of hatred for Cruel Leopard since he was young. Just think about it. What kind of feeling would it be to let a child who was just 10 years old personally hold a knife to cut a living person's throat? What kind of scene would it be to let a child who was not even 12 years old face the siege of dozens of rank 2 spirit beasts alone? To let a child who had just been 15 years old assassinate a total of 48 people in a family? All of these were vented out by Black Devil when he betrayed Cruel Leopard back then. Because Cruel Leopard taught him the cold and murderous path of betrayal, it made him disregard any sentiments and kill Cruel Leopard to take his place. Of course, It was also because Black Demon was afraid that Savage Leopard would succeed in breaking through to the saint level and would always be above him, controlling his life. He had long been tired of the lifestyle arranged by Savage Leopard. He wanted to live his own path. Therefore, when Cruel Leopard broke through to the saint rank, he took the opportunity to launch an attack and completely killed Cruel Leopard. These secrets had always been suppressed in Cruel Leopard's heart. Originally, no one knew how he felt when he was betrayed by the person he trusted the most. It was such a heart-wrenching and unforgettable feeling. Back then, when Black Devil betrayed the Savage Leopard, he was already a high-stage mystic the Arch. His combat strength was just below the Savage Leopard's, and if he went all out, the Savage Leopard might not even be a match for Black Devil. Now that more than 5,000 years had passed, Black Devil had long stepped into the saint rank. As for which realm he had reached, Cruel Leopard did not know. The jade tube that Eagle King crushed had the life imprint of his master, Black Devil. It could allow Black Devil's divine sense to descend here to protect him and even help him kill his enemies. This was Eagle King's true reliance. A saint's divine sense was enough to kill anyone below the saint realm. As for whether or not it could deal with Mad Tooth, it would be clear later. Disciple pays his respects to master. Eagle King bowed deeply to Black Devil. After Black Devil's indifferent gaze swept across Eagle King's body, a dignified aura was emitted and he said, "Why do you need to alarm your master? If you can't give me a reason, you know the consequences." Eagle King's body and mind trembled. He immediately pointed at Ling Xiao and the others and said, "Master, they wanted to snatch the high-grade mysterious crystal lode that we discovered, and they even killed Elder Yin, Elder Leng. These elders. Now, this disciple is really unable to protect the crystal lode by myself, so I risked my life to ask Master for help. Please take a look, Master." Eagle King knew his master's temper. If he was even the slightest bit dissatisfied, his own head might fall to the ground. Black Devil's gaze landed on Ling Xiao and the others, and finally landed on Mad Tooth. His cold eyes revealed a hint of emotion, and he faintly said, "May I ask if you are Martial Uncle Mad Tooth?" Mad Tooth took a step forward, and his aura spread out as he coldly snorted, "I don't dare to call you Martial Uncle." Chapter 802. Back then, when Black Demon was accepted as a disciple by Savage Leopard, Mad Tooth and Savage Leopard were still together, so Black Demon had a deep impression of Mad Tooth. Later on, after Black Demon succeeded in usurping the throne, he went into seclusion to break through to the saint rank. He also remembered this martial uncle who had once been a close friend of his master. At that time, Mad Tooth sealed himself in the demon sealing formation and cultivated the Mad Demon art. Black Demon also wanted to eliminate any possibility of revenge, so he fed Mad Tooth the magical beast pill, wanting Mad Tooth to completely become an irrational half-beastman. However, Mad Tooth was able to borrow this demonic energy and combine it with the Mad Demon art to become a saint. This was probably an unexpected situation for Black Demon. The Blackwater sect had been destroyed, and Lady Yin had also told Black Demon about Mad Tooth's escape. Thus, he was not too surprised to see Mad Tooth. Perhaps he did not put Mad Tooth in his eyes at all. Back then, Black Demon had gone crazy. Not only had he betrayed Savage Leopard, he had also almost sealed him in the demon sealing formation. This hatred was not inferior to Savage Leopard at all. He also wanted to hack Black Demon, this disobedient son, into 1,000 pieces. Black Demon did not take Mad Tooth's angry words seriously. He was only here with his spiritual will, so he could not hold on for too long. Thus, he said quickly, "Martial Uncle, what happened back then was my fault. If you are willing to return to the demon sect, I will make you the sect protector supreme elder and control the power of life and death in the sect." When Eagle King heard Black Demon's words, he was shocked. How could he have thought that this peerless saint in front of him would actually be his martial uncle? He didn't know much about what had happened in the past. He only muttered in his heart, "This isn't the Dragon King temple being washed away by a flood. I don't know my own people anymore." However, it seems like Master and Martial Uncle have some conflicts. No wonder Martial Uncle wants to attack our people. Ah, that sounds good. But how could I believe the words of a despicable person like you? Back then, you could even kill your master, so what else can't you do? Now, I will destroy your divine will and kill your disciple to vent my anger. I will settle the score with you in the future. Mad Tooth revealed a maniacal laugh. His eyes instantly turned red with anger, and his hair instantly grew a lot longer. Mad demon art, mad multitude. Countless strands of hair that were like sharp needles instantly pierced towards Black Devil's shadow, and their speed was countless times faster than an Emperor-class expert's attack. This stinger was like a hornet. Once hit, no matter who it was, they would be riddled with holes and die. Martial uncle, you're too impulsive. It's not easy for you to obtain your strength, but you don't know how to cherish it. Then I won't care about your feelings. Black Demon said faintly as he raised a palm. Suddenly, the palm pressed down on a black screen, and countless tentacles entangled like cockroaches. The black tentacles had a strong corrosive nature as they wrapped around the countless strands of hair. The two different powers began to interweave with each other, and the energy they emitted seemed to be able to destroy the space around them. Ling Xiao and the others quickly retreated. The battle between saints was too shocking, and they would perish here if they were the slightest bit careless. Although Mad Tooth's hair was sharp, Black Devil's baleful dark tentacles were even more terrifying. They directly corroded Mad Tooth's hair, and the tentacles were much more powerful. They wriggled incessantly and attacked Mad Tooth. In just an instant, the space around them seemed to be covered with countless tentacles, and it seemed like they wanted to tie Mad Tooth up and kill him. Mad Tooth naturally wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. He threw out countless punches with his bare hands, and every punch was like the sudden appearance of a mad demon. They directly devoured and exploded those tentacles. You have some ability, but it's still not enough. Black Devil murmured as he slapped his palm down again. A black space instantly came crashing down on him, and its power was extraordinary. Mad Tooth raised his leg and kicked it, and a similarly black elemental energy surged forward. Rumble! The two powerful energies collided, causing a huge impact in midair. Countless dark energy splattered, and the creatures below were instantly corroded and lost their vitality. After the two attacks collided, Mad Tooth was blasted back thousands of miles. Moreover, there was a wave of baleful dark energy that coiled around his feet like maggots, instantly corroding the bottom of his pants. Baleful dark energy. Mad Tooth's expression changed, and he cried out in alarm. He poured his power into his feet and dispersed the baleful dark energy. This kind of energy was unique to Black Devil, and it was dozens of times more powerful than the corrosive dark energy. If he didn't have the ability to expel it, his entire body would soon be corroded. If it was a martial artist below the saint level, they might not be able to expel Black Devil's baleful dark energy, but Mad Tooth could do it. After all, Black Devil had only come with his divine sense and not his true body, so his strength was greatly reduced. However, while Mad Tooth was distracted, Black Devil sneered and attacked again. Similarly, he flipped his palm down, and a large amount of spatial energy followed, and the baleful dark energy surged endlessly. Mad Tooth was shocked, and he hurriedly pushed out with his palms, and the two peerless Mad Devils roared at the same time. For a time, the two of them began to fight again. Spatial energy continuously collapsed, and the vast and majestic power caused the people and spirit beasts in the surroundings to tremble in fear. Martial artists who had reached the Emperor level and above all widened their eyes as they watched this battle. This was a great enlightenment for them. Martial artists who had reached the saint level had to understand how to use spatial energy. They could cross tens of thousands of miles in a single move, and they could destroy heaven and earth with a single move. They had unparalleled power. Although the elemental energy of every martial artist was different, the essence of spatial energy was the same. Ling Xiao was also immersed in the battle. His comprehension had always been excellent, and every time he saw a saint-level martial artist attack, he would have a different feeling. He would always have a vague understanding in his heart, and he would always grasp it at the moment, but he couldn't. "Young master, please save Mad Tooth." Savage Leopard bit his lips and said to Ling Xiao. Savage Leopard had long been suppressing a ball of rage in his heart, but Mad Tooth had patted him a few times before the battle to calm him down. It wasn't good for him to expose his identity now, or else Black Devil would definitely kill him at all costs. He suppressed his impulsive emotions, and a complicated feeling welled up in his heart as he looked at his most familiar yet most unfamiliar disciple. He didn't expect that in just a few thousand years, his disciple had already reached such a terrifying step. He could fight Mad Tooth with just a strand of his divine sense, and he even had the upper hand, forcing Mad Tooth into a difficult situation. Savage Leopard was worried about Mad Tooth's safety, and he had no choice but to ask Ling Xiao for help. Ling Xiao's strength was naturally not enough to deal with Black Devil, but Savage Leopard knew that his young master had many unexpected trump cards, and he had the ability to help Mad Tooth. It was also at this time that Black Devil realized that he couldn't hold on for much longer. He slightly combined his palms to form a mysterious hand seal, and a large amount of spiritual energy in the vicinity was instantly sucked out. A terrifying black dot emitted a dense and terrifying energy. The people who were far away all felt the terror of this move, and their expressions became incomparably ugly. It was as if they felt that if this move was blasted towards them, they would definitely die without a corpse. "Uncle Master, that's all for now. I'll send you to see my beloved master. I'm sure you'll want to reunite sooner," Black Demon said faintly. The black dot between his palms blasted towards Mad Tooth. The moment this black dot left his hands, it immediately became bigger, and like a heavenly dog eating the moon, a round black moon smashed towards Mad Tooth. Mad Tooth was shocked once again. His crazed demon art was at its most insane state at this moment. His appearance was almost like that of a demon. His body surged several times, and his palms blasted out with all the strength in his body in an attempt to block Black Demon's attack. Unfortunately, his power was instantly drowned by the black moon, and it blasted towards his direction. "It's over!" Mad Tooth's forehead was already dripping with sweat in the face of this huge power. He no longer had time to dodge. The power was too fast and too fierce. Just as the black moon was about to drown Mad Tooth, a rapid fiery energy rushed out from a direction. Rumble! The powerful fiery impact instantly blasted the black moon to the side, and it exploded. Black Hawk frowned and looked at the person who suddenly came out. He didn't expect that there would be someone who could block his killer move at this time. How many people in the central region could touch him? Could it be that there were some old monsters who lived in seclusion? What he saw was a middle-aged man who was as tall as a tower, and his tiger strides were especially domineering. Who else could this middle-aged man be other than the human form of the earth-flaming tiger? Ling Xiao summoned him in time. He didn't want to see Mad Tooth being destroyed by Black Devil. "Loser, step aside. Watch this Tiger Lord destroy him." The earth-flaming tiger glanced at Mad Tooth and said. Then he flew towards Black Devil like an arrow and punched out. A huge ferocious tiger smashed down on Black Devil. This time, it was Black Devil's turn to be moved. He clearly felt that the person in front of him wasn't a real human, but an 8th-grade spirit beast in human form. Moreover, the power of this punch was more than 10 times stronger than Mad Tooth's. It's a mid-tier 8th-grade spirit beast. Black Devil immediately came to a conclusion. Without thinking, he immediately slapped his palm towards the ferocious tiger fist. The power of the fist and palm collided, and countless energies splattered out again, shaking the heaven and earth. This time, it was Black Devil who retreated. At the same time, his condensed phantom image became a little weaker. It was clear how much damage the earth-flaming tiger had caused, and Black Devil's spiritual force was also greatly consumed. "Can't even withstand a single blow." The earth-flaming tiger said disdainfully and continued to smash towards Black Devil. Black Devil blocked a few moves, and the condensed power became thinner. He knew that it would be difficult for him to do anything this time. "Count yourself lucky. When my true body arrives, I will definitely destroy all of you," Black Devil said faintly. Then, the last bit of energy swept towards the Eagle King. He pulled the Eagle King and quickly escaped with the help of spatial energy. Chapter 803. Following the retreat of the Black Devil, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The might of a saint wasn't something that an ordinary person could withstand. Savage Leopard flew to Madtooth's side and asked with concern, "Is Madtooth all right?" Madtooth was in a sorry state. The clothes on his body had been corroded by the dark baleful chi, and several parts of his flesh had shrunk and turned black. Madtooth shook his head and said, "It's nothing serious. The dark baleful chi is too terrifying. If his true body came here, I'm afraid," he did not continue, but he had already admitted that the strength of the Black Devil was beyond his expectations. Just a strand of his divine will had already forced him into such a sorry state. If not for the Earth Flame Tiger, he would have already been killed. It could be seen that the Black Devil's true strength was at least at the middle stage of the Saint Realm. It was unknown whether he had reached the high stage of the Saint Realm or higher. This traitor has really grown to this extent. I'm afraid it won't be easy to take revenge. Savage Leopard sighed heavily. He knew about the Black Devil's tenbin. Although he was not far from his original peak strength, he was still far from being able to catch up to the Black Devil. He felt powerless in his heart. The gap in tenbin could be made up for with effort, but there was a gap in tenbin and time. What could be used to make up for it? After all, the Black Devil's strength was countless times stronger than his. We can't do it, but we still have Young Master. Young Master's tenbin and opportunities are even stronger than his. Now, there aren't many people below the Emperor stage who can threaten Young Master. Perhaps it won't be long before he can surpass us old people. Madtooth looked at Ling Xiao and said with hope. He knew that the only person who could fight against the Black Devil was the Young Master. Savage Leopard nodded lightly and said, "That's right. I've followed Young Master all these years and watched him reach his current strength step by step. It's really enviable." At this time, Ling Xiao flew over. He looked at Madtooth and asked him a few questions out of concern. Seeing that Madtooth was fine, he relaxed. "All of you, spread out and see if there are any survivors of the Black Demon sect. Don't let any of them go," Ling Xiao said to the celestial masters who had followed him. Then, he turned to Madtooth and said, "Madtooth, bring the divine fraud and the others here. Savage Leopard, take us to the location of the crystal mine. Don't let them destroy it." The main masters of the Black Demon sect had been forced to retreat. But there were still some people of the Black Demon sect in the crystal mine. Ling Xiao was worried that they would destroy the crystal mine if they couldn't get their hands on it. Everyone split up. Madtooth went to pick them up, while Savage Leopard led Ling Xiao to the crystal mine. He went to the crystal mine, and found many people of the Black Demon sect there. They seemed to be waiting for the triumphant return of Eagle King and the others. Ling Xiao and the others did not say anything. They immediately killed these people one by one. The warriors in the crystal mine did not know what was going on. Ling Xiao quietly cast a middle-level spirit curse to control them. Ling Xiao did not want to waste these free labor. He was also afraid that they would destroy the crystal mine. Casting a middle-level spirit curse consumed less energy than a high-level spirit curse. It was also much easier. Fortunately, someone has set up a barrier here. They did not notice the situation outside. Otherwise, the crystal mine would have been destroyed. Ling Xiao controlled many people inside and let them kill each other for a while. He could not help but sigh. This place had been isolated from the outside world. They were not affected by the outside world. This also prevented them from knowing about the amazing changes outside. Otherwise, they would have already escaped or destroyed the crystal mine. After some twists and turns, Ling Xiao and the others finally mastered the crystal mine. Ling Xiao ordered the people inside to come out and personally walked into the crystal mine to take a look. He looked at the glittering top-grade mysterious crystals embedded in the rock walls. He was excited. Over the years, he had killed and robbed many experts of their interspatial rings. He had a lot of money on him. Looking at the crystal mine now, he realized that his mysterious crystals were just the tip of the iceberg. They were not worth mentioning. It seems that the heavens are helping me achieve great things, Ling Xiao said excitedly. With the mysterious crystals in the crystal mine, he could recruit more soldiers and expand his forces. Would he still need to worry about achieving great things? Ling Xiao let the people of the Black Demon sect under his control continue to mine for him. At the same time, he began his plan to build the guards. Leng Zheng and the other 2 low-level emperors who were captured were now half dead. Their powers were also sealed. They were now at the mercy of others and had no ability to resist. Ling Xiao's mental power could not easily control martial artists of a higher level than him for the time being. However, it was different when they were seriously injured. Their soul power was at its weakest. Controlling them now was as easy as blowing off dust. Of course, Ling Xiao had to reward the 3 emperors with high-level mental spells. After subduing the 3 of them, Mad Tooth brought Xian Yao and the others over. Xian Yao did not land to meet Ling Xiao immediately. Instead, he took out a small round mirror and began to observe the surrounding mountains. His expression changed several times. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and flew to Xian Yao's side. He asked, "Fraud, what did you find?" Xian Yao put away the small mirror and laughed, "It's really effortless. This is the land of great fortune. The place where we want to build our sect is here." Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why do you say that?" Xian Yao pointed to a mountain and said, "Young master, do you find anything special about these mountains?" Ling Xiao carefully observed and found that these mountains were indeed the most majestic in the vicinity. However, he did not find anything special about them. After looking at it a few times, his expression changed slightly. Looking at each of them individually, they look like ordinary mountains, but when you look at them together, they are like bowls that rise and fall like the back of a dragon, and the tallest one is like the head of a dragon, with a bit of power that can reach the heavens. It is indeed a bit wonderful. The surrounding trees are lush and the scenery is excellent, but only this area is barren. It is really thought-provoking. Xian Yao gently waved his white paper fan and smiled. "Young master is really smart. With just a few glances, you can see the beauty of this place. I think you are more suitable to be my fraud." After making a joke, he said, "These mountains are indeed shaped like dragons, but look at the flat land on both sides of these mountains. Don't you think that these 2 pieces of land are like wings on the back of a dragon? Don't keep me in suspense. If you have something to say, say it." Ling Xiao said anxiously, "The terrain here has the power of a flying dragon in the sky. It is a rare land of fortune. The reason why this place is able to form crystal mines is because of this dragon-shaped aura. It can accumulate a large amount of the essence of the sun and moon. If I'm not mistaken, the amount of crystal mines beneath this mountain range is definitely shocking," said Xian Yao seriously. "Didn't you say that there might be a crystal mine within a radius of several thousand miles?" Ling Xiao asked. "That's right. This is a dragon vein, and what we've dug up now is just a little bit of the crystal mine at the edge. As we go deeper, there will definitely be even more crystal mines at the bottom of the mountain. I suggest that young master only excavate the crystal mine here and not this place. Once the dragon vein is damaged, it will affect the layout of this place," Xian Yao replied confidently. "My God, fraud, you're not joking, right?" Ling Xiao licked his thick lips and said, "If there were crystal mines around here, once they were all excavated, how much wealth would there be? How many cultivation resources would there be to squander? How could I joke about this? All the major powers will look for immortal mountains to build their sections. They not only want their juniors to cultivate faster, but they also want to borrow the luck of that place to allow their sects to survive for a long time." Now that we have occupied the terrain of a flying dragon to build our sect, the luck between young master and the sect will definitely be incomparably dense. It will definitely be easy for us to become one of the 18 major powers. Young master, if you gather the power of a sect, you will definitely soar to the sky like this terrain," Xian Yao explained with certainty. His eyes flashed with a bright light, as if he could already see the rise of a new major power. "Is this place really that good?" Ling Xiao still had some doubts, but in his heart he was already secretly delighted. If it was really as good as Xian Yao said, he would naturally choose to build his sect here. However, he was worried that there were many powerful spirit beasts around. If they didn't want their territory to be occupied, it would not be so easy for them to occupy this place. Of course, I didn't expect to find this earth vein on my first trip here. The heavens are truly blessing the young master. Young master is destined to achieve great things, Xian Yao said with a hint of congratulation in his voice. The reason why he let Ling Xiao develop in Wind Cloud City was because he had a premonition that there would be a great opportunity here. At the same time, there was a great sense of oppression, which was in line with Ling Xiao's personality of facing difficulties head-on. Now that Wind Cloud City had been built and had experienced many storms, it had become stable. As long as he built a force here, he would be able to form a situation where he could compete with the Black Demon sect. If he wanted to survive, he must continue to grow stronger. Otherwise, he would only be on the road to destruction. Xian Yao didn't expect that there would be such an amazing terrain in the Death Mountain range. It was inevitable that Ling Xiao would become the leader of a new generation of major powers in the future. Ling Xiao's growth and strength would also mean that Xian Yao's luck would be greater. He would also chase after Ling Xiao further. If he chose the wrong person, his achievements would be limited. If he chose the right person, his future would be limitless. This was his destiny to become the divine Jizi and assist the Holy Emperor. All right, I'll believe you this time. Don't touch the crystal mine under this mountain range. I'll use this place as the sect's location to achieve my, Ling Xiao's, hegemony. Ling Xiao looked at the majestic mountains below and immediately responded with lofty sentiments. Don't worry, young master. I definitely won't make a mistake. With the suppression of this dragon vein, the sect's luck will be like the sky. Young master will also have a great influence and achieve supreme prestige. Xian Yao affirmed once again. Then he said, this is not the right time. Quickly let them seal off this area, then summon people to build the main palace. After that, Xian Yao hurried down and informed the others to seal off the area. Chapter 804. Ling Xiao looked at Xian Yao's hurried figure and thought to himself, with a brother like this, there's no need to worry about not succeeding. Ever since he and Xian Yao got to know each other, the two of them were like brothers. He knew that Xian Yao knew the secrets of the heavens and could foresee things like a god. He was destined to be extraordinary. Now that Xian Yao was willing to help him, it really helped him reduce a lot of unnecessary worries and also helped him share a lot of burden. If not for Xian Yao's help, he really wouldn't have been able to succeed so quickly. Ling Xiao was very grateful to Xian Yao and decided that he definitely wouldn't mistreat Xian Yao in the future. Ling Xiao listened to Xian Yao's suggestion and ordered people to only excavate the outer section of the crystal mine. All the nearby terrain was not allowed to be touched. He announced that he would establish his sect here. When Ling Xiao announced that he would disappear, many people who followed Ling Xiao were pleasantly surprised. Ling Xiao's reputation was already enough. As long as he established his sect, they would have enough confidence to roam the central region. The location of his power had already been chosen. Ling Xiao could only temporarily postpone his plan to kill Sha Tian and the Gu family. After all, the Black Devils had just retreated. If they led a large army to attack the border, it would be terrible. He had to stay here to take care of the situation. While everyone was anxiously working on various matters, Ling Xiao was the one who had the most free time. At this time, the prodigal requested to come out of the medicine cauldron. Ling Xiao naturally let him out. Zizai, you advanced again? Ling Xiao looked at the prodigal in surprise. He had been with the prodigal for a long time. Every time the prodigal advanced, there would be some changes. Now, Ling Xiao also felt that the prodigal was slightly different from the time at the Lake of Sky Despair. He immediately confirmed that the prodigal had advanced again. The prodigal scratched the back of his head and smiled. Yes, boss, you're really accurate. F***CK, how long has it been since you advanced, and now you've advanced another level? Are you trying to let people live? Ling Xiao cried out in shock. At the Tianhu extremity, the prodigal was already at the peak of the 7th level intermediate stage. Now, he had already reached the 7th level advanced stage. This speed made Ling Xiao speechless. He had always known that the prodigal's advancement speed was relatively slow, but now it was so fast that it made people speechless. The prodigal replied, "The power of the heavenly fire I absorbed is very strong, and it has already allowed me to reach the boundary. Furthermore, I've eaten quite a lot of essence chi recently, so it's only natural for me to break through." Previously, the prodigal had absorbed 1/3 of the golden rending dark pearl's energy. Both of them were of the same origin energy, allowing it to reach the peak of the 7th level intermediate stage. Furthermore, he had eaten quite a number of beast cores, so his advancement was a matter of course. At its current stage, if it wanted to step into the Tier 8 realm, it would not take such a short period of time if there were no other opportunities. It's a good thing that you've become stronger. Boss, life is in your hands now. Ling Xiao said jokingly. To be honest, all these years, the prodigal had already helped him a lot since he was in Meteorite City. The stronger the prodigal was, the happier he was from the bottom of his heart. The prodigal revealed an embarrassed expression and said, "Boss, I might have to leave you again." Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then asked, "What's wrong? Do you want to return to the desolate mountain range?" The desolate mountain range was the prodigal's territory, which was why Ling Xiao asked this. The prodigal shook his head and said, "No, I have a mission for my clan that I must complete. Now that my strength has reached the requirements, it's time for me to leave and complete my mission." Mission? Do you need boss's help? Ling Xiao didn't interrogate the prodigal. He only asked the prodigal as a boss. Now, he was naturally reluctant to let the prodigal leave. He and the prodigal had many years of brotherhood, which was not something that anyone could understand. Moreover, the Black Demon sect could attack at any time. If the prodigal left, the flaming earth tiger would follow him, and he would lose a strong support. This was what Ling Xiao could not help but worry about. The prodigal shook his head and said, "Boss, you've already helped me a lot. If not for following you, I would not have grown so quickly. This time, this is a matter of the Qilin celestial clan, and no humans or beasts are allowed to interfere." Ling Xiao saw the prodigal's determined expression and did not try to persuade him any further. He immediately encouraged him, "Zizai, no matter where you are, boss will always be your boss. If you encounter something that you can't handle, remember to call boss. Although boss isn't strong, he can still help you avoid some trouble." "Thank you, boss. This farewell might take a long time, so you have to take care. In the future, when I complete my mission, I will definitely come back to find you," the prodigal said. His eyes revealed an unprecedented fierceness, as if indicating that his mission was not that simple. "And you have to work hard. Boss has always been invincible since he started his career. You can't weaken boss' reputation and embarrass boss. Do you understand?" Ling Xiao also noticed the prodigal's strange behavior and immediately said this to provoke him. The prodigal nodded heavily and said, "Don't worry, boss. I definitely won't lose face for you." Ling Xiao didn't say anything more. He heavily patted the prodigal's shoulder. There was no need to say anything more. Then, Ling Xiao summoned the Dragon Lady and Xiao Jin to send the prodigal and the Flaming Earth Tiger off together. Looking at the prodigal gradually getting further away, Ling Xiao felt an inexplicable sense of loss in his heart. After this farewell, he did not know when he would be able to see him again. Ling Xiao found a corner and lay down on a huge tree. He took out a jar of wine and started drinking by himself. Ling Xiao sighed and said softly, "The two of us drink together, the mountain flowers bloom, one cup after another. I am drunk and want to sleep, but I have nowhere to go. Tomorrow I will come with my zither." This was Li Shixian's poem, Drinking Together in the Mountains, which happened to describe Ling Xiao's current mood. It was a pity that the prodigal had gone far away and would not appear the next day. Ling Xiao drank by himself and unknowingly drank a little too much. He leaned against the tree and gradually fell asleep. The next day, after Ling Xiao woke up, his mental state had once again recovered. He was not a sentimental person. Otherwise, he would not be able to pull himself together after every separation. It was not that he did not have a conscience, but he knew how to hide this kind of emotional sadness in the bottom of his heart and make himself incomparably strong. It was peaceful for a month. No one came to disturb Ling Xiao and the rest to dig the crystal mine, And no spirit beasts came to cause trouble for no reason. Ling Xiao got thousands of people to work at the same time. After a month of digging, the number of high-grade mystic crystals they had obtained was already billions. This number had already reached a shocking level. Mystic crystals were divided into low, medium, and high grades. Each grade was equivalent to 100 times the next grade. These billions of high-grade mystic crystals were all high-grade mystic crystals. If they were converted into medium or low-grade mystic crystals, how much would it be? Ling Xiao could not even close his mouth. Of course, he kept most of the high-grade mystic crystals. This was the foundation for establishing a force. At the same time, he distributed a portion of the rewards to all the subordinates who participated. Ling Xiao won a lot of loyalty from his followers with this clear method of rewarding them. At the same time, Xian Yao had been surveying the surrounding terrain for a month. At the same time, he seemed to be setting up some kind of formation. From what Ling Xiao heard, it seemed that he wanted to consolidate this place first. He could not let the power of the flying dragon leak out. Ling Xiao knew nothing about this, so he let him do as he pleased. In any case, he trusted Xian Yao. Young master, now that everything has been prepared, we can already start building the main palace. But before that, we have to ask Elder Han to come, Xian Yao said to Ling Xiao. Why do we need to disturb Elder Han? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Any large force will have restrictions isolating the location of their sects to prevent outside enemies from attacking. Elder Han and Mad Tooth are both saints, so they have shocking power. I want them to seal off this area and hide it from the eyes of ordinary warriors. This way, it will not be easy for others to find the location of our sect, unless they have the strength of Elder Han or Mad Tooth. Xian Yao explained. Ling Zhao's mind lit up. Yes, he had been to the Feng clan and the medicine sect. These two great forces were isolated in an unknown area. If they wanted to enter or leave, they had to use a transmission formation. Now that he wanted to establish his force, it would be best if he could not expose the location of his force. Now that he heard Xian Yao mention it, he noticed this matter. Without another word, Ling Xiao immediately arranged for Wu Fu to return to Wind Cloud City to ask for Elder Han's help. Thinking about what he had promised Elder Han, he felt a bit guilty that he had not done so. Han Kai and Wu Fu arrived in less than half a day. Ling Xiao made it short and conveyed Xian Yao's message to Han Kai. Han Kai replied, constructing a space world does not rely solely on manpower. It also requires space stones as a foundation to make the space permanent. Space stones? The main material used to refine space rings? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, the area we need to enclose is not small. Without a large number of space stones, there is no way to seal it, Han Kai nodded. Ling Xiao was in a bit of a dilemma. Space stones were rare and now he needed a large number of them. Where should he go to find them? Han Kai saw Ling Xiao's dilemma and immediately said, I know of a place that produces space stones, but it is within the sphere of influence of the sword-splitting sect and Spirit Night Palace. Ling Xiao asked impatiently, Where is it? Even if it is a dragon's den, I will go there. He was not even afraid of the Black Demon sect and the Medicine sect, so why would he be afraid of the sword-splitting sect and Spirit Night Palace? Elder Han said, It is in the 1,000 Broken Mountain Range, which is as famous as the Death Mountain Range. However, after many years of excavation, I don't know how many of them there are. I think the fastest way is to buy from either of the two sections. Perhaps it would be more practical, but the amount of black crystals needed would certainly not be small. Why does the 1,000 Broken Mountain Range sound so familiar? Ling Xiao was deeply puzzled. Chapter 805. Xian Yao said, Young master doesn't remember. Poison Scorpion, Solitary Eagle, Kuang Hu. They are still training there. I wonder how they are doing now. Ling Xiao remembered the loyal subordinates who had followed him from the northwest to the central region. He revealed a look of longing and said, That's right, how could I forget about them? They really deserve to die. Ling Xiao complained to himself and said, Fraud, we are in need of people now. Can we summon them back in advance? Back then, Xian Yao arranged for them to train in the Thousand Broken Mountain Range. He wanted them to become independent experts so that they could better assist Ling Xiao in the future. At that time, Xian Yao had set a 10-year agreement with them. Now that more than half of the time had passed, Ling Xiao had already reached the point where he could establish his own sect. He already had many capable experts by his side, which made Ling Xiao and Xian Yao ignore their existence. Xian Yao pondered for a moment and said, "When I set a 10-year agreement with them, I felt that young master might not be able to lay down a foundation within 10 years. Now that Ling Xiao has the ability to dominate a region, it is indeed possible to summon them back." "That's good. Now that we need spatial stones, we can go and find them along the way," Ling Xiao said excitedly. Poison Scorpion, Solitary Eagle, Li Kuanghu, Cold Snake, Wei Dai, and the 8 generals were all very important to Ling Xiao. They were the most loyal people who followed him, and no one else could replace them. Although their strength was not worth mentioning compared to the people around him, Ling Xiao would not give up on them because of this. "Young master, you can't go personally this time. If you have to go personally for everything, how many things will you be busy with?" Xian Yao saw that Ling Xiao wanted to go personally, so he immediately tried to persuade him. It wouldn't be long before Ling Xiao became a sect master and could be considered a person with status. How could he go personally for everything? What was the use of recruiting people? "You're right. Who should I send to do this? We can't afford to make any mistakes," Ling Xiao retorted. He did want to welcome them back personally, but Xian Yao was right. Moreover, he had already provoked enough enemies. If he didn't stay here, it would be hard to avoid other troubles. Elder Han and Mad Tooth shouldn't be known to others for the time being. Only with such a strong enemy would they be able to catch them off guard. "Just let Yunfeng handle this matter," Xian Yao said. "But Yunfeng has returned to Yi Clan City and he hasn't disappeared yet," Ling Xiao replied. At this time, Han Kai said from the side, "That brat has already returned a few days ago, but he still doesn't know that you are here." Ling Xiao clasped his hands together and said, "He came back just in time." With him taking care of this matter, I can rest assured. If Xian Yao was Ling Zhao's brain, then Yi Yunfeng was Ling Zhao's right-hand man. Now that Yi Yunfeng's strength had improved a lot, it was time for him to take charge. That day, Ling Xiao and Han Kai returned to Wind Cloud City. Ling Xiao immediately sent for Yi Yunfeng. "Yunfeng, did your trip go smoothly?" When Ling Xiao saw Yi Yunfeng, he immediately asked with concern. Yi Yunfeng planned to move the Yi clan to Wind Cloud City to settle down. This decision made Ling Xiao feel very comforted. Yi Yunfeng's actions undoubtedly meant that he planned to place everything in the family on him. Yi Yunfeng revealed an embarrassed expression and knelt down towards Ling Xiao on one knee. "Boss? I've let you down." Ling Xiao went forward to help him up and said, "Why do you say that?" Yi Yunfeng sighed softly. "There are some stubborn old people in the family who didn't listen to my advice. They said that Yi Clan City is the foundation of the Yi Clan and that it is the territory that our ancestors occupied. We must not abandon it, so," Ling Xiao chuckled, "so it's because of this. You don't have to worry too much about it. Their choice is also right. Let them develop where they are." Ling Xiao didn't care if the Yi clan came or not. As long as Yi Yunfeng was still loyal to him, he wouldn't treat him unfairly. It's their loss that they're unwilling to follow young master, Yi Yunfeng said with some indignation. He then said, "But my family has come with me. Little sister has been nagging about when she can see you." A beautiful figure appeared in Ling Xiao's mind, but the impression was not very deep. Ling Xiao sighed, "Yes, I haven't seen her in a long time." He then changed the topic. "I called you here because I have something I want you to do." When Yi Yunfeng heard that Ling Xiao wanted him to do something, he immediately became spirited. He immediately patted his chest and replied, "Boss, speak." Yi Yunfeng swears to complete the task. "I want you to go to the Broken Sword sect or Ling Xiao to purchase a batch of space stones. Also, go to the Broken Thousand Mountain Range and bring back Poison Scorpion, Lone Eagle, and the others. They must have suffered a lot these past few years," Ling Xiao instructed. At the same time, Ling Xiao handed a space ring to Yunfeng. There was a large amount of mysterious crystals inside, enough to purchase space stones. It just so happened that Ling Xiao had excavated a high-grade crystal mine. If not for this, taking out so many mysterious crystals at once would have put a lot of pressure on Ling Xiao. Yunfeng solemnly took the space ring and asked, "Boss, why do you need so many space stones? Could it be that boss wants to refine a space ring?" Ling Xiao replied, "No, this space stone is used to create a space land. We have now chosen a location in the Death Mountain range, and soon we can establish our own force. So you must go and come back as soon as possible. Don't delay on the way." Yi Yunfeng excitedly said, "So that's how it is. I will definitely come back as soon as possible. All right, I will send Fong Qin and Luo Yu to protect you. Also, bring Poison Scorpion, Lone Eagle, and the others back," Ling Xiao emphasized again. Yi Yunfeng ordered them to leave, but before leaving, Ling Xiao still personally received Yi Yunfeng's family. Accompanying Yi Yunfeng were his parents and little sister, as well as a few direct descendants of his family. The rest did not come. After all, the Yi family was a small, remote city in the central region, and the news was especially blocked. They did not know much about Ling Xiao's reputation and had only heard a little about him occasionally. Therefore, they did not want to move their family to follow someone who was not part of the Yi family. As the Yi family's patriarch, Yi Lingchong had a certain degree of decisiveness. Seeing his son return after a few years, he knew that his son had once entered the top 100 of the emperor rankings and was a true war emperor. Now, his strength had reached the middle stage of the heavenly sovereign realm, and he had already caught up to his ancestor's strength. After hearing his son tell him about Ling Xiao's various deeds, he immediately decided to give up the position of patriarch and come to Wind Cloud City to fight. Although the position of patriarch of the Yi family was a master of a region, compared to being able to advance to a higher level of strength and enjoy a long life, Yi Lingchong preferred the latter. Thus, he brought a few people to accompany his son to Wind Cloud City, to see the vast sea and sky outside. When Ling Xiao had first come to Yi family city, he had stayed with the Yi family and even helped them repel the Zhang family. It could be said that they owed Ling Xiao a great favor. "Greetings, City Lord Ling," Yi Lingchong led the Yi family members who had come with him and bowed to Ling Xiao. When he saw Ling Xiao again, Yi Lingchong could not help but sigh. It had only been a few years, but the young man who had just come from the northwest had already become a famous genius of the new generation. Not only did his strength surpass those of the same generation, but it had also caused the older generation to praise him. His son's strength was also thanks to Ling Xiao. Yi Lingchong was currently at the middle stage of the Earth's sovereign realm, but he did not dare to be arrogant in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao enthusiastically helped Yi Lingchong up and said, "Uncle Yi, there's no need to be so courteous. Yunfeng and I are sworn brothers, so you can just call me Ling Xiao. Don't call me City Lord Ling." "No, how can I do that? City Lord Ling, it's already our Yi family's fortune that you're taking care of Feng. How can I, Yi Lingchong, not know my place?" Yi Lingchong did not dare to act rashly. When he faced Ling Xiao, he discovered that Ling Xiao's superior aura was so strong that he could not help but feel a sense of worship. Even when facing the Yi family's ancestor, he did not feel this way. After exchanging pleasantries with Yi Lingchong for a while, Ling Xiao's gaze fell on the beautiful woman next to him. Yi Shuiqing, Yi Yunfeng's younger sister. She and Ling Xiao had a lot of grievances in the past. This was because Yi Shuiqing had always felt that Ling Xiao was a cruel pervert. Because she could not bear to see Ji Beixin and Bai Yushi being arranged by Ling Xiao to train and kill enemies, she had always disliked Ling Xiao. After arriving at the Yi family city, she tried to sow discord between the women by Ling Xiao's side. She wanted her brother to woo Ling Xiao's women. Unexpectedly, this angered Ling Xiao and he defeated Yi Yunfeng. At that time, Yi Shuiqing saw Ling Xiao's valiant side. Later, Ling Xiao helped the Yi family repel a strong enemy. Her impression of Ling Xiao changed completely. She realized that Ling Xiao was not only handsome, but also had outstanding strength. This stirred up some ripples in her heart. However, Ling Xiao was like a passerby in her life. He already had a beauty by his side, and she had a grudge with him. They were destined to be on two parallel lines. Now that she saw Ling Xiao again, she was deeply impressed by Ling Xiao's temperament. Which beauty didn't love a hero? Moreover, this hero was a young, promising, valiant, and famous genius. But now, when she faced Ling Xiao, she no longer had the temper of a young lady. There was only a deep sense of inferiority in her heart. Several years had passed. She had advanced from the middle stage king stage to the high stage king stage. In the vicinity of Yi family city, she could be considered a famous genius. However, in front of Ling Xiao, she could not lift her arrogant head in the slightest. On the way here, she had already heard her brother talk about Ling Xiao's various deeds. Other than shock, she did not know what to say. Sister Shuiqing is becoming more and more beautiful. I believe there are countless people pursuing you. Ling Xiao looked at Yi Shuiqing and said with a faint smile. There was no lust in his eyes. He was just joking as an older brother. Chapter 806. If it was in the past when Ling Xiao spoke to Yi Shuiqing like this, Yi Shuiqing would have immediately scolded him as a hooligan without a second word. However, now that Yi Shuiqing heard Ling Xiao's words and looked at his pure eyes, she could not hide the disappointment in her heart. She also understood that with her current status, how could she be worthy of a hero like Ling Xiao? She had heard her big brother mention before that even the princess of the Dongfang family, one of the 18 great powers, had expressed her desire to be Ling Xiao's woman. She was just a daughter of the Yi family. In terms of strength and background, how could she compare to them? Yi Shuiqing calmed herself down and replied, Ling. City Lord Ling, please excuse me. Ling Xiao laughed it off and immediately changed the topic. Your big sister Yun, big sister Kai and the others are all in the backyard. If you have time, you can find them to play. Ling Xiao was not a petty person. He had long forgotten all the unhappiness he had with Yi Shuiqing back then, and Yi Yunfeng was his little brother. He treated Yi Shuiqing like a little sister, and would not have any feelings between a man and a woman. And I miss them too. I wonder if they still remember me. Yi Shuiqing replied softly. She thought in her heart, in the end, we are people from two different worlds. After Ling Xiao comforted the Yi family, he had nothing else to do for the time being, so he went to his own alchemy room to refine the pills. Nowadays, he would refine pills when he had time, but the time he spent on this was still a lot less. He was afraid that he would be out of practice, and that would be troublesome. Alchemy was a very popular profession, and it was also the best way for him to create a strong helper. This was something that he absolutely could not fall behind. Now that he had just accepted Leng Zheng and the other two low-level Xian emperors, it was time for them to increase their strength. Right now, there were not many super experts that could be used, and he had provoked too many enemies. He had no choice but to make all the people he could use into more powerful figures as soon as possible. While Ling Xiao was refining pills, Yi Yunfeng hurried to the city directly under the Broken Sword sect. The Sword-Rending sect and the Spirit Knight Palace were close neighbors, and both were part of the 18 Great Forces. The only thing separating them was the Thousand Break Mountain Range. The two sects were located in the north and south of the mountain range. The Sword-Rending sect was located in the south, and the Spirit Knight Palace was located in the north. The Broken Sword sect was stronger than the Spirit Knight Palace, and the resources of the Broken Sword sect were also related to the Spirit Knight Palace. The Broken Sword sect was rich in spatial stones, and this was something that many people knew. Speaking of which, the space stone was even rarer than the mysterious crystal, and its value was especially high. Ever since the space stone was excavated from the Thousand Broken Mountain Range, the Sword-Splitting sect and the Spirit Knight Palace began to increase their mining efforts in the Thousand Broken Mountain Range. However, the 10,000 Break Mountain Range was similar to the Death Mountain Range in that there were too many high-level spiritual beasts. Ordinary people would not be able to go too deep into the mountain range, not even the Sword-Splitting sect and the Spirit Knight Palace. The Thousand Broken Mountain Range didn't belong to the two clans, it was only within their sphere of influence, so they couldn't stop a large number of mercenary groups from living here. The Broken Sword Mountain had the highest number of mercenary groups, and it was difficult to survive here. But if they were lucky, they could find spatial stones and sell them to the Broken Sword sect or the Spirit Knight Palace. The 1,000 Broken Mountain Range had the highest number of mercenary groups out of all the mountain ranges. It was extremely difficult to survive here. However, if one was lucky enough to find spatial stones and sell them to the Sword-Splitting Sect or the Spirit Knight Palace, they would receive a generous reward. The reason why Xian Yao sent Poison Scorpion, Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, the Cold Snake siblings, and the 8 generals to this place was to use the harsh environment to sharpen their skills and make them independent experts. Now that so many years had passed, would they be able to survive in this competitive and cruel environment? In a corner of the mountain, a group of more than 100 mercenaries was spreading out, as if they were looking for someone or something. This group of people all had the waist of a bear and the back of a tiger. Waves of killing intent overflowed from their bodies. The hideous scars on their arms showed that they had experienced cruel killings. They were riding different kinds of spirit beasts as they traversed through the forest. They were wearing the same martial attire, with a ferocious lion head embroidered on their chests. It could be concluded that they were from the famous Wind Lion mercenary group in the Broken Sword Mountain. The Wind Lion mercenary group had a real Emperor stage powerhouse, and was one of the top mercenary groups in the Broken Sword Mountain. The leader of the group was riding a 6th-rank Wind Lion, and he held a mace in his hand. His whole body was filled with a domineering aura. This person was the deputy leader of the Wind Lion mercenary group, Rong Fubei. He had the strength of a peak heavenly venerable, and was famous for being cruel and merciless. Now, his face was full of anger, as if he was an angry lion that could not be controlled. Who said that they saw that stupid Bian Zi in this area? Where is he now? Rong Fubei roared in anger. Why was Rong Fubei so angry? It was because his only son had been killed not long ago, and by a woman. Whenever he thought of that coquettish and beautiful woman, his killing intent soared. A low-level heavenly venerable beside Rong Fubei replied, "Deputy leader, that Bian Zi and her group have indeed escaped in this direction. They are already heavily injured, and should not be able to escape far. F***CK, if I catch that stupid Bian Zi, I will definitely let everyone kill her." Rong Fubei roared fiercely. At this time, a large eagle flew down from the sky, and on the back of the eagle was a man who looked like a midget. If one did not pay attention, one would not know that this midget was on the back of the eagle. "Deputy leader, I have found their traces. They are not far ahead, and they are trying to escape through the mountains in the south." The midget said to Rong Fubei, "Good, I have finally caught them. I want to see how you will die." Rong Fubei revealed a ferocious expression, and roared loudly. He rode on the Wind Lion and flew into the sky. A dozen heavenly venerables riding 6th-rank spirit beasts also chased after Rong Fubei, and the others could only chase through the mountains. Not far ahead, a total of 30 people were constantly shuttling through the forest. These 30 people were also a group of mercenaries, but they looked very miserable. A few of them were injured, and the others had many wounds on their bodies. Among this group of people, there were many familiar faces. The person leading the group was a middle-aged man wearing a black robe. He had a somewhat scholarly appearance, and his whole body was emitting a dark green aura. He was riding a 6-winged scorpion. Beside him was a one-eyed deaf man. This one-eyed deaf man was riding a 6th-rank Bloodwind Eagle, and he held a high-grade 6th-rank sword in his hand. There was a lot of blood on his body, but it was not his blood. It was unknown whether it was the blood of enemies or spirit beasts. On the other side was a man riding a 6th-rank Scarlet Spiraling Cloud Tiger. This man's chest had a large hole, and the blood had probably just congealed. He sat on the tiger's back, not showing any signs of pain. There was only a resolute expression on his face. Behind the 3 of them, there was a man and a woman sitting on a Bloodwind Eagle. The man was carrying a beautiful woman who had fainted. His face was filled with worry, and his eyes were burning with intense flames. Behind them, there were 8 Bloodwind Eagles closing in. On each of these 8 Bloodwind Eagles stood 8 warriors with strong murderous auras. One of these 8 warriors had already lost an arm, but he still clenched his teeth and rode on the eagle's back. He didn't ask anyone to take care of him. It seemed that they were intentionally protecting the man and the woman in the middle. The others rode different spirit beasts. Some were strong, some were weak, and their expressions were filled with panic. If Ling Xiao was here, he would definitely be able to recognize the 10 people at the very front of the group. Weren't they Poison Scorpion, Solitary Eagle, Li Kuanghu, the siblings Ling Shi, and the 8 generals who had been sent to the 1,000 Broken Mountain Range to train? At present, Poison Scorpion had already advanced from a mid-level heavenly venerable to a high-level earthly emperor. Solitary Eagle, Li Kuanghu, and Leng Shi were already peak earthly emperors, while the 8 generals were all high-level earthly emperors. In just a few short years, they had all improved quite a lot. This speed was already comparable to ordinary geniuses. The reason why they were able to grow so quickly was greatly related to the 10,000 years stone emulsion that Ling Xiao had given them. The 10,000 years stone emulsion could cleanse one's marrow and expand one's meridians, allowing a cultivator to cultivate Tenbin to a higher level. Furthermore, back when they were in the demonic emperor's space, the demonic emperor had guided them one by one. He had also made them consume many heavenly resources that could strengthen their cultivation of Tenbin. Before Ling Xiao parted with them, he had even given each of them many spiritual herbs and pills for cultivation. After experiencing countless battles, the pressure of life and death was the best way to hone a person's willpower and strength. They often received news about Ling Xiao's fame. Hence, they had become more and more demanding of themselves. They did not want to embarrass their young master. What they had experienced in the past few years was not something that an ordinary person could imagine. Now, they were probably being chased by someone. Otherwise, they would not be in such a hurry. Everyone hurry up. Once we get out of the mountain range and reach the heaven-breaking city, the Wind Lion mercenary group will not dare to do anything to us. The leader, Poison Scorpion, urged. That's right. Now, they were being chased by the Wind Lion mercenary group. This incident was caused by Wei Dyer, who had fainted. This was because Wei Dyer was the woman who killed Rong Fubei's son. In fact, this matter could not be blamed on Wei Dyer. Rong Fubei's son had coveted Wei Dyer's beauty and wanted to snatch the good stuff that Wei Dyer had found. Rong Fubei's plan to obtain both wealth and beauty failed, and he was killed by Wei Dyer instead. Because of this, Wei Dyer was severely injured by the members of the Wind Lion mercenary group. Fortunately, she managed to return to the group in time. Otherwise, she would have been dead by now. However, her current situation was also extremely bad. After offending the Wind Lion mercenary group, Poison Scorpion and the others did not have the strength to fight them head-on. Hence, they could only retreat from the mountain range and avoid the peak temporarily. However, the hundreds of mercenaries recruited by Poison Scorpion were afraid of the Wind Lion mercenary group. Many of them had left Poison Scorpion's team. Now, only these few people were left. Chapter 807. Back then, Poison Scorpion had led Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, Leng Shi, Wei Dai, and the 8 generals to the Broken Mountain Range. They were filled with lofty sentiments and lofty aspirations. They all felt that with the strength of their group, they could carve out a piece of heaven and earth here. After all, they had all come from the northwest, and their horizons were not wide enough. They all thought that their newly increased strength was already quite good. However, when they came to the Broken Mountain Range, they realized that they were frogs at the bottom of a well. The outside world was much wider than they had imagined, and there were as many powerful mercenaries as there were hairs on an ox. Martial artists like them were only the lowest level of mercenaries, and only heavenly venerable Poison Scorpion's strength could barely make it. Everyone's morale had suffered a great blow, so they did not immediately join the mercenary teams. Instead, they trained in the mountain range as rogue cultivators, and at the same time, they made use of the fastest time to increase their strength. At that time, Poison Scorpion had the strength of a mid-level heavenly venerable and could be considered an expert. He had always been scheming and scheming. He had constantly recruited mercenaries who cultivated alone or were not proud of themselves, and gathered them together. He first formed a small mercenary team and began his career as a mercenary. He had gathered these people together for the sake of benefits, but now that a disaster had befallen them, they had all flown away. There were only about 20 people who truly followed him, and there were less than 5 heavenly venerables. The rest were at the Earth Emperor realm. These people had more or less received favors from Poison Scorpion over the past few years, and they all had a sense of loyalty. Now that they had encountered a life and death crisis, it was commendable that they did not abandon him. Poison Scorpion saw all of this, and he secretly said in his heart, "Brothers, you will not regret following me today." When Poison Scorpion thought of his famous young master, his heart became even more resolute. No matter how difficult the future was, as long as they endured it and waited for the moment they returned to the young master, who would dare to bully them like this? Suddenly, several strong auras came from the sky. Poison Scorpion was shocked. He frowned and said, "It should be the Wind Lion mercenary group. Lone Eagle, Kwang Hu, 8 generals, protect Lung Shi and Dai, and immediately head to Wind Cloud City to find the young master. The rest of you stay with me to face the enemy." Poison Scorpion had made the prompt decision to protect Ling Zhao's loyal subordinates. As for the brothers he had recruited, they could only accompany him through this calamity. No, it's enough for the 8 generals to escort Lung Shi and Wei Dai, to find young master. Mad Tiger and I will stay behind to lend you a hand. Lone Eagle replied. Li Kuanghu also replied firmly, "That's right, Boss Du, this matter is not negotiable, the 8 generals will be enough to escort them. Even if we die in battle, young master will avenge us." The 8 generals also said that they wanted to stay and fight. Poison Scorpion was enraged. Dai is young master's woman. If anything happens to her, how can we be worthy of young master's care? All of you leave. After saying that, he couldn't be bothered with them anymore. He rode on his scorpion and flew into the air. At the same time, he waved his hand and countless strange auras spread in the air. Back then, Poison Scorpion was known as the Poison Emperor in the Northwest, and his skills in using poison were not undeserved. After looking at each other, the 8 generals could only grit their teeth and protect Lung Shi and Wei Dai, as they left. They were all riding on rank 6 Blood Wind Eagles, and their speed was relatively fast. Just as they left, Rong Fubei and a dozen other heavenly venerables had already arrived. "Run, why are you bastards not running anymore? How dare you kill my son? I will make sure you die a horrible death." Rong Fubei shouted from afar. The wind lion he was riding was like a gust of wind, and it instantly appeared in front of Poison Scorpion and the others. The mace was smashed towards Poison Scorpion. Poison Scorpion was already prepared, and a long sword appeared in his hand as he faced Rong Fubei. Clang. The weapons clashed, and Poison Scorpion was obviously not Rong Fubei's match. He was pushed back tens of meters. At this moment, the experts from the Wind Lion mercenary group who followed Rong Fubei also charged over. "Kill for me!" Poison Scorpion regrouped and shouted loudly. His world energy began to deduce it. In an instant, countless poisonous scorpions appeared densely, and each of them carried a terrifying poison that made one's scalp go numb. At the same time, the strength of the few heavenly venerables who followed Poison Scorpion also began to rise, and they faced Rong Fubei's people. Lone Eagle and Li Kuanghu were only peak earthly emperors, and they could not participate in the battle. However, they could let their rank 6 spirit beasts participate. After all, the battle strength of the Blood Wind Eagle and the Red Tornado Cloud Tiger was a great help to Poison Scorpion and the others. In the beginning, Poison Scorpion and the others were in a disadvantageous situation. However, not long after, the people brought by Rong Fubei began to feel dizzy. Fortunately, they were strong enough to support themselves in the battle. Rong Fubei also noticed that something was wrong. His expression changed slightly and he shouted, "Damn it, they actually used poison. What a good poison lord, do you think that I can't deal with you just like that? You underestimate me, Rong Fubei." After saying that, he withdrew his lower abdomen, and a strong force began to condense. His face became a little bloated. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, and a sound wave that resembled a lion's roar rushed out from his mouth. The powerful sound wave attack caused heaven and earth to tremble slightly, and Poison Scorpion and the others were shaken to the point that their eardrums hurt. Rong Fubei took the opportunity to raise his mace and ruthlessly smash it at Poison Scorpion. By the time Poison Scorpion came to his senses, the mace had already greeted him. Bang! Poison Scorpion's waist was smashed by Rong Fubei, and his body fell to the ground like a cannonball. Lone Eagle instantly sped up and rushed to catch Poison Scorpion. Unfortunately, Rong Fubei's attack was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. The moment Lone Eagle caught Poison Scorpion, he only felt a terrifying force of qi, and the impact made him lose feeling in his hands. In an instant, both he and Poison Scorpion were sent flying. Li Kuanghu quickly rushed over, and he had already prepared elixirs in his hands. All these years, they had worked closely together, and they already knew what to do next. Since you are so loyal, then die. Rong Fubei roared in the sky. He was prepared to kill Poison Scorpion, Lone Eagle, and Li Kuanghu again, but he felt that his body was starting to weaken. Although he was strong, he was in too much of a rush just now, and he forgot that the surrounding air had already been poisoned by Poison Scorpion. In terms of strength, Poison Scorpion was not as strong as Rong Fubei, but in terms of using poison, he was confident that even if the Mystic the Arch was poisoned by him, it would be difficult for him to force it out in a short period of time. Rong Fubei and the others were also experienced mercenaries who had been through life and death for many years. They were always prepared with all kinds of spirit elixirs, and they naturally had plenty of antidotes. As their movements became sluggish, Poison Scorpion endured his injuries and shouted to his brothers, "Hurry up!" His poison would not be able to stop Rong Fubei for long, and their side had obviously lost the upper hand. It was not a good idea to fight them head-on, and they could only hope to escape to Broken Sword City as soon as possible. Once they reached there, private fights were not allowed. Even the Wind Lion mercenaries did not dare to act rashly. Poison Scorpion and the others tried their best to escape, but Rong Fubei and the others could only worry. They had no choice but to use the antidote to force the poison out of their bodies. Otherwise, if the poison spread to their organs, they would not have it easy either. Damn it, if I let you escape, I will write my name upside down. Rong Fubei recovered the fastest, and he could not be bothered to wait for his men. He took the lead and chased after Poison Scorpion and the others. The others quickly followed after him. Poison Scorpion and the others ran in a different direction from the 8 generals. They were not stupid enough to lead Rong Fubei and the others there. The two groups chased after each other. Rong Fubei's Wind Lion was a Tier 6 upper tier and had the wind attribute. It was very fast, and it did not take long to catch up with Poison Scorpion and the others. Rong Fubei did not say anything as he deduced the power of his world and used it to envelop Poison Scorpion and the others. Poison Scorpion had been injured before, and although he had taken the elixir, his recovery speed was not as fast. He could only grit his teeth and fight. For a moment, the sounds of intense battle rang out in the periphery of the 1,000 Broken Mountain range. Following that, Rong Fubei's men also caught up. Poison Scorpion, Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, and the others were already at the edge of danger, and they could be killed at any time. Poison Scorpion seemed to realize that his side no longer had any advantage. He hesitated for a moment, as if he had made up his mind. Finally, he shouted, "All of you retreat, I will fight them to the death." Poison Scorpion restrained Rong Fubei and increased the power of his world, attempting to block Rong Fubei's companions as well. His face contorted as he roared, "1,000 poison disintegration." All of a sudden, with Poison Scorpion as the center, clouds of stinking poison gas began to spread out, and Poison Scorpion himself turned into a living poisonous man. His entire body became covered with poisonous boils, and the stench was overwhelming. He had been refining poison for many years, and he was already a poisonous person. Now, in order to stop Rong Fubei and the others, he was willing to disintegrate his poison techniques. Even if he did not die after this move, he would become a cripple. Rong Fubei and the others' expressions changed, and they all retreated at the same time. However, Poison Scorpion's poison spread even faster. 2 low-level heavenly venerables could not retreat in time, and they were instantly corroded by this terrifying poison, turning into a pool of blood. Boss poison! Lone Eagle and Li Kuanghu cried out in sorrow. The rest of Poison Scorpion's followers also revealed extremely moved expressions. They did not expect Poison Scorpion to be willing to sacrifice himself to stop Rong Fubei and the others. Hurry up and go. You must tell young master and ask him to avenge me. Poison Scorpion turned around and ordered Lone Eagle and Li Kuanghu. At this moment, the 8 generals who were protecting Leng Shi and Wei Dai returned together, and there were more than 10 people following behind them. Chapter 808. Yi Yunfeng was ordered by Ling Xiao to head to Broken Sword Sect to purchase space stones. At the same time, he was ordered to search for Poison Scorpion and the others in the Broken Mountain Range and bring them back to Wind Cloud City. Yi Yunfeng didn't dare to neglect Ling Xiao's instructions. As soon as he arrived at Broken Sword City, he didn't immediately purchase spatial stones. Instead, he rushed to the 1000 Broken Mountain Range to find Poison Scorpion and the others. After all, Poison Scorpion and the others had been here for so many years and had a good understanding of the situation here. He wanted to see if he could obtain any relevant information from them. Otherwise, if he went to Broken Sword Sect's territory to purchase space stones, he might be slaughtered by them. They had purchased a lot of space stones this time. It was also because of this decision that Yi Yunfeng brought his men out of the Broken Sword City and went to the outskirts of the 1000 Broken Mountain Range to inquire about Poison Scorpion and the others. Coincidentally, he bumped into the 8 generals and the others who flew out hurriedly. Accompanying them were Leng Shi and Wei Dai. Just as Yi Yunfeng was about to rejoice, he realized that the group was in a sorry state. The 8 generals did not recognize Yi Yunfeng and thought that he was here to add insult to injury. They wanted to change their direction and leave. However, Yi Yunfeng's strength was not the same as before. Moreover, the people accompanying him were experts from Wind Cloud City. It would be easy for him to catch up to them. After the 8 generals saw Yi Yunfeng clearly, they finally calmed down. They were finally able to put down the boulder in their hearts. Wei Dyer was seriously injured and unconscious. They could not let anything happen to young master's woman. Otherwise, they would not be able to face young master again. Brotherling, who did this? How dare they touch boss's woman? I will destroy his entire family. Yi Yunfeng looked at the dying Wei Dyer in Leng Shi's arms and shouted angrily. Other than his family, the most important person in Yi Yunfeng's life was Ling Xiao. Without Ling Xiao, Yi Yunfeng would not be where he was today. Yi Yunfeng was a loyal man. Now that he saw his boss's woman, Wei Dyer, in such a state, he was naturally angry. He had been by Ling Xiao's side for quite some time and knew his boss's personality. If anyone dared to touch his people, even if the other party was powerful, he would destroy them. Now, Yi Yunfeng was representing Ling Xiao to welcome them back. Unexpectedly, Wei Dyer was severely injured and Poison Scorpion, Lone Eagle and Li Kuanghu were not around. If anything happened to them, his boss would definitely go crazy. Leng Shi's face was now livid. He hadn't spoken for a long time, and he just held the girl in his arms tightly. A long-suppressed emotion burst out, and he roared, "Yunfeng, follow me back to kill those bastards from the Wind Lion mercenary group." After so many years of killing, Leng Shi's killing intent was extremely strong, and his aura suddenly rose at this moment. Balls of cold killing intent began to revolve around his body. Sword chi pounced out from the grass like snakes. That strong fiery sword chi made people feel incomparably oppressive. The 8 generals near him were all shocked. They all moved far away and looked at Leng Shi in shock. No one expected that Leng Shi's strength would rise so much at this moment. He actually comprehended his own Tao. Yi Yunfeng's eyelids twitched, and he immediately saw that Leng Shi's situation was different. Leng Shi actually relied on a wave of angry killing intent to form his own world energy. This was simply too unbelievable. Moreover, that strong killing intent made Yunfeng, who was a mid-level celestial master, feel a little afraid. We must massacre the Wind Lion mercenary group to avenge Dai. Leng Shi roared towards the sky with red eyes. The merciless slaughter sword chi continued to sweep out, causing all the air in the surroundings to scatter. The 8 generals and the others retreated again and again, and Yi Yunfeng and the others had no choice but to use their strength to block Leng Shi's terrifying sword chi. But, Dai is dead? Yi Yunfeng's expression changed when he heard Leng Shi's words. Dark protection force appeared around his body, and he rushed to Leng Shi's side desperately. Leng Shi seemed to be possessed, and he actually raised the sword in his hand and slashed at Yi Yunfeng. Go to hell! Yi Yunfeng was shocked. He moved to the side and grabbed Leng Shi's wrist with lightning speed. At the same time he shouted, "Brother Leng, calm down, I am Yunfeng." Yi Yunfeng's words contained a lot of strength. He wanted Leng Shi to wake up, or else he would really become a mindless walking corpse who only knew how to kill people. The sound wave of true energy shook Leng Shi's chaotic emotions, and the hostility also weakened a little, but it did not completely disappear. Yunfeng, follow me, I must kill all the bastards of the Wind Lion mercenary group. Leng Shi grabbed Yunfeng's hand and shouted. Yi Yunfeng knew that Leng Shi had already lost his calm. If this continued, it would only make things worse, and it would also destroy the Tao that he had just comprehended. Yi Yunfeng hit Leng Shi's back when he wasn't paying attention, and he directly knocked Leng Shi out. This gave the 8 generals a huge fright. Ling 1, Ling 2, come over and tell me what happened. Yi Yunfeng shouted at the 8 generals, and then he bent down to check on Wei Daier's injury. There was a broken sword in Wei Daier's abdomen, and fresh blood had dyed her clothes red. Her delicate face was extremely pale, and her breath could no longer be felt. Yi Yunfeng's blood boiled. He thought that Wei Daier was only seriously injured, but now she actually, son of AB***, who did this? Yi Yunfeng also couldn't help but burst out with his aura. He even dared to kill his boss's woman. He must be tired of living. However, although Yi Yunfeng was angry, he still maintained his calm. He took out the drop of spring of life that Ling Xiao had given him, and at the same time, he pushed the sword in Wei Daier's abdomen, and the spring of life quickly dripped into Wei Daier's mouth. He only hoped that Wei Daier could really come back to life, or else he didn't know how angry his boss would be. The 8 generals quickly gathered around and gave Yunfeng a brief explanation of what had happened. A mere mercenary group dares to be so arrogant. Bring me back, and we must kill them all. Yi Yunfeng said fiercely. Ling 1 still restrained his unwillingness and said, Young Master Yi, they have a lot of experts, and they even have the arch-stage expert. You should protect Miss Daier back to young Master first. The 8 of us can go back to support Boss Du and the others. So what if they are the arch-stage experts? We don't need to be afraid. This time, Boss asked me to come here to bring you back. If I go back like this, Boss will skin me alive. Let's go, I want to see how strong this mercenary group is. Yi Yunfeng said decisively. He had only brought a dozen or so people with him, but Fang Chen and Luo Yu were both middle-stage mystic thearchs while the others were all celestial venerables. This group of people was here to protect him and ensure that he returned safely. Now that something like this had happened, if Yi Yunfeng didn't massacre the Wind Lion mercenary group, how would he have the face to go back to see his boss? The 8 generals understood Yunfeng's meaning and stopped trembling. They brought Yi Yunfeng and the others back to find Poison Scorpion, Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, and the others. Unfortunately, they were still one step too late. Poison Scorpion had used his final trump card, which was akin to Burning Jade, and scattered the poison technique that he had cultivated his entire life. When Yi Yunfeng and the others arrived, they saw the scene in front of them. Boss Du! The 8 generals shouted in unison, and they all wanted to fly towards Poison Scorpion. However, Yi Yunfeng immediately stopped them and shouted, You are all crazy. Poison Scorpion is releasing poison now, and even I can't withstand it. You will only die if you go over. At this time, Yi Yunfeng said to Fang Chen, Fang Chen, can you stop him? Fang Chen replied, "Yes." Then, his whole body flashed out like the wind. He didn't seem to be afraid of Poison Scorpion's poison gas at all. He directly entered the poison gas and knocked out Poison Scorpion, who was still disintegrating. Fang Chen was a mid-stage mystic the Arch, and his cultivation was already among the top experts in the central region. Although Poison Scorpion's poison gas was overbearing, it was not enough to break through his body protection. Fang Chen pulled Poison Scorpion in front of Yi Yunfeng and said indifferently, "Don't get close to him first. His poison is not something that ordinary people can withstand." Yi Yunfeng nodded and immediately asked Fang Chen to give Poison Scorpion an elixir. However, looking at Poison Scorpion's face that was now black and green, and that weak aura that could disappear at any time, Yi Yunfeng's heart was bleeding. At this time, Lone Eagle and Li Kuanghu both noticed the 8 generals who had returned, and they also recognized Yi Yunfeng. The two of them calmed down, and Lone Eagle hurriedly shouted, "Yunfeng, why are you here? Where's young master?" Lone Eagle and Li Kuanghu's strength was still limited, and they could not see the strength of Yi Yunfeng and the people around him. They only wanted to know if the young master was here. If the young master was here, they could get back at him. They definitely could not just run back like this. "Brothers Lone Eagle and Kuanghu, the young master sent us to bring you back," Yi Yunfeng replied. Then he looked at the people who were flying over and said coldly, "However, we still have to bring back some people's heads, or else we won't be able to explain to the young master." Just as Yi Yunfeng's words fell, Rong Fubei and the others flew over again, and the other mercenaries who followed them also arrived one after another. There were a total of 100 people, and they surrounded Yi Yunfeng and the others. "But why aren't you running anymore? Do you think that you can be saved with a few helpers? I'll get rid of you first, and then I'll take that stinky Pai Zi back as a prostitute." Rong Fubei shouted angrily. Just now, he almost fell for Poison Scorpion's trick, and he secretly sighed in relief. Now that they were surrounded, he had to take revenge on behalf of his son. "Kill all of them, and leave this old man's head for me. I want to hand him over to the young master to execute him personally." Yi Yunfeng frowned slightly and said to the people beside him. Fang Chen and Luo Yu did not move, but the other high-level heavenly venerables all moved. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.